3 minutes to fix shit.
Listen, it's rare on this show that there's a failure like that with quartering. It's actually every single day. Every time. I couldn't believe the disaster that it was when I was clipping it up yesterday. Like, this guy served himself up on like a silver platter. He's just a full, no, but it's like a full-blown lolcow at this point where it really has become Philip Burnell. Like, he actually has. For those of you who aren't familiar with Phil, you'll not really understand. But if you know the way that the Snortex works, this is exactly what's going on with Phil right now. So Phil, Jer, they're the same guy. You know what I mean?
They're the same picture.
So Jer is doing the Dent detractor narrative now, where it's us against them. So quartering now begs for money and begs for likes to own the trolls. Please, guys, please like the stream. Every thumbs up is a tear from the troll's eyes, guys. Every thumbs up is an angry troll. And I know it doesn't actually matter, guys. It clearly does matter. Otherwise, you wouldn't be begging for it. Every few minutes, it was desperate. And he still got ratioed. Yeah. Brutally. Yeah. And he only got like 90 more thumbs up than he would regularly get to humiliate himself in the gutter like this. And he's just begging and begging for money.
Of his videos.
I saw today the phenomenon for the future of quartering, because him as a mainstream top of the food chain YouTube commentator with millions of views a month, those days are coming to an end. Like, he's finished. His SEO is completely poisoned. When you search the quartering on YouTube now, you get the cottage industry of every single person felting quartering, exposing his lies, exposing his fraud, exposing his scams.
Brittany pops up immediately as the first.
That's what.
I'll have to share
it's not. Yeah. It's not any of his content. And you say, oh, well, that's Andy's account or his algorithm. Trust me, if you're not logged in, it's the exact same thing. And what killed people like Philip Burnell or Pirate Software, other people like this, Matt Jarbo, is this phenomenon that quartering is calling the YouTube gulag, that Matt Jarbo called out today himself. And that's when all your videos are getting more thumbs down than thumbs up, more negative comments than positive comments, and your detractors, your trolls, your haters, whatever you want to call them, they're getting more views than you are, and their stuff is getting prioritized over your stuff. And then you on your own shows and your own videos, instead of actually trying to cater to your audience that like you, you try and defeat the trolls, and you focus the content on the trolls or the detractors and the A-logs and the negativity, and it just keeps spiraling downward. And this is what's going to happen to quartering. The good news for quartering is if he is as resilient as DSP, he can kind of become like Phil, and he can be like a cockroach that survives off of the donations from people that want to upset the detractors. And we saw the first inkling of that today on his Wednesday show, because he got $100 donation. But it wasn't from somebody who liked quartering. It was from somebody who wanted to upset Steel Toe.
What?
So, yes. So this $100 donation that he got today, that he couldn't even believe he got today.
Yeah, he was like, I think it may be fake.
He was questioning if it was a chargeback or not. You know, that's how few donations he gets. But this is a glimpse into his future, where the only people who donate to DSP are not really people who like DSP, but people who want to make the detractors in the raw Phil chat angry. And so that's what he got today. And that's his future as this YouTube advertising revenue goes down the toilet. He loses out on all the sponsorships. His name becomes dirt. It becomes synonymous with grifting, flagging. censorship,
Harassment on females.
harassment, being Me Too'd, because guys, it's getting bad for Jer. We've now had 2 separate women come out against him. Sydney Watson saying he's a predator, talking about him as being the same as Elijah Schaefer, a guy who actually physically assaulted a woman, talking about how she has drunken recordings of quartering ready to go. We have Lauren Southern coming out against quartering. And what this is doing is it's opening the door for more women to speak out against quartering. And it's not going to be too long until we hear the story of how he sexually assaulted one of these women, tried to force himself on one of these women. Now, we all know he's probably too weak and too impotent to actually rape a woman, but it's going to come out. And there's probably going to be like 5, 6, 7, 8 of these women who all come forward. And eventually, once it hits a certain terminal velocity with these women coming out against him, that's when Melanie Mack will put the knife in his back about what actually went down at AmFest. That's when Hannah Claire will come out and tell all about what Jeremy's done to her. And it's at that point that quartering will never get another sponsorship again. Like, it will just be completely radioactive for him in terms of any sort of mainstream relevance whatsoever. And I won't be surprised if YouTube just pulls the plug on him completely. The walls are closing in on him to the point, guys, he's doing the most brutal humiliation rituals you can imagine. Where today he got down on his knees and shilled a competing coffee company. A coffee company that
whatever.
just a few months ago, he was talking about how they were garbage, how they would never get into Walmart. He was going to be in Walmart by the end of the year. But now he's so buck broken. He's such an indentured servant to Rumble as his only source of revenue, as they hold potentially upwards of 7 figures hostage from him, that he's had to stop streaming on YouTube entirely. He's now exclusively streaming on Rumble. He now has to shill the Rumble coffee. He has to do it all. He's streaming 3 times a day now. Just pure desperation. And the shame that he feels, where he has to go before his audience on his knees and beg and grovel and say, please, guys, I'm finally listening to you. After all the years of doing the product placements and the coffee ads at the beginning of my videos, I'm going to finally start with actually reading the news article, guys. I mean, I'm not, because I'm telling you about how I'm going to start going right into the article.
I'm going to start. He's panicking, by the way he starts it. He's
just
like, hey guys, I'm going to start right here. I've been taking all your advice. You're like
a drowning man.
Bro, you ought to chill.
And then he starts begging for positive comments, saying he really needs a positive comment this week. It'd really help if you guys could validate him and pat him on the ass, because he admitted to being in a bad headspace. Do you know that? He actually, Melanie Mack said she was in a bad headspace, and then Jeremy agreed that he was also in a bad headspace. These guys started groveling, talking about how they've repented, how they've seen the error of their ways, and that they were sinning. But God, like Quartering talks about how God humbled him, and how he now sees that all of the harassment he did in the past, all of the brigading and doxing and smearing people, is wrong now that it's happening to him, and he deserves it to happen to him. But please let there be mercy upon him, because he's learned the error of his ways, and he's ready to turn over a new leaf, and he's quit drinking again. He's quit going on social media. Apparently he never checks his phone anymore. He's like going phoneless. He's not doing nicotine anymore. And it's like, we've heard it all before, Jeremy. We've heard this so many times over the years.
I'm not doing nicotine. Like it's like a Coke or heroin or, but buddy, if you can't handle a fucking Zyn without crashing out, I don't know what to say. Like, you need to fucking, you need to figure it out.
Holy,
Like,
buddy. It's
Zyn?
not the Zins that, and by the way, he admits that it's him drinking that's causing the meltdowns on Twitter. Right? So then when they try and gaslight us with like, you guys are just making things up, none of this is true.
We're actually the devil. No, it's
we're the devil. The devil's no, you're drunk and you're admitting it's that you're getting drunk, and that's what's causing these situations, right? But ultimately, it's you that's choosing to do all the drinking, buddy. It's you that's taking the shots of liquor and downing a fucking 2-4 beer every fucking night, buddy. It's you doing that. So you have, it's like the same thing as being like, well, I was a drunk driver and I killed an innocent family, but, you know, you should sue Budweiser. No, like, you're the one who drank. You're the one that's responsible. Like, you're the one that's going to be held accountable for this. We don't have a YouTube channel right now because of you. A lot of people have multiple strikes on their account because of you and your actions. You've rolled back the YouTube terms of service that was becoming way more relaxed and way more lenient and allowing people to do things that were actually edgy and cool again and funny, right? Quartering has rolled all of that back to like the Susan Wojcicki era with his snitch bitch behavior, just completely ruining the platform. And it's brutal, man. And it's just like, okay, well, please forgive me now. But by the way, he won't actually tell us what he did wrong. He won't explain what he's done wrong. He won't check himself into rehab. He won't do a stream where he humiliates himself and it's open for everybody to come on and dunk on him, or he gets a bunch of super chats and they're all making fun of him. And then he donates those super chats to our editor who he over, right? So now he's rolled over on his belly and he's groveling for mercy and forgiveness without actually admitting that he did anything wrong or attempting to make any sort of restitution to us or the community for what he did wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, you dude, I'm just gonna swap on your head. Yeah.
Pay our
How
editor.
about that? How about you make like an actual good faith offer as to how you're gonna make this situation right, instead of being like, okay, well, you guys just have to forgive me. No, you have to humiliate yourself in the dirt, roll around on your belly for us, say that you're a soy-filled bitch that flagged down videos, say that you're so sorry, go to rehab, fix your life. Like, this seriously the reality of the situation, and it's not going to stop otherwise, man. No. Like, you have to satisfy the community's lust for justice to be done in this situation. And by the way, you've got Christy Mayer coming out in the last 2 hours. She did a stream hiding, like on some backwater outer rim live stream in the Rumbleverse called Cecil Says. I don't know what the that is, but I do know that he was
Comicsgate. He used to be Comicsgate back in the day. Yeah.
She's over there admitting that she lied to Brittany Venti, but she is saying that she lied for Venti's own good because Brittany Venti is the sort of friend that you have to lie to in order to preserve their feelings. And she says, you know, like, you have to lie to some of your friends. What?
Okay, Chrissy,
people don't lie to their friends. Like, she's actually insane. Like, it's actually insane. And it's basically, she did the right thing by lying. Okay. And it's like, okay. And then she said that she was going to go on the offensive and declare war on Brittany Venti, and that she was going to expose all of Brittany Venti's past controversies. And it's like, okay, so you're digging in your heels. You think you're righteous. You think everybody else is wrong.
It's time for a burial.
Like, there's not going to be any mercy for you. Like, do you understand you're not going to win this, Chrissy? Like, in all seriousness, you're not going to win this situation, right? I think that she knows that she's and she's just decided that she's going to try and drag everybody else down with her, which is a real psychotic mentality from Chrissy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. And it's all for Jeremy and it's all for Melanie Mac. And it's like, who appointed these people to be the gods of YouTube?
About our show. Okay. I don't know. You notice your thing is clipping a little bit and your audio is a bit. My upload speed is 1 gig. My download speed is 6 megabytes.
What the f is going on?
I have to reset my router, I think. Like you're not you're not cutting out, but my upload is 1 gig and my download is 5? Has that ever happened to any human being ever?
Cornering DDoS in the stream, buddy.
No, I'm
but usually it's upload that's upload that you have issues
crazy. With. I got 3.62 megabyte down and 980 up. Do we do a quick restart?
I mean, how bad is it?
Chat,
like, is it okay?
Is it okay? It's fine. Okay,
so you're saying it's fine.
If it gets way worse, if it gets
bad, where I'm like in 140p and just like totally roboting, then
all right. So we all know in case anything happens,
we'll call it a day.
Yeah,
but we're gonna get into this. Like, it was crazy. He's now claiming he's gonna do a stream at 9 a.m. For the last 2 days, he's supposed to go live at 9 a.m. Eastern. He didn't manage it either time. Because he's drunk / hungover / up on pills or whatever So on the first day, he was supposed to go live at 9 a.m. He was 3.5 hours late to the live stream, folks. 3.5 hours late.
An hour late, right? So it was 3.5. Wait, 3.5 hours?
So 3.5 hours late. To Tuesday's
he started at 12:30.
He started at 12:30. Went for an hour in your morning show in the afternoon, sire. Then he immediately rolled it over into a show with Melanie Mac, and he was holding it together okay during the morning show, except you could clearly tell he was totally traumatized and depressed, and he was like having mini strokes the entire time. And there was a super chatter called Sydney's Wiki Feet that sent in a super chat saying that everybody hated him and he needs to leave the internet. And he almost broke down into tears. Like, I think he was actually about to cry. Like, he went silent for like 3 straight minutes. And then I think he actually sent himself a super chat to try and cheer himself up. But for only $5. And it's like, at least when Ralph or Phil fakes a super chat of support, it's like $50 or $100 or something like that.
Ralph and Phil know how to fake super chats, right? Without paying. Jer doesn't know, so he's got to actually insert his credit card.
He actually has to send the money and lose the processing fee and the percentage. And times are tough and he can't afford the fees. So he can only afford to miss out on like 60 cents in order to make himself feel better. It was a total disaster, man.
Yeah.
Total. By the way, now quartering quartering's like ability to read. Like, it was always bad, right? But during that morning show, it hit a new abysmal level, Andy. Like,
how?
He couldn't even read the words that were on the page. Like, instead of reading that the person was charged with aggravated assault, which was what was on the page, he said they were charged with aggravated attacking. And I wasn't even paying attention because the thing is, when you're doing this quartering, it's so mind-meltingly, mind-numbingly bad that
you phase out and then
I zone out. Like, for a long time when I first started doing quartering, I had to take like massive amounts of THC edibles just to be able to get through it, because you basically have to melt your mind and make yourself just to be able to like
be on that level,
on that wavelength, on that vibrational level with Jer. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, someone
And so I
replied to
go,
you.
aggravated attacking. That doesn't sound like a real charge, but like, I go, well, it had this. I mean, you know, he couldn't have just not read the article. I mean, it's right in front of his eyes. Like, did the publication write it like that? So I go back into my editing software because half the time watching Quartering, I'm on Twitter, scrolling, doing other, because it's just mindless chatter, and I go back and I go, no, like the article said aggravated assault, but Quartering just for whatever reason shot his pants and had like and read the charge as aggravated attacking.
Oh my God.
And then there's just so many times when he's just stumbled his way through words and sentences and just saying the wrong word. And it's so frustrating. It's like, how do you think that you deserve to be a multi-million-dollar a year performer and entertainer when you can't even read words in front of you off of a page? Like,
buddy,
in all honesty,
crazy. You know, someone said to you, I think they replied to either your tweet or my tweet of the promo. And they said, honestly, PPP, I tried going into the chat and having fun. I can't even do that. Like you have to be a certain level of A-log to really
listen. The true G's that are going to be in there are the ones that do Phil, because it's a similar.
The low energy, boring.
It's a similar experience where you have the most boring person on the planet who has zero entertainment value, who's a compulsive liar, like total psychopath, dead behind the eyes freak, and you're just sitting there out of pure hatred for him and everything that he stands for, and you're determined that you're going to make this boring bastard pay, even if it ruins your own life and sanity. And it's really only the DSP detractor that has that within them.
Yeah.
Or perhaps there is like a new category of people. This because you got to think like the DSP detractors were forged in the fire of Mount Phil. They didn't come from nowhere. They've been conditioned to this for a long time. So I think Quartering's going to have a similar sort of detractor sphere audience, a certain set of cottage industry people that become like that over the days and weeks and months of just hating on Jer every single day. They will become like that. They will become born again hard, like they joined the Marine Corps and went to boot camp or something, because this is awful to listen to. It's hell.
People are saying actually that Jer is more boring than Phil. He is like a higher boss level than Phil in terms of A-logging.
Oh no!
Because it's all like these micro moments that happen in you have to be watching. Oh look!
No Beggars Gaming goes, I made it about 10 to 15 messages deep before my fake boomer grift got banned in Ham Planet's chat this morning. So now it's not just like he's banning people that say he's or Adam Sellers or Sky Bull or even the Oranges or the Weekend.
It's the boomer
but
posting.
Now it's anybody that's just pretends that they're conservative or like a conservative boomer gets banned. So Jared, like you're going to run into problems, bro, where you're going to have banned everybody. Like, because they're almost indistinguishable from your own audience. And I was going to show this one. Yeah. This guy goes, I'm a disabled veteran and I find the quiet moments with no talking so peaceful. Is that a troll? Is that a legitimate Quartering den? Who knows? Nobody knows.
Reading that, I fell off my chair.
Oh man, the janitors are in hell, bro. Like the janitors are having to deal with ever more subtle and sophisticated troll attempts. And at a certain point, like he really should just allow people to have fun in there, because who really gives a like it's so weak to have to janitor every single message in your chat.
Yeah.
Like you're 45 years old. You're allegedly a multi-millionaire, and you can't handle somebody asking, how was your weekend? Or posting an orange, or even just being like, I'm a disabled veteran. What is this? Like, you're supposed to be the meme veteran badass. Like, remember when he said that he cut his teeth during the toughest time on the internet?
Yeah.
And he went during the blood sports days, and he's a badass. And he can't handle fucking anything. His skin is so fucking thin despite his portly nature. Like, I don't even know what to fucking say anymore.
It's like, okay, look, obviously we A-log him hard and everyone's A-logging him, but even the most subtle Felt, the most mild version of Felt, he cries out his ass, bro.
I know.
I've actually never seen a man cry that much. Honestly, I mean, maybe Phil, maybe. Like, that's the only competition there is Phil.
Well,
Literally.
He's going to get worse and worse. He's getting worse in real time. And, you know, Phil was always kind of, but the level of microscope that he was put under broke his mind completely and broke his spirit. There used to be light behind Phil's eyes. He was always dumb as fuck, and he was always pig ignorant and disgusting and snorting and a liar and a con man, right? He always was that, but he had like hope in his heart. Like he believed that he was better than other people and that he would ultimately win. And eventually the detractors just broke this, and like there's no hope, there's no light in his eyes at all. And the same thing's happening to Jer. Like when I first saw his morning stream yesterday, I go, there's a look in his eyes that I've only ever seen in one other person, and that's Phil. And it's just
even
like
sadder, to be honest, because here's the thing, it's even worse because at least with Phil, he always maintained like a mildly successful career. With Jer, he's seen the millions. He's seen the 2 million.
Phil, did you say Phil was mildly successful in his career?
Like
that's
what? It's a by successful.
Buddy.
I mean, by successful.
You know what? He won. Listen, he did make $250,000 in 2013. He did, and he still makes. He still makes six figures every year. But similar to Hambly, they spend every last penny of it on stupid shit.
But with Hambly, he tasted the millions a month.
Yes.
He tasted the mansion, the car, the everything. Like DSP never really tasted that. He always tasted
he never really had that. Maybe for a year, he was like on that trajectory where he had his BMW and he was going to WrestleMania with John Rambo and all these conventions and then it all fell apart. Whereas Quartering had like a solid 6, 7, 8 years on top, making ridiculous amounts of money, making legitimately millions and millions of dollars and millions of views and getting to interact with all the top people in the right wing and do interviews and panels and stuff like that. And that's all gone now. It's all gone.
He was on every big show on YouTube. He's had like the biggest highs you could have in the right wing YouTube space. And now, not only is it gone, it's like below. It is brutal. Losing money, posting videos, losing money on the live show.
And he's not going to be able to take it. And for him, when he's realizing it's day after day, week after week, soon to be month after month, soon to be year after year of this, without any sort of end, without any sort of light at the end of the tunnel, I think it's starting to set in for him this week. And it's going to break him. He's not going to be able to take it. He really isn't. And
he needs to be broken. I'm sorry to say.
Well, he basically is pretty close to being broken. You'll see on this Tuesday show. Yeah. Like he's groveling for mercy on his belly.
Well,
like
when I opened up his videos,
but it's not good enough.
The main videos, when I opened them, and he's like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna get right into it." I'm like, the panic in his voice. It's like someone who's about to like lose oxygen on a submarine and they're like calling for help. please, mayday, mayday, and there's no help coming. There's no ship coming to pick you up there, Jer.
He never gave any mercy to Jack Murphy, right? He never gave any mercy to Brie Larson. He's never given any mercy to anybody. He always stomped them and wrang every last dollar out of them until there was nothing left. Just used them up and threw them in the trash. And now he expects, and by the way, this is what I found very disgusting about his message, was it was okay for him to make millions and millions and millions of dollars doing this to people. But then when he decides, oh, you know, I have my millions, he pulls up the ladder and says it's not okay for us to do it to him. That's what I find about this.
And it wasn't even like years later, by the way.
It's the same thing with iDubbbz. No, he was doing this stuff just last year.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, and you know what I mean? Like, he went in on Lauren Southern and said that she faked her sexual assault of Andrew Tate and did this AI photograph of her impregnated by Andrew Tate. And she confronted him at AmFest.
So we're
starting to learn. Yeah. By the way, we're starting to learn. I told people, AmFest 2025 and Quartering's involvement in it, I said this at the time, will be the gift that keeps on giving. It's similar to like Knoxville when Andy and Coach and Ralph, and there's always, even to this day, new stories and new lore that come out about Knoxville or VidCon 2017 or Kilroy or whatever. It's going to become this mythical, legendary event that signaled the downfall of the Quartering's empire. Trust me, other people are going to come forward and expose things that happened during that time. And the ultimate crown jewel of it will be when Melanie Mack snakes to save her own ass. Mm-hmm. And that will happen. People don't think that will happen, but it will happen.
You think?
The time. Listen, Melanie Mack doesn't quite realize yet how bad it is.
How over it is, yeah.
How over it is. I think it might be setting in a little bit. But if she sees that there's an escape hatch somehow to pivot to working for Stuttering Craig or working on Friday Night Tights or working on... Yeah?
Brittany Venti in chat. Mel deleted her recent video. Sorry, I just quartering
about
there.
Everybody being snakes?
I think so. By quartering sentence.
She deleted the one about content being stolen and content thieves because she was embarrassed. And I hear Chrissy's melting down on Twitter.
Oh, I see that in chat. King in chat, yeah.
Chrissy had an opportunity to come on this show today and take her lumps and work through the situation. And, you know, she would have been humiliated, but she could have moved on from it. She declined that opportunity. She didn't want any part of it. She wants to go on Cecil Says show and blame Brittany Venti for why she had to lie instead of just taking accountability for the lie and say that it's for Brittany Venti's own good that she lied and it was an innocent lie. And it's just like, you're in the head, Chrissy. This has to stop. Really. It does.
And you know what that does too? It's like almost like putting Brittany as like almost like a toddler. Oh, you have to lie to her because, you know, it's like what, you're better that you could just lie to your friends. By the way, this is friends. With friends like these, who needs a enemy?
Well, and Brittany Venti worked for her for free for years and years and years, put in all this work for her, met up with her in real life countless times, was at her wedding. They're thick as thieves. And for whatever reason, and I think we know why, she chose Melanie Mack and Jeremy over Brittany Venti. I think because she saw the 2 million subscriber count that Quartering has and decided automatically that's the winning side. That's where the money is. That's where the clout is. She has a job lined up with Quartering. She's going to be over there networking with him. And she decided to burn everything down for that. And I think ultimately that's a very, very, very foolish decision.
Also not lucrative at all. Also not lucrative.
Also, like, let's be real. Like Lauren Southern was a frequent contributor to her Simpcast show. So is Brittany Venti. Do you think they're going to be there anymore?
Nope.
Probably not. And I won't be surprised if other women there don't want
There
any
are
part
other
to do
women.
with
I won't
it.
say who, but it's other women who are like rattled about this whole thing. And Chrissy's felt it. Like, honestly, Chrissy is so felted. Like, the amount of DMs I got of like,
Melanie Mack is going to be enough to fill your plate, Chrissy? Like, is that what you really believe? That Melanie Mack guest spots alone are going to pay your bills? Like, is that really what she thinks? That Melanie Mack is this big draw, grand poobah of the internet? Holy I think I've completely crashed.
That actually piqued my ears. Sorry, everyone, if anyone's ears were.
Oh my God!
Should we do a restart on the? It's gay. We're gonna lose viewers.
I know.
You gotta promise. All of you all have to promise you'll be back. I'm rattled.
Holy.
Keep going. All right. Let's just keep.
By the way, let's shout out some of these super chats, and then we'll get into the show proper.
Yeah,
We got Jelly King for 10 subs.
Let's go!
60 Reese for 10 subs.
Let's do it, boys.
We got Neon Bible Believer for 5,000 kicks. Says, hey, Punk, stop disliking my Rumble comments, you libtard commie. If my still work, I'd that pretty pink harder than a Simple but boy. We've got hoo-ha for 5,000 kicks. May Quarter Pounder's downfall last as long as his entire YouTube career has. Absolutely. Upshot says he's been working nights for 20 years and wouldn't have made it without Medicare in the casino. We appreciate that. Jelly King for 2,000 kicks. What took DSP years to turn into seems to have taken Jeremy mere months. This past year, especially the past few weeks, has been insane. We got backwards for 1,000 kicks. 100% Jer and DSP share so many similarities, but Jer is more boring since at least DSP keeps his crash outs on his channel.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, Jer deletes them, Then we've got we read that one. Shrapnel Stars for 5 subs. BB Gavrels for 1,000 kicks. McFly for 500 kicks. Zanzibar Night sub. Far Sam subscribe. Importer Exporter for 2 subs. Butts the Ashtray Miner for 500 kicks. Flexual Assault for 500 kicks. Threading the Sneedle for 5,000 kicks. Says, sorry if this has been brought up, but have you seen that clip of Chrissy laughing at Ethan Ralph's dead mom? We might have seen that when it happened.
May you hit the bell?
I don't.
May you hit the bell? I wasn't sharing the music. I reset my whole PC, guys. I'm sorry. This is I feel like I'm cornering it today, guys.
He's boomering it up, folks. Holy!
No, I was like, where's the subs? Where's the subs?
Jeremy Hambly Burnell Real for 5 subs. Something Cope for a sub. Spoon of Doom says he got banned from Jer's stream within 2 minutes. Dead Air Jer for 5 subs. Unicycleon for 10 subs. Jay for 1,000 kicks. Dilly Dally for 5 subs. Carnivaxis for 10 subs. Aurelius with a sub. No Drama Hia for a gifted sub. American X for 5 subs. Scroff Toffee for a sub. Gray the Merchant for a sub as well. Let's go.
Let's rate. Every sub makes Jer cry.
Makes him see there. Jeremy's Racetrack for 5 subs. Go. Shlomo for a sub. Agent Oranges for 3 subs. Evil Dead for a gifted sub. Pride Personified for 5 subs. Halen A. Barrow for 5 subs. Toro Del Cio for a sub. Hank 4720 for a gifted sub as well. Okay. These chocolate
got the-
starfish for 500 kicks.
You got the hang
Render
there?
House
Yeah.
Real.
Let's rate. We got Ballin' Ball Nuts for 5 subs. Oh God.
Jelly King
Oh,
for
God.
another 10 subs.
Wait.
Goldius
It's-
for 10 subs.
Oh my God.
Busted Fuse for 150 subs. Woo! Blink 18220 for a sub. 69 Shades of Grey says, Jer's a fat creep fuck. Please drop Bell Canada. I don't even know if it's my fault tonight. I think
it's my fault. It's 100% my fault.
Amphetamine Enjoyer for a sub. The Landy Lodge just subscribed. That Pie over there for 500 kicks. Don
Jer.
Flurgandy
Hey,
for
Jer.
5 subs.
Hey, Jer,
Winter
you see
Soldier
this?
with a sub. Lime Chan for 5 subs.
Yo! You Jer.
Wake
Great.
up, Jer.
Yeah.
Jelly King for 25
Right.
subs.
Vasselin 13 for 5 subs. Best Buy Bag Truther for a sub.
90 for a sub. Velvet Pancakes for 5 subs. Pee-wee 3 just subscribed. Dream Spirals, Tip of the Spear. Everyone's Weekend for 10 subs. Woo!
Oh my
Huge
God.
support. Let's go.
Hey Jer, how does it make you feel?
Hans Flamenwerfer for 5 subs. We told Jer, if you strike us down, we'll become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. And it was true.
How the do you even breathe after this,
Average Kino Enjoyer for 10
fucking
subs. The Juggler for 5 subs. Adam Carolla for 5 subs.
That's the real Adam
The
Carolla.
Wee 33 for 500 kicks. Rice Patty Master says, you guys are kind of a big deal. Barry says, I love the energy you guys put into this
Thank
shit.
you. Fuck
Keep
yeah.
up the good work.
Oh, Jer.
Slight Rot for a sub. Dark Fister for 1,000 kicks. Moist Cavity Map for 5 subs. Moonfunk for 5 subs. Girthman for a sub. That's gotta be Kane for a sub.
Let's go.
As well.
Casino
Casino
Night
Night
Owl.
Owl. A little early for him for 10 subs.
Jer, that's engagement. That's support. That's love. That's people who want us to keep fucking
Homosexual Operation for 5
Let's
subs.
go! By the way, I saw someone in there asking, they were like, hey, Andy, are you going to do a retro a stream soon? I will on Locals. I will be streaming on Locals tomorrow, by the way, for about 2 to 3 hours. We're almost at the goal. We need like 40 more paid members, and we hit the big milestone over on Locals. I'm going to link it right now, guys. Thank you for the big support. Our editors, the Rumble's exploding. All the views are crazy. All the videos are being moved over to YouTube by a bunch of people, and these channels are blowing the up.
And we
Jer-
got extra
The
Root
Hydra
X
Head.
for a sub.
The Hydra
The
Head.
Hydra
The
heads
Hydra
just
Head
keep growing.
raped him.
Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Let's go!
Live tonight, and here we go. Oh, sorry, live tonight. I'm quartering Maxine today. Sorry, guys, the tech issues and all that. But sub to Locals, guys. It's 10 a month, and you could be in the chat there. You could be in the thing there.
Knife Boy for a sub.
You can also
as
follow
well.
without subbing immediately if you want to just like hang out and then see if you want to be involved in the chat and stuff. So go sign up. We're 40 away from the goal. Let's Jer.
Lambo Calrissian for a sub.
Are we gonna really sit here and he's gonna go, oh, I said I'm sorry.
But he never even said he was sorry.
The restitution must be
Listen,
done.
like he says that he like was forgiven by Jesus. Well, Jesus might forgive you, but I don't.
doesn't
fucker.
forgive him.
Well, no, because Jesus knows it's lies and it's insincere.
Actually,
and I doubt Quartering actually even prayed to Jesus and came before him and asked him for forgiveness. But Quartering's now talking about how he's praying multiple times an hour to the Lord, and he's in deep contemplative, meditative prayer to Christ on the grand mysteries of the universe. And he's now enlightened by Jesus to walk this path of righteousness and shit.
He's the modern day Jesus, by the way.
This is what happens, by the way, like every single time somebody destroys their life, then it's like, I turn to Jesus, so you all have to forgive me. And it's like, how about you actually show by your deeds that you have changed instead of telling us all that you changed? And then 2 days later, we all have to pretend like the egregious bullshit you've been doing never even fucking happened. I'm sorry, but this isn't a proper Christian repentance because you haven't tried at all to apologize publicly to the people that you wronged or make right your wrongs in any way. And he really doesn't admit any wrongdoing to us or anyone else, only to the Lord, which it's just so strange.
Yeah.
Like this weird cop out he's doing with religion where he only answers to Jesus and he doesn't have to answer to his audience. He doesn't have to answer. I mean, there's not very many left, but he doesn't have to answer to us or to anybody else. It's just, he just said that he said sorry to Jesus.
No,
so
you have to say
all of
sorry.
us have to stop making fun of him. It's like, God.
You have to apologize, not to Jesus first. You have to actually apologize to the person like that you hurt, and then show that you're actually sorry, and then apologize to Jesus. You can't go, hey, Jesus, I'm not going to apologize to those guys.
He never even talked to Jesus. It's all just a cloak.
He talks
it's all
to
just
Satan.
a shield. Yeah, exactly.
No, he does.
Well, but he blamed the devil for it. Do you know that he blamed the devil for his behavior during this? He actually says that the devil used Twitter to possess him.
Oh my God.
This is what Mel gave him, was that the devil has been using Twitter as an instrument to turn Jeremy away from Jesus. Like, this is the level of delusion that we're on at this point. Like, stop blaming the supernatural entities of the universe for why you up. It's you that up. It's you that made these choices. It's you that decided to drink the fireball, Jer.
Yeah.
The devil didn't make you do it, okay? Like, I don't even think the devil needed to do much tempting
but
to get you to drink the fireball.
Wait. So if the devil made you do it, you admit you were possessed by the devil and with us? Okay, that makes this worse.
Well, I know,
so
but their whole argument
Satan?
was that, Mel's whole argument is that we were the voices of the devil and we were possessed by him. But apparently it's okay when Jer's possessed by the devil. And that's okay.
Oh my God, Jeremy is
like,
Satan
guys,
confirmed.
It's anything and everything to avoid having to say, I f*** up and I'm going to do better. And this is my plan to do better. Yeah. Like, seriously, it's anything other than accountability. No, it was the devil. Okay, sure thing, Jer. Yeah, it was the Satan. Yeah.
But,
okay,
this is ridiculous. So it's like, there we go. Yeah, it's like, no, Jerry, you don't just get to say,
well, it's like,
Jesus, the devil.
Can we do anything? So, like,
no, Jerry's the devil. He took away someone's
he took away our editor's livelihood, and he's taking away other people's livelihoods as well.
Satan.
Camelot's down to his last strike on YouTube. Raymond got banned for a week off of YouTube just yesterday.
Shocking.
Just a couple days after Jared banned him from his chat. Mikey No More wasn't able to stream for a week, wasn't able to do live streams or make money. There's countless other examples as well of people who called out Jeremy and got strikes and weren't able to work and lost out on income and stuff like this. So cry me a river, man. Cry me a river. Please. You guys are going to see. It's so pathetic. But he's such a worm.
If he's that sorry, call your YouTube rep, tweet out, beg, figure it out, or give our editor the money that you stole from him.
I don't know.
And try to make some restitution. How about this? Give our editor the Jeremy Hambly channel.
How about that?
There. That's
how about that? Or
literally.
How about you take the next month of live stream earnings and give it to our editor? I mean, it wouldn't be anything. It would be like $400.
Flaked would owe him money.
You know, like it's in the fucking toilet. Like I don't know what to say. Like figure it out, Chair. Figure it out, bud. Like come up with something. Like, are you gonna give Flake the Platinum Cross? Are you gonna give him the Cybertruck? Like, what are you gonna give to our editor? I don't even want anything.
Yeah.
But can you give him like the Cybertruck? Can you send it across the ocean so that he can like be pimping in a Cybertruck?
Yeah. Or you just sell it.
I imagine he'd settle for the Ford Raptor, you know, or maybe the tractor. Can we get the tractor?
Listen.
Can we get the like 2 Rolexes?
Yes. 2.
Like at least 2. Like he has like 24 Rolexes. He can't spare 2 Rolexes for Flake.
Yes. Okay, watch this though. If we look at the Jeremy Hambly channel, right? We're gonna pop this open real quick. Okay.
The problem is, like, any of these vehicles are gonna be stained, and the Hambly smell's not gonna come out.
He's gonna cut the brakes. He's gonna cut the brakes.
He cuts the brake, and the editor dies. He's like, finally, I've ended the clip channel once and for all. Like. We're not unreasonable.
Okay, look.
You know, we just want a few Rolex watches and a Cybertruck.
Look,
is it too much to ask for?
Look, this channel, right? Look at these views. They're nothing. Jer, give us this channel, and we'll leave you alone for like a month.
Well, no, we're not going to leave him alone. We're still going to make fun of him,
but not
right.
We're not going to
but I think that it would do. I think it would do a lot to bring down the temperature on the situation.
Sure, yes.
If he was just to make some like concessions in this situation and try, I think honestly, if he really did check himself into rehab for 2 months, I think a lot of people would let this shit go. I really do. I think especially all of the people who aren't like diehard trolls who just want to see him suffer. I think like the Friday Night Tights panel would have a lot of respect for Jeremy if he checked himself into rehab. Nina Infinity would have a lot of respect for him if he checked himself into rehab. Brittany Venti would have a lot more respect for him if he checked himself into rehab. And honestly, like, if he doesn't check himself into rehab, he's probably going to die.
We'll check him into rehab. I'm kidding.
Like, it actually could save his life. Like, in all seriousness.
He's going to die.
Like,
look, guys, his heart can't handle it. The drugs and pills.
You're saying rehab doesn't work. I don't know. Like, it has to be some sort of one of these programs where like they kidnap him and put him in a cabin and tie him to a chair and like force him to dry out, and either he makes it or doesn't. Like, that's the sort of program he needs to go through, where he's just in the middle of nowhere, completely secluded. He can't leave the facility. He has to dry out, break these fucking habits, and then like he might be able to make it. But as of right now, the idea that this guy who's claimed to have quit drinking at least 24 times over the last 10 years and has never succeeded a single time is going to be able to quit drinking when he's under this much pressure and this much strain.
I know how we can all make money off of this. I know how we can all make money off of this. We live in a house with Jer for a month, and where you are a drill instructor,
and I'm like the counselor. Figure it out, Jer.
Yeah, and we wake up with pots and pans. I'll film. I'll film. And you're the drill instructor.
Like, why can't he come up with some creative solutions to this situation?
We call it the poo tank.
Drunk tank?
You like, fish tank, but it's
He felt tank. Something like that. Let's just bring in Frank Castle to beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah,
Frank Castle screaming at him. Shit like that. We have like different tasks for him every day. You got to count out the grains of rice, Jer. You got to fucking listen. We like have Frank Castle take the meanest dump after he ate Taco Bell, and Jer's got to clean the fucking toilet, just like how Hannah Claire had to clean it up. Jer's got to fucking clean it up. Like this is, we have some great ideas.
And then we open the channel. We open a channel for those videos. And then at the end of this whole thing, Flake takes that channel, and then boom, we're all settled.
We put him on the treadmill until his heart explodes.
Yes. Make him read a book. Imagine that. Like you got to finish Catcher in the Rye.
I want to play a game, Jer.
Catcher in the Rye.
This is Jer. You have 2 days to finish reading The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. If you don't complete this book in 2 days and provide an report on it, it's over for you, Jer. You failed and you get nothing. Like, can you imagine the panic when he has to read a children's book?
He's like
inside of 48 hours. Like,
he has to read it out loud too, right? So the chat sees him, right?
Can you imagine he has to read this out loud? He just gets stuck on where he doesn't know the words. I want to see Jeremy Hambly live stream start to finish reading a Harry Potter book, because I don't think he can do it. I don't think he could actually read cover to cover Harry Potter and the Plot
by Luther Morgan.
Yeah, Luther Morgan. I think we get him to do live stream readings of various books to atone. That's probably the worst possible punishment we could ever imagine for this guy. You're gonna earn that college degree, Hambly. You're gonna earn it, boy. Oh,
great ideas. Now look, Ash, if he gives the channel to us, Jeremy Hambly, right? Look at this. Are we going to lose much? Watch this video.
View is getting massive backlash after a bizarre segment they did yesterday in which they said anybody who's having kids under Trump apparently is producing toddler white nationalists or something like that.
Or something like that. Wait, do you know?
Let's just get into it. Everybody. Let's get into it. Let's go into our quartering folder.
Okay, by the way, guys, sub to the locals. Tomorrow, I'm going to watch Raw, all the quartering videos. We have a lot of fun there on the locals. Probably around 8 p.m. tomorrow. Go sub now. We're trying to hit our milestone there. All right, let's get into it. All right.
It's that same folder. Gonna go 0.012 cents for five
subs. Let's go.
First, we didn't cover this on our last show, but apparently Candace Owens is now aware of Jeremy Hambly's hijinks.
You know what?
It's a very surreal moment when Candace Owens is made aware of the flagging of Jeremy Hambly.
And so, okay, may someone clip this and send this to Candace? Hey, Candace, I know we had our beef 8 years ago. You know, I was on coke, losing my mind. You're righteous for this. We need you to tell.
Candace, we love you.
And I'm sorry for the 8 years ago and us.
You are the green M&M of political commentators.
Please unblock me.
Go off, Queen.
Unblock me. We'll figure it out from here, okay? Here we go.
Moderator Marcy writes.
And someone sent it to her. Thank you.
Hey, Candace.
Moderator Marcy, of all people.
Oh my God, Yeah, he's chill.
Moderator Marcy.
I like moderator Marcy. He or she's cool. Yeah.
Moderator Marcy writes, hey, Candace, I know you were covering Nick Shirley today, but I wanted to let you know that the quartering has messed with you on X and is now facing a potential lawsuit involving false flagging and deplatforming other YouTube channels, as well as for doxing and harassment. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Look at her. He's like, what?
She's like, really? That's exciting. I hate that piece of shit. Everybody hates Jer. Everybody hates this guy. Everywhere.
Oh, that. I will look into that. I had no idea.
She's looking into it.
I know nothing about that.
She's looking into it.
Our Candace, she's
got her researchers on it.
You know what?
Can you imagine if Candace Owens said the word Keno Casino? I don't even know.
I would actually just. We would need a week off. We would need a week off. I think. You know.
I don't even know how I could deal with it, buddy. It'd be so fucking okay. So when we were doing our last show on Monday, just hours before the program,
yes,
Sydney Watson leaked a bunch of DMs, or Camelot leaked a bunch of DMs with Sydney Watson exposing Jeremy Hambley. She did an interview about it. In these DMs, it's revealed that Quartering has been blackmailing her, threatening her for years. Sydney Watson, during the phone call with Camelot, admits that she's scared of Jeremy Hambley, the reprisals that he might do, that it's mutually assured destruction. She talks about how she has recordings of Jeremy Hambley drunk, doing all sorts of crazy. Let's have a look at these DMs.
Okay.
So that's Camelot says.
Is the blue, right?
Yes. Okay. Says Quartering called one of my buddies on the phone, another streamer. And I think this person is Tim Pool, to be honest.
Whoa, oh, yeah.
I think
Tim Pool actually sponsored his car, remember?
Yes. I think that it's Tim Pool that Quartering confided this information into. That's just purely speculation on my part.
Yeah.
But I think it finally makes sense, because I don't think he would tell this stuff. We thought, was it an editor? Was it a family friend? So here we've learned it's another streamer. And I think the only other streamer that Quartering would tell this to would be Tim Pool. Okay.
Yeah.
And told Tim, that's my insertion, that he was broke and being forced to stream because of Rumble. My buddy said he was incredibly drunk. I'm not surprised. And barely could make out his words, implying he was going bankrupt.
How are you guys going today?
Anyway, Sydney says he's such a liar.
Wow.
Which we all know is true.
Yep.
So Sydney says, the funny thing is, when he approached me to work and stream together, I told him I wouldn't work with another alcoholic.
Whoa.
So the word was out on the street, even back then, 4 or 5 years ago, that Quartering was a full-blown alcoholic, and she didn't want to have to work with another alcoholic. But at that time, she was completely desperate. She had just lost a really high-paying job with the Blaze. Her name was getting dragged through the mud, even though she was in the right. And it's obvious now in hindsight that Elijah Schaffer is a sex pest, that Elijah Schaffer is a creep.
He's
and
a lot of things, actually.
And a predator, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
The clip of him
when it comes to Elijah.
He was threatening his ex-wife like just 3 days ago. Oof.
She didn't have many options. And so even though Quartering was an alcoholic and he had a bad reputation, she saw this as one of the only opportunities we had. And she's going to talk about how this is a pattern of behavior with Quartering, where he preys upon vulnerable women that are in a bad spot, that aren't financially independent, and then he tries to twist them and mold them into his own sick, perverted image. Okay. So she says, I told him I wouldn't work with another alcoholic, and if he wanted to team up, he had to be sober. He agreed, and it quickly fell apart. No doubt it quickly fell apart. This guy said he quit drinking, and 2 days later, we caught him in his hand on live stream, a bottle of Fireball. Okay?
Can you not at least wait till your show's done to crack the beer open? Can you just put it down for a minute? Like, calm down.
And I think that's part of the reason why he's moving his show to 9 a.m. is so that after the show, he can just be blackout drunk all day long.
That's actually a great theory. I think it's actually true.
So here we go. Oh my God, I saw that. Well, maybe he shouldn't be a predator. Sydney Watson describes Quartering blatantly as a predator, somebody that preys on women. She says, if I say anything, his entire house of cards comes down.
Ooh.
So why won't she reveal everything?
Well, she's afraid.
A predator. That's the thing. She's afraid. Quartering is blackmailing her, threatening her. It's my personal belief that Quartering, as these DMs were being leaked, contacted Sydney Watson and said that he would ruin her life or her family's lives, or he would sue her in order to get her to withdraw certain statements here that were particularly damaging to him. Now, Sydney Watson has DM'd Andy and said that that's not the case. But the thing is, if you are being blackmailed and threatened, you aren't going to admit you're being blackmailed and threatened, are you?
Also, it's the implication. It is the implication, because Quartering has already stated in the past about lawsuits and lawfare regarding, slander or whatever, even though this is all true stuff, by the way.
Now, she says, I know some about his personal life that makes everything make sense. I will repeat. She knows some shit about Quartering's personal life that makes everything make sense.
We
can only speculate.
She never told me any of this, but
what's the implication of that? That's the implication, right? That him and his wife are separated or have an open marriage of some kind.
I would, she didn't tell me this, but that's the biggest thing. And plus, everything makes sense. All the clues would make sense to that statement.
And then she says, because I'm not sure how I feel about publicly exposing that, I've said nothing. Now, this is just my opinion, but if somebody is a predator and is preying on women, and you have information that will lead to their downfall and them no longer being able to prey on women, as a proud feminist, you should come out and fully expose that person and end their ability to prey on women. And I don't think that's a crazy stance. Now, people say to me, well, PPP, because I was pissed off when she didn't fully expose him. Well, you're not the one being threatened. It's not your family's lives that are at risk, that they might be ruined or whatever. You don't know exactly what he's threatening.
God knows what she told him, that maybe something about her family or partner.
Yes. And we all know that he's willing to use anything and everything to smear people and ruin their lives, and what the retaliation might be on his part. And by the way, he's refusing to address any of this. He's pretending like this didn't happen. If he's really innocent in all of this, and he's not a predator, and he didn't do anything wrong, anything untowards towards Sydney Watson, Quartering should come out and burn this whole thing to the ground and expose her accusations as fraudulent and force the issue and clear his name. Because as of right now, we have a woman that worked with Quartering for a long period of time, that's highly credible, that's got 1 million subscribers on YouTube, a sizable audience, that in private communications is describing him as a predator and saying that she knows about his personal life that can bring his entire house of cards down. Jeremy Hambly, though, sleeps, is silent, won't clear his name, and you have to wonder why. I think it's because he's 100% guilty, and in this situation, if he presses the issue, he'll be completely felted and lose everything.
Well, she might be like, okay, well, if you're going to lie about this, then here's the DMs or whatever right? And again, I believe when she says mutually assured destruction, I believe he just knows about personal stuff that she doesn't want revealed. That's basically what it is.
Well,
right?
I think he knows her address. I think he knows
or someone's name of a family. Yeah.
Names of family members and stuff like that. And he will leak it and attack those people.
Well, and also he's been using alts on Twitter and on all these websites, right? To try to get into places and say things.
He probably knows the identity of who she's in a relationship with.
Yeah, exactly. And then he might go on
wants to protect
and
that.
then post it there. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, by the way, DSP Historical Society shirt for 15 subs. 20 subs, actually. Sorry, 20.
Support.
And 1-2 cents for 5 subs. Thanks, guys. We really appreciate it. And not Jeremy Hambly for 6 subs. Let's go. I don't know if we thanked Platty Stein also for a sub and Phantom Felted for a sub. Thank you. All right, let's continue. Here we go.
So she says, actually, one thing I do want on the record is that despite the lies Jeremy told, I was the only person who never got paid a single cent when the Publica was happening.
Wait.
So Jer apparently had her do all this work for free and never paid her one nickel or one dime for all of the hundreds of hours of work that she put in. She says Jeremy might have fronted the whole thing financially, but also every dollar went to him. And he's tried to say that Sydney Watson stole $250,000 from him. That's his contention, which he's not litigating right now. And you got to wonder why. Why is he not fighting back against these claims? Why is he just allowing this to stand if it's not true? So she says, when I asked to see the books, he'd give me the runaround. Or when I asked if I could buy him out, he kept insisting I give him $100,000 or $200,000. He'd pull these random numbers out of his ass. So very shady in his business dealings and practices. But I mean, we didn't need Sydney Watson to tell us that. We could all see it for ourselves.
You know, yeah. Oh, shit.
Then Camelot says $250,000 and then betraying him. What a fuck face. Sydney says that's insane and never happened. And then Camelot says, this is why you need to come on. I mean, the mad shit. He's talked about you.
But when did he say $250,000? I think he said it like in October.
He did a couple different, I think it was like last year. He was complaining about Sydney Watson in the Publica. And then just last month, I think it was, when he rebranded the Publica as Quartering News
that video.
Daily.
Hey guys.
And he made that video explaining it again and threw her under the bus again, which, you know, like, why would you do that? Because now, again, you pissed her off again and she's coming out to expose you.
Well, he thinks he's a king and he could just do whatever he wants. A mafia boss. He's a mafia boss and he can, all this.
So she said, what caused me to start to distance myself and dislike him immensely actually had to do with my tea company. When I was gearing up to launch, he said he'd do my fulfillment from his third-party logistics. Now, you just got to ask why he volunteers that, you know, like all this assistance. Milady, allow me to save you on my white horse and come in, milady. Well, it was because he was planning to scam her and grift her.
Big scam.
It was a big scam. By the way, we got DSP Historical Society shirt for 20 subs.
Let's go. Big support, man.
They had a lot of phone conversations about cost, etc. He said he wasn't trying to make money off of me, and I said, great. Like, obviously, he was trying to make money off of you. And with a lot of this stuff, like, I don't know if you're just naive or you just...
Maybe she actually believed. I mean, like, again, I'm into manipulation. He's done this to people in the past. He does seem like a genuine guy when you do talk to him privately. But it's all snakery. It's all mask. He has a mask on. And he's trying to... Or maybe he did want to help her. But then he's like, I'm going to squeeze a little penny off this bitch. You know what I mean? Like,
let's continue. So we'll see how this story went.
Let's go. Right, there we go.
So I said, great. Maybe we can help you get better shipping rates for your coffee with the increased quantity of shipments, including my tea. I don't expect people to make $0. I understand it's a business, but I thought it was so cool.
Okay, so cool.
That he did that. Anyway, it didn't turn out like that at all. Without boring you with the details, the 3PLs charge anywhere from 50 cents to maybe $1.75 per item to pack and ship. Usually it'll be like $1 for the first item and then 30 to 70 cents for every item after. So say someone was packing a 4-pack of my tea, they'd charge $1, then say 50 cents times 3, $2.50 for the whole package. So the third-party logistics charge you for everything, building boxes and then adding the items to the boxes and then shipping them.
Details already bored me. Let's continue.
I know. So we talked a bunch before we decided to go with Jeremy's, and it was really because he was my friend. And we had a handshake agreement that he wouldn't me over. Well, serves you right.
Oh,
you trusted a Jer. You trusted a Jer, lady. What were you thinking? So they agreed on $2.50 per box. That's all the items in the box. It would cost $2.50, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Wait, is that double?
Per completed box, he ended up charging me $2.50
per
item.
Wait.
So for a 4-pack of tea, that was just $10 just to pack, plus $8 to ship. So she's in it for $18 instead of $2.50.
So she's making almost, like a quarter off her tea.
Yeah. Well, almost 10 times what he said it would cost to ship it is what he actually delivered on. And it's going to bleed her completely dry financially.
Well, she's still doing the tea company, by the way. So she figured out another way, obviously a non-scam way to do this, obviously.
Even in the most expensive places, she says $2.50 per item is insane. His dudes get paid $15 an hour. That's all Jer is paying these people is $15 an hour. What a bum, buddy. So 1.5 of my boxes would pay for one of his guys for an hour. Everything else is eventually just profit. So my first bill from him was lunacy, and it was her entire profit margin. So Jer stole all of the profits for himself and left her with nothing, no margins at all.
Yo,
is anybody surprised?
Yo, this is like a lawsuit worthy.
Yeah, so Jer ripped her off and then claimed that she was the one who stole from him.
No contract, though. It sucks.
When I asked him about it, he said, you should have structured your business better. Whoa, buddy.
What he meant by that, actually, he's not wrong. What he meant by that is,
my God,
you should have not worked with me. You should have worked with someone who knew what the they were doing.
You should have actually used your brain and not trusted a Jer. Yeah.
He's the new J word. Instead of saying Jew, now Jer.
She says, trying to explain the tea thing is hard because people need to understand how fulfillment works, and they probably glaze over listening. Yeah, it was the case with Andy. He's like, I don't give a you know? But the fact is, he was prepared to her over so hard over a few bucks and then told her to structure her business better when the whole structure of it was being provided by Jer.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. You should have figured it out better. Like, you said you would help me. What the
And that was the vibe. Thanks for the money. And she says it broke her spirit. And she says, you know, extra why I hate him. Well, YouTubers already get a bad name when they launch a product because it really usually is totally hands off and fully controlled by a third party. His included. So there she is saying that Jeremy's coffee is drop shipped.
It is. Well,
that it's all handled by a third party company. Now,
how much evidence do we need?
We all know that this is the case. And she was working with him directly and confirms here that it was drop ship coffee run by a third party. Now, in her interview with Camelot, she walks back that statement, but I believe that was under duress of potential litigation from Jeremy or threats of life ruination. I tend to trust what she was saying here in private over the clarification she made on the phone call. But regardless of whether she actually knew or not that it was drop shipped, we all know that it's actually drop shipped. And this to me is just another nail in the coffin. Like, it's already dead. We're beating a dead horse on this.
Nail in the coffin. Imagine a coffin with 10,000 nails.
You've got just like a nail gun just going.
Pum, 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 pum.
You know what I mean? Like
It's a coffin
just-
made of
it's
nails.
just every week, like the coffin itself is made of fucking nails. Like it's an Iron Maiden for fuck's sake. Anyway,
I'm gonna AI that, by the way. Go ahead.
So his included. She says mine is not. I literally do everything, and people associate this with the Jeremys of the world. The reason I don't put my T mentions in every video I do is because I desperately do not want to be like him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't think anyone does, to be fair.
No, he's a failure. She says it actually stresses me out, and I don't want to be known for always being in. And lastly, here it is. Bro has threatened to sue me, leak DMs, and threatened me a lot. So he's constantly blackmailing her, threatening her to maintain her silence. So you know right well, if that's happening to Sydney Watson, what do you think's happening to Hannah Claire Brimelow right now? What do you think's happening to Melanie Mack in private right now?
Even Chrissy Mayer.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think's happening to Chrissy Mayer? Why do you think they're all so desperate to sweep for him? It's because the exact same thing is going on. Jeremy knows where they live. He says he has their tax information, all this sort of stuff. He knows stuff behind the scenes about their personal lives, and he's willing to weaponize it against these women in order to keep them silent against him. And up until now, it's worked. And in this situation with Sydney Watson, it's half worked because we've gained a lot of information from this situation, but Sydney Watson isn't willing to go all the way and go scorched earth because she knows there's going to be significant retaliation from Jeremy Hambly.
Yeah.
So now we have somebody described by Sydney Watson as a predator that's still being allowed to prey on women because the women he's preying on are so scared to confront him. And this is a disgusting situation that's just happening in broad daylight.
This is crazy. Oh, wait. DSP
I said-
Society, sure. For
50
5-0. Let's go. Big support
subs.
here. Wow. And he is now beating Busted Fuse on the weekly there. That's
and
crazy.
we got DSP Lou
Thank you.
Cypher, much like Mr. Bonnell.
Thank you,
She didn't
guys.
read the fine print. Perhaps she'll get a happy ending as Phil did with the sodomy and all.
By the way, I have
And
to
we got
say,
a bunch of followers here. And DSP Historic Society sure for 20 subs as well. I'm not
Ziggy
sure if we
this
shut it down.
week. Yeah. DSP Historical Society, Busted Fuse, Jelly King, all Tolerator. I can thank you all for days and days. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right, let's keep
Okay.
going. Go. Oh, wait. Did we read that one?
So, yeah,
Apologies
so
for
she
venting,
for venting
Yeah.
she's for venting
Okay.
at him.
Yep.
And then Camelot asks, I do wonder, did he ever imply or do anything creepy? Like in those drunk calls or anything? Thinking back to the Ren Fair stuff and how he acts. And Sydney says, yes.
Is that
He was a
Camelot?
creep. That was my dressed up theatrical version. I do declare.
I do declare. Old 70 Sam.
Yeehaw! She says, yeah, not sure I want this stuff shared. Haha. Well, it's being shared. But when we first met in 2021, he was in Dallas for some event and we all went to a bar. I met a dude that night who I went on to date, and that guy and I talked the whole time. I drove Jeremy back to his hotel, probably because Jeremy was blackout drunk, right?
Okay.
With two other people in the car. And the whole time he was going on and on about how he wanted to fight the guy I was talking to and basically saying he'd fight him for me. Ooh, creepy simp alert. Creepy beta simp alert. Oh, no.
I'll fight for you, Sydney. I'm your friend. You know I love you.
Fine. You know I won't let him have you.
I'll take him.
My girl. Oh,
Buddy,
beat his
that-
ass.
To be a fly on the wall. Oh my God.
Oh my God. She says, I'm a massive prude. I freely admit this. She doesn't like sex talk. She's super weirded out by it all. I don't want to know, don't want to share about it. So him being sexual was always really alarming to me.
Alarming.
Yeah. especially after all my Elijah stuff. But yeah, I perceived what he was doing, at least in the early days, as hitting on me because it's obvious that's what it is. And she made it super clear that she was not interested.
Okay.
And, she says here he's awful. You don't see it at first because of his nice guy. He's a nice guy, huh?
Cringing, bro.
Ooh, married guy, by the way, everyone. Married guy.
Yeah.
But eventually the mask slips and you realize he's a money-obsessed, insane person who is so unhinged and untethered from reality. And Sydney Watson acts as though, and a lot of people, including myself, have made this mistake of saying he's entirely motivated by money. But I think he's actually motivated more by cooming and like getting female attention and validation.
Also clout.
And creeping out women in clout. He wants the money and the clout so that he can blow it all on simping for women and cooming.
Yes.
Like that's what this actually is.
Yeah. And the clout thing makes sense because he brags about his YouTube views when he knows he's using shorts and purchasing ads. But he thinks he's a big deal because of the clout, but it's all fake, obviously. There we go.
Next slide.
Yep, there we go.
She says, I want to be the sort of internet person who doesn't do and just having been involved with him shortly, I am now forever connected to and I hate it.
Oof. Oh.
And then he once called her the destroyer. And I don't think he realizes how true that is.
Whoa!
Whoa, buddy! Cock destroyer alert! Cock destroyer alert! What did she mean by this? Like, and she knows stuff about his private life that would bring down his house of cards, and she's the cock destroyer.
Or is it because of all the recent stuff? But I think it's
I don't know. I think the implication is
she knows something.
She knows that he is a cock,
In her opinion, she never told me anything.
But like she'll deny that, but like the implications of this stuff are pretty clear to me. And then Camelot says you're living up to the name.
You're living up to the name.
Now, I just wanted to give this quick overview. Elijah Schaffer and Sydney Watson were co-hosts of the conservative podcast You Are Here on Blaze TV. Watson sued Blaze Media and alleged harassment by Schaffer, claiming he was misogynistic and abusive, leading to a lawsuit that was settled in 2024. Schaffer was later fired from the Blaze following accusations of physical assault against another employee. So I bring all of this up to point out that Sydney Watson, in this interview with Camelot that I clipped up, says that Jeremy is the same sort of person as Elijah Schaffer. So if you say he's a predator and he's the same sort of person as Elijah Schaffer, these are pretty serious accusations. Do you know what I mean? And these accusations actually need to be answered. And the evidence needs to be dropped exposing this person. If you believe that he's on the same level as Elijah Schaffer, and by the way, the allegations of Elijah Schaffer against Elijah Schaffer have now gone far, far beyond what happened at the Blaze. So to say, as she's going to say here in this interview, that Jeremy Hambly's the same sort of person as Elijah is a very damning statement. Okay, so let's get into this.
All right. From Camelot with Sydney Watson, here we go.
And that kind of goes for the things that I know about Jeremy too. There's no world, and the people in my DMs asking me, I'm never going to say anything because I said this in my video about Elijah Schaffer, where I made the point that a lot of this is mutually assured destruction, and there's nothing really in my life. Like, I'm bored.
Like, this is the thing. Like, she says it's mutually assured destruction to expose Jeremy Hambly. What does that mean?
Well, it honestly means he's got all her personal info, and she's a very private person, right?
And so he's willing to do
whatever.
I feel like she's kind of backpedaling at this point because she doesn't want this guy to destroy her lives and her family members' lives.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, right? you have to decide, are you in for exposing this person or are you out? And these half measures of like DMing with Camelot about it, and then you're not sure if you want to be a part of it. It's like once you reveal this stuff to the world, I feel like you have
side. We're all on your side.
You I feel like you have to go all the way. And I understand there's a lot of pressure against her. I understand she's being threatened. I understand that she's scared. But this guy is obviously a disgusting creep, and he should be fully exposed to the sunlight. And the thing is, when you come out and stand against him, then others will come out and speak against him as well. You're not alone in this situation. We all want to support you, no matter what happens and what Jeremy reveals. It just further proves what a scumbag he is. But I do understand what a spot that she's in.
No half measures, no quarter measures. Yeah.
There's nothing really in my life that I want to hide or anything like that, but I will never go after somebody's personal life like that. So I just want to clarify that. I think having to deal with two of the same kind of man back to back was pretty awful.
Two of the same kind of man. Two of the same kind of man.
Yep.
Saying that Jeremy is the same as Elijah Schaffer. I think that's a very damning statement. I think that that's brutal.
This is not a me too, by the way. This is a me poo. Fucking God damn, I'm on fire.
Well, and granted, I put myself in that situation. I just want to be left alone. Thing is, yes, I did record conversations. It's obviously so taboo in our industry.
She's recorded. So this is the thing, right? You recorded these conversations. You say it's taboo to do that in this industry, right? But you've just revealed to everybody in the industry that you record conversations. So you may as well release the conversations.
Well,
like, I don't know what to say. Like, don't tell people that you've recorded conversations if you don't want to be known as recording conversations, and then be like, I'm not going to release the conversation. Like, what's on these tapes? Like, what is going on exactly?
Well, the idea was he would say stuff to her, and then the next day say he didn't say that. So she was recording it in case he tried to like legally fuck her and go, no, we had this conversation, I guess. But I don't know. Let's continue.
That, again, these are not things I'm going to be putting on the internet.
I'm going to be real, by the way. Everyone, when you talk to Jer, everyone hit record. Yeah. I don't even care if you're in a state where you're not allowed to do it. Still do it.
Me to listen back to because he made me feel crazy. It was just a thing where I was like, oh, this guy's saying one thing, on an 11 o'clock call at night when he's drunk off of his head. And then I'd be like, wait a minute, you said all this stuff last night. And then the next day he'd phone and be like, I never said that. And so I just felt like I was losing my mind.
And everybody feels the same way, by the way. Because it's not even like private one-on-one phone conversations now where he does this. He publicly tweets all of this crazy drunk out of his mind, then deletes all of the and then tells all of us the next day that it never happened.
And we're actually the devil and we're crazy, we're making it up and we're lying. And it's like you have to have everything screenshotted and recorded when you're working with him. You have to.
Yes.
And
I just find it funny, like she said from... Yeah, go ahead.
She felt crazy. This is a victim statement from women who were beat. I felt like I was in the wrong because they're gaslit, right?
Yes, well, that's what the thing is. Quartering gaslit her and made her feel crazy about the whole situation, which is what he does to everybody. That's one of his most common tactics.
I was at my lowest when he and I started working together.
You saw that Rin.
And that's the thing too, is he picks up these women who are basically out of the women's shelter. Don't worry, I'll give you a job.
I think I clipped Sydney talking about this, but it's, Hannah Claire Brimlow was fired from Tim Pool. He scoops in to get her when she's at her lowest point and she doesn't have other options. Melanie Mack, burned all of her bridges and nobody really wanted her. He brought Melanie Mack in. Same thing with Sydney Watson coming off the Blaze. It's a pattern of behavior, and we're going to see it with Lauren Southern. When Lauren Southern didn't have any options, Jeremy tried to scoop her up for a paltry $200 a week.
Wait, what? Who?
Yeah. Quartering offered Lauren Southern a job working for him, like as the Hannah Claire, like, but only offered her
a week.
200 a week. You make more than that at Walmart.
What the?
You know what I mean? Like, what
That's crazy. Because Lauren Southern's out, out of the industry and sort of got felted, and so he's like, oh, I'll just pay her 200 a week, and then I'll try to. Like, you're a creep, man. Like, Jer, what the?
Clip. Like, what was your impression of it?
I just thought, why would you behave like that in public?
Yeah.
He's like that dude. He's like that dude from Split. Remember that movie Split?
Yeah.
That's who he is.
Was the one where we go into a bar, a big group of us. I was chatting to a bloke that I ended up dating. He and I just met that night. And yeah, on the way home, Jeremy was telling me that he's going to beat this guy up and he's going to fight him. And I was like, what's giving you this indication that you're going to fight another man to, I guess, for me, like not for me as on behalf of me, but for me as in to conquer, to take the woman back to cave. Like that was the vibe. And I was like, dude, I don't know what's giving you the indication that this is acceptable behavior, because at that point,
what is this Historical Society for 60 subs? Let's go. Big support. Thank you so, bro. You rule.
You know, he'd been cool. Like, you know, he'd been someone who I was talking to about other relationships. We'd sort of talked about bits and bobs to do with our personal lives and things. And I was like, oh, this is like a friend. This is a friend, not someone who's interested in me. And that was when I was like, oh Christ, no, sir, no. I know he's got
the friend zone, nice guy, Jer. You're never getting like, but like, this is the thing. You're a married man in a supposedly happy marriage, even though you've admitted you're not happy in the marriage, and you have fantasies of leaving your wife all behind to move into a 2-bedroom apartment by yourself. And you talked about how you don't even care about spending time with your wife. And he's talked about how he'd be okay with only spending an hour with his wife a week. Like, it's obvious that that relationship is on the rocks, or that Jer is just like completely open with his infidelity, because it's not just Sydney Watson. It's a lot of these women he tries to make moves on. And then he pretends like it didn't happen with Melanie Mack when we all saw it with our own eyes at AmFest for all to see. Like, this is just the way it is with him.
Buddy,
that someone else sent him private DMs of mine that I had with a former friend that she sent him to get at me, and I know that he's gonna probably post them, and it is what it is. Yeah, I don't mind explaining things.
I just don't understand why she would even be worried about that, because at this point, everyone's reaction to those DMs is going to be based, and she was definitely telling the truth when she was felting Jer and venting about Jer to her friend. So I'm not even sure why she's concerned about those getting leaked at this point. Years and years after the fact.
I personally think everyone will be on her side no matter what on this situation, because obviously Jer, everyone. So it's not like we're going to be like, maybe he didn't hurt. Like, come on.
Not infallible. I've done dumb crap that I'm not proud of. But, you know, when you read private DMs without context and things, you know, people then make their own decisions about what happened. So I don't mind. Like, I'm not trying to hide anything. But as far as getting into his personal life, I'm not going there, because I just think that
like
shit.
You are. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be sympathetic and I want to be on her side, but it sounds to me like there's something to this that she's not really explaining. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
She's scared of Jer?
Like, other people can speculate, but for me, because again, like, this is a person I was friends with. Do I know things about his personal life? Yes. Does he know things about mine? Also, yes. And so
there we go. That's it right there.
There it is.
And she knows that Jer, he does the dirtiest tactics, and he does woke tactics, like getting people's channels removed and flagging. And also, he would be happy to reveal all her personal info.
But like with Sydney, it's like, you can't go in halfway with this stuff. Once you make the decision that you're going to go in with this stuff, you got to go in. And you could have stayed on the side. You could have stayed on the sidelines with this. But the moment you give this stuff to Camelot and give him permission to go ahead and read it to the world, like, you're in. you're in for a penny, in for a pound at this point.
All right, Sydney,
And
let's go. Let's release everything. Let's release the audio. Let's release the tapes. They should just DM her and go, release the tapes to us right now, please.
I think that she should do the right thing if she thinks that this guy is dangerous, which I think she obviously does. But that's not up to us. That's up to her. But like this idea that I can't be critical at all of any of the things she says or have any skepticism of the way that she's conducted herself during this, I think is kind of.
It's fair for you to feel like that, 100%.
You know what I mean?
Like it's sort of like why even jump into this if this was what, but it's sort of like, it's like she wants to felt him, but like the fear.
What she wants is to be able to smear him, but only so far as that he won't retaliate. So she wants to have her cake and eat it too.
That's
and
fair.
I just don't really think it works that way. Like, I feel like when you come forward with this sort of stuff, you should come forward all the way with the receipts or don't come forward at all. And this idea that you get to pick and choose how much of the drama you're involved in once you insert yourself into the drama, like, I just think that that's ludicrous. Like,
that's fair. Fair statement, 100%.
What is your impression of Jeremy Hamlin?
You know what we need? We need one of these girls to be like, here's 1.8 gigabytes worth of audio. Here's every DM. Here's all the business deal. Here's the contract he sent me. We need one person to just leak it all.
I don't want to I'm going to suggest this, and I don't even know if it's true, but it can come across to people like you're drip feeding this stuff as a way to grift and milk off of it for years. Like, if you have stuff that's going to lead to this guy's house of cards collapsing, come forward with it. Like, otherwise you're just drip feeding it for attention or I don't know what. Do you know what I mean?
Like, is there not one person who's like worked with him who's willing to like go, listen, here's the... Well, I know Lauren Southern did, so...
I don't know. People are saying it's not going to look good to pressure her, but like...
We're not pressuring. We're just suggesting.
I'm just saying, like, people are going to look at it a certain way, right?
If
like,
she doesn't, it's up to her. I mean, like, we're not going to, like, we're not Jer. We're not going to...
Somebody's saying they don't even think the House of Cards is him being, it's something more serious. And it could be, I don't know.
I really think he's one of these like nice guy TM people who swoops in when people are.
That's worse than being like, oh, I scammed her.
Brutal.
Is that worse than being I scammed her?
That's brutal.
Nice guy TM meaning like, oof. One of those guys.
At their absolute lowest. Like, if you look at his progression of quote unquote co-hosts, they're mostly women or mostly people who he scooped up when they were having the time of their life. Yep. He grabbed me up when I was coming off the back of working with the human embodiment of Caligula, and he was like, hey, do you want to come work with me and do streams with me? And I was at my lowest. He knew I was at my lowest, and I felt like, oh, someone's finally being nice to me. I think you can probably say the same about some of these other women that he's worked with, getting fired by Tim and turfed by Tim, and he came along and was like, well, let me save you. And like that would be so noble and so wonderful if it wasn't perhaps a manipulation tactic. And I think that's what's so troublesome about this behavior is you have this nice guy who on a long enough timeline actually demonstrates to you that he actually doesn't give a about you. He cares about money. I think it's really wonderful.
Well, I would add to that,
also,
and perving on these women and sexually gratifying himself by talking about poo stories in front of them and drinking breast milk and wiki feet and all sorts of weird, gross stuff.
If I'm in Discord with her long enough, she's going to fall for me and come to... He was talking about building a compound for Hannah and
Mel to move in and live with him. And talking about he wasn't joking. You know what I mean? Like, he was dead serious about that.
Yeah. Ziggy 89 for 10,000
10,000 kicks, says base take PPP.
It is base, what you said, you know?
I don't know. Like at some point, somebody has to actually just be like honest in how this all comes across. Like, and not just be like, oh, my lady, I believe. Like, I just have some skepticism of how like innocent and all of like, I don't know.
If you are somebody who has some sort of enlightenment and you're like, yep, I want to, become a Christian or whatever it is for legitimate reasons. But if you're just wearing Christianity as a skin to stop people from criticizing you and you're using it as a shield, I think that's so embarrassing. And this happens so much in right-wing politics. Not that Jeremy is necessarily in right-wing politics, but he's kind of adjacent. No. I can't speak to whether or not he's a Christian or not. I don't know. Maybe he truly is. But I do find it, the timing is always so interesting to me when people come under attack for very legitimate reasons. And then their immediate turnaround is to say, oh, I'm a Christian, you can't criticize me.
Yes.
Oh, I read my.
And that's annoying. Okay.
It really is.
I'm Catholic. Like Ashton was a preacher for it's like, and by the way, as a Christian, as a religious person, aren't you supposed to like really call out the negative?
You're supposed to be held to a higher
standard. Exactly.
If you're going to be publicly proclaiming and championing the faith and a winner of souls, you have to be held to a higher standard. You actually have to be an example. And the thing is, neither myself or Andy are claiming to be champions of the Christian faith.
Definitely not. Yeah.
Calling people to repentance and stuff like that. Whereas Melanie Mack and Jeremy Hambly, they are doing that, right? And then when they don't live up to their own standards, when Chrissy Mayer doesn't live up to her own standards and admits to lying, which she's now fully admitted to now, but said it was for Venti's own good, which is twisted. And then we try and hold them to account to these standards. You can't do that because Jesus. No, I'm sorry. It's not an infinite get out of jail free card. Part of repentance and being forgiven is taking responsibility for your actions and properly repenting and no longer doing them. And we haven't seen that at all. We've just seen double down after triple down. It's ridiculous.
And also, too, we could just take that statement they made, right? And watch any of their current live streams or videos when Quartering's like, oh, this person at Walmart deserves, and you're like, whoa, I thought you were a Christian. Don't you have to forgive? Don't you have to be, you know what I mean? Like, you could just use that for everything that he does, right?
By the way, we got Bob Fishman for 5 subs. World Changer Real for 5 subs. Sunset for 2,000 kicks says she's playing the babe in the woods with Jeremy, but she already had an incident with Elijah. It doesn't make sense to me. Well, you'd figure if this has happened to you before and this has happened to you like a second time, you wouldn't want other women to have to go through this. And as somebody that's like an avowed feminist champion, I just don't really understand letting someone like this off the hook and not just exposing everything. And I know that makes me a monster for asking people to hold up to their own ideals that they profess. But I don't think that makes me a monster. I think that just makes me consistent, to be honest. So
do you think that, like, and also, do we really think, like, is Jared going to actually sue her? No,
he doesn't have the money for it at this point.
And also, like, sue for what? For her, just, like, just the
revealing the truth? Like,
and then, like what,
it's going to completely destroy his life. But again, we don't know what's all in there.
True.
Why she's remained silent for so long. But now you've brought this to the public's attention, but we're not supposed to ask questions about any of it and just blindly believe you and blindly believe your side and everything was innocent and there's nothing to see here. But then why are you holding back? Why don't you want the whole truth to come out, you know? And then it's if you ask those questions, then you're throwing a woman under the bus and you're, trying to hurt her. And that's not really the case. I'm just trying to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people. And I'm also trying to make sure that Jeremy Hambly is destroyed. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, I want him held accountable for the things that he's done. But if he didn't do this greasy shit with Sydney, then his name should be cleared, do you know? And so, like, let's find out the actual truth in this situation, because we're already here.
And this also has the same statement can be used for Luke, for Hannah, for Mel. And it's like with Hannah, it's like, really, you're gonna actually just put your head in the sand forever? And like, I know it's like the meme was like free Hannah Claire or whatever, but it's like, should she be like completely free when she's like backed him for every step?
Like that's the thing, right? Like, how much absolution are we going to offer to people who were a part of this entire greasy, slimy grift, who kind of, in my opinion, did know that they were simping out Jeremy Hambly? Because it's like, he's offering me all of this stuff. Like, why do you think he's offering you this? Well, I'm just an innocent babe in the woods and I don't know anything about the way the world works. And okay.
All right. Hey, Melanie Mac. You ever hear the story of Adam and Eve? Bish? This bitch took the apple.
No Beggars Gaming for 2,000 kicks says she jacked off his mini micro for 250 kicks. No, I don't think that happened.
Definitely not.
I don't think so. I don't think there's any amount of money that would actually, and that's the thing, they don't have to do that. All they have to do is pretend to be his friend and maybe go along with his flirting, and the money flows just as much as if they had his, because that's what a pathetic simp mark Jeremy Hambly is.
Yeah.
But who knows what's really going on behind the scenes? Like, he's been creepy with so many women, and I just want the whole thing blown up. I want the whole thing exposed. I don't know. And that's got to be Kane. Says, I don't like how this woman implies things without clarification. Then when someone speaks on it, she walks it back. Comes across disingenuous.
Fair.
That's got, very fair. Okay, let's continue here.
Okay. And thanks everyone for the big support.
I go to church. Okay, bitch, then act like a Christian. And stop this silliness on the internet and actually act like a Christian.
Yes! Thank you.
Is there a part of you, or a large part of you, or a small part of you that's like legitimately kind of afraid of Jeremy, do you think?
That sigh was all we needed to hear.
It really says it all, doesn't it? And she's going to say, yeah. And she is scared of Jeremy. And, you know, this is how he gets away with this stuff for so long, is he threatens people's real lives. He threatens people with life ruination. He did it to us. He came to us and said that he would ruin our lives and take everything that we had if we didn't comply with his demands. And we said, you and off. But we're also men, you know, and it's a little bit different when you're a woman to be able to make those sort of, no, fuck you, I'm going to stand where I am. And, you know, I understand, like, she's scared and she, you know, doesn't want to have her life ruined or things be fucked with. So I am sympathetic to a certain extent. Yeah. But then when you get involved in this part way, I feel like you have an obligation to finish the situation.
Look, I'm very sympathetic too, but here's what people have to understand. The people who have any, like, the revealing dirt on him, what you have to understand is the entire internet minus 0.01% of people, 99.99% of people will stand with you because he's already been exposed. It's like, now it's just clarifications. It's just like, okay, more proof and really like putting the final nail, right? But like, it's not like you're revealing something and there's like I know there'll be a massive backlash.
This is the best time possible. There will never be a better time to come out with everything. And that's why she came out part way like she did, because she knows that she was testing the waters on it. Mm-hmm. And maybe Jeremy started threatening her. Maybe she received DMs from people and she realized what it would actually mean to go through with all of this.
Maybe
and
then she went through her DMs with him and went, oh, I told him that about my whatever, so-and-so personal life.
This or that, and now doesn't want to go through with it all the way. I understand, but you know, it's not just her that's at stake in this situation. There's a lot of people that, if Jeremy is allowed to continue on like this, that are going to suffer. And that's all I'm trying to point out.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good question. I'm going to say yes. I
think Jeremy has any power. I think he likes to pretend like he does, especially not right now. I think people really
Exactly. That's exactly what I was just saying right there. Right now is the greatest time to expose and felt him, because everyone's on your side. People are still making videos on this too, by the way. You know,
really respect the fact that you're just here. I mean, shoe on head.
By the way, we got Neon Bible Believer for a stomp 5,000 kicks, saying to all the new viewers,
don't be intimidated by Andrew's swarthy Portuguese complexion. Despite being a greenback and a papist, he's one of the good ones.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Suffer Portuguese people. Suffer bears.
Hola, estás bom?
It's in the chat. She said, we love you.
I love Shu. She's so
thanks,
cute.
Neon.
Yeah. And you know, there's obviously always going to be trolls and whatnot, but I don't think Jeremy has any power. I think all of his power is through threat.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
you know what?
Well, I'll say
That's
this.
the thing. He never really usually goes through with the threats, you
But,
know?
I mean, he did apparently have power against our YouTube.
Against our YouTube channel when he gets drunk out of his mind. So he probably would follow through on his threats against. But if he did, like, it's such a disaster for him. Like, it's a total nightmare for him.
Yep.
Actually, the one thing he could come at me with, I'm just going to actually rip the Band-Aid off. This was my behavior during the Publica thing. So, Jeremy, I'm taking this out of your arsenal. So one of the things he's threatened me with is that a girl I formerly worked with, things didn't go well. We had a fallout. I won't name her because I don't think she wants to be associated with any of this. Fair enough.
Name her!
She leaked a bunch of private chats to him where I trashed the shit out of him. And I want that to be really clear. I said,
based, though. She was frustrated.
Yes.
It's like, oh, the one thing I did was DM someone how mad I was about Jer. Like,
the thing, like, you can't possibly be concerned about that, really. That doesn't make sense. There's got to be something else in there, isn't there? Like, otherwise, just release it.
You know what? Yo, DSP, Circle Society, sure. For 5,000 kicks, I'll send him that message right now. There you go. Thank you.
some not nice stuff. Because at the time, I was like, this guy, he's making my life hard. He tried to my company right as it was trying to get out of the crib. I was like, this guy. So yeah, I was a bitch. I was a very, very nasty person in DMs to friends of mine, just by the way, just mates of mine that I trusted implicitly. Well, silly me, I guess. And right there at the end, and this is the minimizing myself thing, he was calling me. Oh, sorry, I'm walking and I'm stressed. I have to sit.
Okay. So it's at the point where she's like having almost panic attack. She's having to sit down because she's so stressed.
She sounds like a quartering when he sits down and has an ad read for 2 minutes.
Think I'm this like larger than life person, but I'm actually not. This like is stressing me out. I have to sit down because I'm getting out of breath.
By the way, like, does she think that the women who exposed Harvey Weinstein didn't feel any pressure? Does she think? You know what I mean? Like, does she think that the women who actually stood up against millionaires and billionaires and told their stories weren't worried at all about having their names put through the mud? But she felt it was right for those people to come forward. But when it's her time to come forward, apparently, like, it's a halfway.
But here's the thing is too, with that, with this situation, it's like everyone is going to have your back. We are cheering. I know. We are chanting, please. This is the thing, audio like or whatever.
The only reason I'm not more of a cheerleader is because you're now kind of doing a half measure on this. Mm-hmm. Like this is the thing. That's when I'm now like, okay, so what's actually going on here? You know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sympathetic to it, and I understand the pressure. And she's not a drama person.
Saying you paying her legal bill. Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? I guess you should just let evil people get away with stuff then, because they can sue you. I guess, right? Like, that's the standard. Okay.
And what legal bill for what?
I don't know.
What's he going to sue for? Being mean? You know what I mean? Like, come on. He's not going to sue.
Be associated with somebody who's kind of built this brand on, like I said, nice guy TM, like, okay, dude, but is actually kind of hurting people, not physically, but, you know, hurting people in financial ways or threatening them. And I mean, like, the dude was threatening to sue me.
There is no NDA. Whoever said that, there is literally
according to her,
and he said it, and then she DM'd me to say, by the way, there's no NDA or anything. So
for this $100,000 or 200, whatever the hell number he's pulling out of his butt, he was threatening to sue me over all this, and I'm thinking, this is so unhinged, bro. Like, do you not understand that the amount of work that I did for free because I wanted this thing to succeed? Meanwhile, you're just, you know, flopping around like a fish on a deck and not contributing. I was like, oh, you are out of your bloody mind.
Well, he just wanted he wanted the money like he got from the team thing. Like, he just wanted the more money.
Yeah. Well, he was always intensely I think perhaps intensely jealous of Tim Pool because.
Okay, that's the biggest understatement. I think he was jealous of Tim Pool.
No doubt he's jealous of Tim Pool. You know, anyone who watches him for any length of time learns that quickly. Very, very quickly.
That's like being like, I think he's out of shape.
Tim's memberships on his website are quite high, from my understanding.
Right.
Dude, it's like Tim's membership. He's not like Quartering is 100 members. It's probably lower now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Would you say, like, I've heard this a lot. Like, would you say that like the Quartering is kind of like obsessed with the level of Tim Pool or Tim Pool himself or something?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that he's definitely got to be in his bonnet about Tim. And like, I don't know.
Yep.
Can we hear that again?
Why? Yeah.
Like the Quartering is kind of like obsessed with the level of Tim Pool or Tim Pool himself or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that he's definitely got to be in his bonnet about Tim. And like, I don't know why, because I don't think he even registers to Tim.
Oh, that's mean.
Ooh, Tim doesn't even think about him at all. Oh. He's not even a blip on Tim's radar. Suffer,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did she say he's not a beanie in his bonnet?
Yeah, not a bee in his bonnet.
Oh, I thought you said beanie, like beanie, like Tim's beanie.
Well, actually, would have been a good pun there.
Why?
Yeah. Was it? Is that what she said?
I think so. Listen.
Kind of like obsessed with the level of Tim Pool or Tim Pool himself or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that he's definitely got to be in his bonnet about Tim.
Okay, it is B.
And like, I don't know why, because I don't think he even registers to Tim.
Yeah, for sure.
It's that meme. I don't know what movie it's from, but there's like a scene. It's an older bloke, and he's like, "I don't think about you at all."
Yeah. What do you think Jeremy should do? Like, do you think what should he like? Take a break? Should he go to rehab?
Yeah.
Should go to rehab?
Yes. What should he should just quit the internet? Quit. Just leave.
Rehab immediately and like get the hell out.
Yeah, he should get sober. That's what he should do.
Yeah.
He should get sober. And
you know what? I'm gonna say this, guys. I hope Jer never gets sober.
No.
I
hope he suffers and spirals. Like, I give him like good advice and he never follows it.
For a year and a half.
Yeah. No one will ever, like, he'll never listen to anybody. So I hope he suffers.
Yeah. Don't go to rehab. You know what? Everyone, Jerry, you got this alone. You don't need rehab.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
Yeah, you got this, dude.
He should focus on his own and less on other people's. The thing crazy to me, and I don't know if anybody else has pointed this out, because full disclosure, I love a lot of the people who've been involved in this. They've always been super sweet to me, and so I got no drama with anybody these days, thank the Lord. But I think that, like, what's so interesting to me about Jeremy, and, you know, with the way he's been attacked and everybody's been coming at him, is there's a massive parallel here to the way that he went at Jack Murphy. And I actually said to him,
yeah, there is, isn't there? There is a parallel with that, you know, and apparently, let's just keep playing it. We'll keep playing it. I'll comment when it
Jack
comes.
Murphy stuff. I was like, you need Jack Murphy. And I actually said to him at one point during the Jack Murphy stuff, I was like, you need to lay off, because this guy's going to kill himself and it's going to be my fault. and I won't
No!
be able to live with
No,
myself.
I think that's ridiculous, that just because you made fun of somebody on the internet because of their own fucked behavior, if they do something bad, that you're responsible. No, you're not fucking responsible. And this is the thing, is Jeremy will start doing this shit, and he already did when he was covering the Storage Wars article about Daryl Sheets, apparently how people were cyberbullying him to kill himself. Like, I have no mercy for Jer. Jer wanted to kill us. Jer wanted to take away our livelihoods and leave us with nothing and in the gutter. And it was only through the intervention of dozens of other creators that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Do you know? So I really don't have
here. And the viewers,
I don't have any sympathy. He would never have stopped. If he got us down and out, he would never stop. And he's never stopped in the past. So I understand that women are very empathetic, but you know what? I'm not. Him. Suffer, Jer.
If we hadn't kept the kick and had the viewers here and the people
if he
supporting
had got
us,
our kick account banned
it'd be over.
And Eddie folded to him, we would be done. Like, we would legitimately be done. We would be on Rumble with like 400 viewers.
Well, actually, we'd have over 300K viewers probably live.
Yeah, on Rumble, yeah. Because if you have 1,000 people there, it's like 300,000 fucking people or whatever.
We'd have 1 million viewers live.
But we would legitimately be done, and Jeremy then would probably employ lawfare to take everything else that we had. Like, if everybody was on his side and he could do it, he wouldn't stop until we were dead. So why should we show him mercy in any way? Like, him.
Yeah.
Like, it's on him
again
to demonstrate that he's actually a changed man, and that he's going to stop doing this shit.
Like, why should we give mercy when he hasn't apologized to Flaked? He hasn't tried offering the channel or contacting
Well, he said that he'll never apologize to us.
Well, then,
ever.
Well, then there will be no forgiveness ever.
Yes.
How could you forgive when there's no apology?
But,
like, for real.
Like, also, I gotta point out, like, when Sydney says this stuff, it's kind of disingenuous because you've joined the dog pile. So, you know what I mean? Like, you've joined the dog pile halfway, and now you're concerned about his mental health? Like, what? Him. Like, I don't understand, by the way, this mentality that by punishing evil people, that makes you evil. I'm not Batman, okay? Batman's a cuck. He should snap the Joker's neck. The Joker goes and kills thousands of people on a regular basis.
Fuck Batman. You're right. Batman's
you know what
a
I mean? Like,
piece of shit.
I'm not Batman. Like, and this is how evil people are allowed to get away with things, because the moment when righteous people come to hold them accountable and say, no, you're not getting away with this anymore, there's a bunch of voices in the choir that go, oh, but you're just as bad as him. No, actually, I'm not just as bad as him. He's a piece of shit, and he needs to suffer. That's my belief.
Yeah, you're right. Like Batman's like, oh, I'll let Joker go, right? And then he blows up a school bus full of children.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, Batman. And he's like, oh, no, without me, there's no Joker. Without Joker, there's no me. And you're like, what, are you gay? Kill him.
They are. They're actually gay for each other. Like, gay.
Honestly, you actually like blew my mind. Yo, Batman is a piece of shit.
If you kill your enemies, then they win. Okay. Oh, sure thing, Justo. Sure thing, Justo. And this is why the right wing loses all the time. By the way.
Okay, we had a private. Well, it was like before the show started.
By the way, we got Jeremy's Racetrack for 14 subs, and Spooky Rambler for 10 subs. Lampo Calrissian for 500 kicks says Triple P hates Jer so much he just dropped a hard R suffer. I know, I said an actual suffer. And then we got Brown Dynamite.
Like, did I miss it?
Holy shit.
Thank you for the big support. But you know what? When you're watching The Punisher and he murders someone, you go, based. You watch Batman, you're like, you're going to let them go? They just killed like 18 people.
Yeah, I know.
What a big.
I know.
I'm actually rattled, to be honest.
So please lay off. Right. And it's interesting because I don't.
Or it's like Spider-Man. It's like, if he actually punched the villain with his full strength, he dies. Like, what is he doing?
This is the same dilemma with like Friday Night Tights, right? Where Jarbo and all these people are like, they've become the woke left. I'm sorry, but you need to have standards in any sort of association.
That's why we were talking about this.
Political group. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? If you don't enforce any sort of standards whatsoever, what's the point of label? What's the point of an organization? So you're not becoming a woke leftist communist if somebody supports canceling and censorship, and then you go, well, you support that, so I don't want anything to do with you. That doesn't mean that you're a woke leftist communist. Like, that's insane. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I was saying. Remember about like fucking Matt Jarbo finally had a W, and this weekend or earlier this week, all over it, Gary's actually Nerdrotic is woke for fire. It's like, no, listen, we don't get to have to like play the same rule. Okay, no, it's even worse. The right wing for years let the left wing own their jobs and be fired and get banned off of everything and this, that. The moment we're like, no, we're gonna battle you back fire with fire. You're woke now. Oh, so Gary has to let woke people on or else he's woke?
I just don't get it.
Jarbo's the biggest retard.
I just genuinely don't get that mentality. I don't understand it. And it doesn't mean that you preemptively go out and you know, like try and with people and do gay ops like Jeremy does. But when people come out and reveal themselves as being contrary to your principles, you don't have an obligation to support them. That's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And it's continued.
It's like when a chick punches a dude 100 times or tries to stab him, and the dude knocks her out. And there was, you're a woman beater. It's like, was he not supposed to punch her back or stop her from stabbing him? Get the out of here. Jarbo, shut the up. You're a loser. And by the way, Jarbo also goes,
we got Spooky Rambler for 10 subs.
Let's go. Ash, you know what Jarbo said? He goes, actually, when I flagged people, I didn't get anyone's video. My video was taken down, actually.
There's a reason why Jarbo is
my video
for so many years.
Making fun of him crying about the YouTube plaque was taken down. Months later, we found out it was his strike. He's like, I didn't get any videos taken down.
No, his defense is he didn't get any channels taken down. Well, you sure tried to.
Oh, man.
Like, it's just a weird, and it's like, Matt, like, we all want you to just be like a funny side character in this.
Be normal.
Can you stop trying to like make yourself into something you're not, where you're going to lead this crusade against Gary? Can you just shut the up?
Yeah.
Seriously.
By the way, it's based that Gary stands for his...
Just take the easy W's there, Jarbo, and stop trying to overextend. By the way, Jarbo, if what you were saying... Jarbo, if what you were saying really was the case, then Friday Night Tights will crumble on its own anyway. You don't need to insert yourself into it. Do you know what I mean? But it's obviously not true. Your narrative is... Okay.
But for him to say, he's actually woke for not allowing a bitch who's like supporting flagging on.
Well, but chances are she's going to be back on this Friday anyway. So it's all a moot point to begin with. It's just that she was causing so much drama that she couldn't be there during that time. And like, instead of like backing down off of it though, like she's now escalating the drama. So who the knows what's going to happen? Who knows?
Hey, Jarbo, we would love for you to be a side character. I would love to fund, what's this, the movie called?
His Jarbo's movies? Jarbo, we were talking about this. Jarbo wants to make movies.
Ash texted me, should we fund his movie? I'm like, yes.
Do we throw Jarbo $5,000 to make his? Because I want to see how terrible. I want to see these terrible movies be made. I really want to see Jarbo's like cinema excellence once again. You know,
and then the next day, I'm like,
but then it's like, God damn it, Jarbo! But the whole thing is, it's just a joke to fund his movie anyway, because he's so that I just want to see what he comes up with. And the thing is, too, it's not like anything that Jarbo says actually matters anyway.
Of course,
right? Like that's my position on it. Is it's like some slobber bucket on the short bus, says something. Does it really matter? No. If you take it seriously, you're the fool.
Because Ash said, "I want to throw him $5,000." I'm like, "I'll throw him 5 if you throw him 5." And then like 8 hours later, I'm like,
Jarbo movie.
I was like, Ash, fuck, he's bashing Gary. What a like, we can't fund his movie now. Jarbo, you lost $10,000.
Jarbo, you lost out, buddy. You lost out, bro. We were actually gonna make the Jarbo movie happen, buddy. Because we watched that Jarbo movie, the one that he did with his buddy that he thought was as good as Clerks all the time.
I've watched it 5 times. I love that movie.
Oh man.
By the way,
all right.
Jarbo's banner on his Twitter is Kevin Smith.
Well, that's who he thinks he is. That's who he thinks he is.
Add to the that Jeremy's in right now, as much as I'm angry and I don't like him, I don't want to add to it because these are human beings. This is, I think, where I'm such a bitch because I just empathize. I empathize and I hate it. It's so Cancerian, but I empathize and I go, I would hate being in that position, even though you brought it on yourself.
But you wouldn't
crazy.
be in that position. Like people who aren't in the head, that aren't alcoholics, burning their lives down, don't end up in the position that Jeremy Hambly ended up in. It's just been unforced error after unforced error, just that he didn't have to do. And ultimately, other people are suffering as a result of his actions. So there has to be some sort of a deterrent to get him to stop doing this. That's my belief.
Yep.
Because Jack Murphy was the same thing. He screams at me on a show. People are like, what the heck? They go after him and then they hammer him and they hammer and they hammer and they hammer. And I'm going, holy shit, this guy's going to die. And it's going to be awful. And that's kind of how I feel about Jeremy right now. I'm like, you need to get off the internet, bro, because you're just going to make it worse.
But he does need to get off the internet. But it's like, if he's such a multimillionaire, why does he need continued income? You'd think at this point he would have invested his money in such a way that he really wouldn't have to work another day in his life.
He could have. He honestly could have.
Some of the things that I've seen in streams or some, I guess my own experiences, it's like, this is not the behavior of a married man. Like, you don't act like this towards women. You don't sit at a bloody fair and behave the way that you're behaving towards women and children. Like, it's icky and it's not acceptable. And so, yeah, I find it predatory. I am...
That's, you know what? All right, we'll see where this
we'll
leads.
see where that ends up going. By the way, I just want to point out, if Camelot is watching, Chrissy Mayer is calling you as a liar and saying that she never sent DMs where she said she was bringing Melanie Mack on for viewership and money. So, like, at this point, you probably should just drop the DMs. And if you don't have those DMs, bro, like, that's bad, bro. Because I trusted you on that, and I went to bat for you on that. And Chrissy's saying you're full of right now on Twitter. So you probably should just drop all of those DMs and let's find out the truth. And, when Chrissy's questioning this stuff and like people are trying to give her outs and the benefit of the doubt, and then she calls on it. Like, I know for a fact that a number of people have come to Andy and said that Chrissy lied to them directly. So I don't know. Like, I don't know why Chrissy plays these games. Like, I don't really get it. I'm going to assume that Camelot was probably telling the truth, but
yeah, I think well, I'm going to say this. He was, because she has lied about everything so far. And she said it's okay to lie to her own friend who was at her wedding, not like a online friend. I met you a few times. I met you at a convention. No, you invited me to your wedding. You know what I mean? It's like, okay.
I imagine he'll probably drop everything.
I DM'd him. I said to him, Chrissy's saying that you're lying on her Twitter. You have to filter. I said to him.
Okay, let's have a look at this Lauren Southern situation that just happened today. Now, I actually read Lauren Southern's book last year when it came out in its entirety. I think it's a very interesting read. The only criticism I really have for Lauren Southern in all of this, I mean, there's a lot to be critical of, and she admits that. Nobody made you snort all that coke. Nobody made you do all those drugs and drink all that liquor. Nobody made you get with Destiny. You know what I mean? Like, so the victimhood stuff is a little bit over the top. That being said, I 100% believe that Andrew Tate, like, I don't even really question it. At the same time, it's like, what were you thinking going with Andrew to the club alone? And she even admits that. But like, what Quartering did to her, I think is actually disgusting.
It's actually insane.
And she felt Quartering here big time
It's
in this
actually
article.
the most twisted thing I've ever heard in my entire.
So, time practically slowed to a crawl when I spotted the Quartering, aka Jeremy Hambly, tucked into a tiny blue booth in the far back corner of the vendor hall. In the far back corner of the vending hall. He claimed he was going to be on Media Row next to the Daily Wire and the Rumble tent and all that, but he was actually on Grifter's Row and the lowest part, tucked into the back corner. You see the fire escape?
Yo!
So we can see the fire escape that he was talking about, how he was blocking the egress of the fire escape and security was pressing him the whole time. I guess Lauren Southern took this picture herself in the wild of Jer. Look
go.
how he looks. Look at his body, man.
Yeah.
But he's like oddly misshapen. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like a regular guy. Like, he looks like a circus freak. He looks grotesque as man. Is that a t-shirt or a tablecloth? It could be either or. If you put it on a person, it's a shirt. If you put it on a table, it's a tablecloth. It could be either or. Look at the setup. Look at how scuffed it is, bro. This is so funny, this picture.
What's this right over here?
It immediately makes me go based. Ring it up, Lauren Southern dub, just giving me this delightful image. So that's, I think, James O'Keefe's like corner, which is like right in, or somebody affiliated with James O'Keefe, it looks like. I'm not sure.
Or they have like a photo of him.
Chair's coffee table in front of him.
Oh,
look at this shit.
Look at all the coffee.
Look at his all of his coffee samples that he's trying to give out. Oh man. So she says, with a few women, bring it back quick. Yep. With a few women I vaguely recognized from the internet, including one of Tim Pool's rotating co-hosts.
Okay.
So this is the thumbnail that Jeremy Hambly put together of the Lauren Southern, Brittany Venti, or the Lauren Southern Andrew Tate situation, rather, where he said that Lauren Southern was completely lying about this situation, that Andrew Tate did nothing wrong.
This is actually disgusting.
He said that she never went to the police when she actually did, and he AI'd her as like pregnant with her abuser / child.
You know what someone said to me on Twitter right now? Someone said, he talks about drinking breast milk and he loves, and he was hitting on that pregnant chick. Remember when he was drunk?
Yeah.
Did he make this for his fetish folder?
I imagine he did, which is sickening, which is twisted stuff. Oh my
God, that's actually crazy.
So she says Jeremy outright claimed first on X before deleting the post. What does that sound like, folks? It's the same thing. He gets drunk,
Fireball,
posts all sorts of and then deletes it later, that she never went to the police, had zero evidence, and fabricated everything for money. She says every single one of those claims were directly addressed in chapters I released publicly for free. He says that Tommy Robinson said that she lied, and she responded to Tommy point by point. Then there was Tate, whose response was essentially she's lying. But despite threatening legal action repeatedly, he still hasn't managed to send something as simple as a cease and desist. But Jeremy won't mention any of that.
Wow.
And so she was considering going up to Jer on live stream and sitting down and felting him. So,
that's so good. That would have been so good.
By the way,
that would have been the greatest day ever.
Imagine if we were doing that AmFest coverage and Lauren Southern just sat down and started reading Jared the Riot Act, and we're going to read about how she confronted him at the after party. But she says here that he spent the rest of the segment whining that I declined his very generous job offer. For the record, it was $200 a week, which you can make part-time for minimum wage and not have to wipe the ass of a pants cuckold. Okay. And then he called her a dumb. So as she walked past his booth, she could feel herself staring holes through him while he rambled to his live stream audience, confidently wrong about something as usual, I'm sure. Just so petty, so cunty. And then she says, for a brief moment, I seriously considered walking directly into frame, pulling up a chair beside him with a giant grin on my face and making him explain the details of a case he had confidently monetized without apparently spending even 4 consecutive minutes researching. Ooh. She grumbled and thought better about it. And she says, is it actually healthy to let people lie about you to massive audiences without consequence? Okay. So if we continue on.
Okay.
This was a very long article on her Substack, by the way, so you can go read it. But
Twitter, you can see she posted a link there.
We're just going through the highlights here quickly because I want to get to Jared's shows yesterday and today.
I can't wait.
So
I'm fucking
sitting with members of his team alongside a few old friends I recognized from Timcast was Jeremy Hambley. And the part of me wondering whether I was about to make a spectacle of myself suddenly died. There weren't even cameras rolling. Could it really be that bad? The mischievous little imp inside of me slowly began curling the corners of my mouth upward as I made a beeline for his table. I grabbed a chair from a nearby high top, dragged it across the floor, and slid directly across from Jeremy with a grin. Well, look who it is.
Oh, you know, Jer squeezed out a single fucking shit, like a little squirt. He squirted.
Oh, man.
He squirted his ass. There was shit. His 100% shit came out of his ass.
Jeremy looked like he'd just seen a ghost. He physically tried looking away from me. So, I said, still smiling, why'd you make that video about me? What video? You know, the one where you AI edited me pregnant with Andrew Tate's child. Oh, he shrugged awkwardly. That's just the business. You get it.
Wait, you can.
That's just the business.
You know,
No, not really. I actually don't. Why did you lie and tell your audience I never went to the hospital or the police? Well, he stammered. I don't know the case that well. It's incomplete. She blinked at him. Then why did you make a video about it? The table had gone almost completely silent at this point.
Oh my God.
Oh man, Jared just getting felted by. You think he'll respond to this one? You think he'll say a word about this one, buddy? I hope that this is true, bro. I did go to the police. I did go to the hospital, and I'm literally testifying in multiple cases. Really? He muttered. I didn't know that. It wasn't really about that. Anyways, I heard you were talking about me in some group chat. And then she laughed in his face. So Jer's motivation for this, as always, is not what's actually true, what's actually going on in the world. It's to settle petty beefs. And that's what he admits. Because Lauren Southern was talking about him in a group chat, he decided to say a bunch of about her that he didn't know if it was true or not in order to smear her. It's very reminiscent of many other situations with Jeremy in the past. And I tend to believe that he did this. So then she goes, wait, you made a video lying about a human trafficking case, called me and edited me pregnant because you heard I said something mean about you in a group chat? Yeah, he said defensively. I don't like being betrayed. So then Lauren goes, well, show me the message from the group chat.
Ooh.
At this point, the entire table was frozen in awkward silence while she leaned forward, pressing it.
There?
Melanie Mack was there. And will Melanie Mack speak on this as to whether or not this happened or not, since she was there? You know, well, we could have found out if Chrissy Mayer would actually ask her hard questions.
Ash, what would Jesus say about someone defending someone who was lying about a story? What would Jesus say about that?
I wonder what Jesus would say about all of that, you know?
We'll talk to Mel about that.
Jeremy sat fumbling with his phone while his co-host Melanie Mack stared at him from the side with the expression of someone watching a slow motion car accident. We've seen that expression from both her and Hannah Claire many, many times during our coverage on this show. He scrolled for what felt like several full minutes before finally sighing that signature Jer sigh. I don't know. I can't find it. Anyways, when the case is done, I'll make an apology video, okay?
Hey guys, I had to lie about a case because
that'll never happen, will it? That day will never come where he admits that he lied about that because of a personal petty grievance. And Lauren goes, "Yeah, sure, buddy." There's a Canadian coming through. "Yeah, sure, bud." Why is it always Canadians felting Jer, by the way? I said, "We'll see if that ever happens." "I will," he insisted. "I mean it." I didn't believe him then, and I definitely don't believe him now. And then she says, as of last week, the case has already been pushed back another year due to police opening a new investigation involving additional evidence. So that was the situation with her and Jeremy Hambley. I think there's a little bit more here. Okay, this is good. From what I can gather, he's currently facing backlash after feuding with channels like Kino Casino.
Us.
The central controversy seems to be that Kino Casino heavily mocked and criticized him, after which Jeremy allegedly began threatening to go scorched earth while attempting to report, flag, or demonetize their channels, which naturally many people found deeply ironic because criticizing, mocking, targeting, and publicly humiliating other internet personalities has quite literally been the business model Jeremy built his career around for years. Holy brutal felt from Lauren Southern. Okay, next slide.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Kino Casino was founded in part by Andy Worski. We haven't hung out properly in a long while, but when we were younger, we used to go out in Toronto to grab brunch or hit the town. I vividly remember EDM clubbing with Andy and his girlfriend during the peak of his blood sports era, a genre he largely founded in the early online days. I also recently learned from Ian Miles Chong that apparently Andy and I had a sexual relationship. News to me. Though to Andy's credit, and unlike many men online who happily let that kind of rumor circulate indefinitely, he immediately tweeted at Ian asking what the hell he was talking about, which honestly made me laugh. Anyways, the whole thing feels surreal sometimes. She has all these bizarre interpersonal connections to people, and then you see them in real life, and they're just people. Sad, pathetic.
Yeah, no, that's the truth.
Bring it up, Andy Dub. Bring it up.
There we go.
It's good to listen. Say what you want about Lauren Southern. I still think it's jokes that she came out against Hambley and nuked him like this today. And I'll tell you why.
Amazing,
because I know when a woman goes after him like this, it makes him seethe so badly inside.
He gets way more angry if it's a woman, for sure, right?
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, he can't say right now. He has to sit there and take this. And so he's just stewing. He's just seething about it. For God knows how long he's going to be malding and boiling about it. And then when Miller time hits, he's going to lash out and crash out and go ape about all of this stuff. So I'm really excited about this. And I hope that Sydney Watson and Lauren Southern coming forward is just the tip of the iceberg on women coming forward and holding Hambly accountable because, of course, we believe women.
No, we do,
listen,
of course.
We listen and believe. When a woman talks, folks, we listen.
Okay, hang on.
We believe.
So, but here's the thing is, I know you're saying that sarcastically, but when it comes to Hambly, I actually do believe all women. Because he is such a
because it's actually true. No, because it's actually true. They could come up with anything and I would fucking believe it. You know?
but shout outs to Lauren Southern.
Shout outs to Lauren Southern. All right, we're going to go into Jer's Tuesday. Before we do, we're going to take a quick break here.
Yes.
We're going to take a piss. We'll be right back.
All right, guys. We'll see you all. Hang on, let me find a song. We'll put on. You all want Feezer Lolcow? I know. Let's do that.
Woozy for 5 subs.
Oh, buddy. Give us one sec, guys.
Aren't the same for Feezer. The sector's changing. Young A-logs are aging. Becoming TED Talks because my name was changing. Also, Sora Pro selling rainbow bracelets. But the strangest things can happen. A-log and when clips get watermarked and Kino Gay Jackson. Honeywell thermostats all wrapped in plastic. Foam peanuts packed infinite money glitch. I list them up, I get them sold. Watch them bid, profited. I'm Sora Pro. All fans turn to foes and I stop my show. Ultros in my head where follicles should grow. Wore a toupee and still got exposed. Prospects on cozy, none that I know. Put my cheap girlfriend in the hospital. Caught her watching Kino Casino. Fees everywhere that I go. I got locals I know. Who got locals that they know? A job I can't seem to hold. I'm the red-headed bro. People laughed at my show. I fees out of control. Now they're begging for more. I logged off of the sector for good, you blame me. Gay logs aim mainly at A-logs they can't be. But gay logs can't hit A-logs they can't see. Looking for clout while I'm living with my me. How would you feel if Judas wanted you killed? Gay logs offered me, now chose to die on this hill. Bad faith cocksucker got caught, I foiled their plot. Farmers posted near my spot trying to run my block. Zero bitch and Feezer. No life here in my midlife. No mom, I'm not leaving. I stay feezing. I stay sweeping for brown pedophiles and denounce malice with a smile. People always saying that my skin is thin, but I'll be celebrating in court even after you win. I'm selling merch, Tinkerbell, Pokemon, and Blue's Clues, and I still got a bunch of used shoes. Fees everywhere that I go. I got locals I know. Fees got locals that they know. A job I can't seem to hold. I'm the red-headed bro. People laughed at my show. I fees out of control. Now they're begging for more. Things just aren't the same for Feezer. Boomers on Facebook mad at my Stanley Cups. Shut the up. Nick is better than Jesus. Kino played Imagine, was betrayed by Judas. Used to get shekels, now I only have Judas. You all saying my name, Feezing is contagious. I'm autistic and can't earn minimum wages. People like me should be locked in cages. Or in a padded room, that's where they should take us. I'm a surfer, a brown child, that is mad sus. My Mexican god is a hunter. Can't help but keep crawling back to the scepter. Big wife beater, aka Big Tech. Yo, this is the thanks I get. Thought we were friends, then you called me a spurt just as I thought a disingenuous worm. Fees everywhere that I go. I got locals I know. Who got locals that they know? A job I can't seem to hold.
Alrighty. It's time for Jer's Felted Tuesday, everybody.
If I didn't hate Jer, bro, I watched a few clips of this that you clipped up, right? If I didn't hate Jer the way I do, you'd almost feel bad. But like this is brutal. Like, this is bad.
He's in the gutter, man. He's just completely destitute on the corner of Hope and Cope, and the hope is leaving his eyes, and the Cope is coming out of his mouth endlessly.
He's down Cope Street. Hope Street's 4 blocks back. He's now on Cope and Felted.
He's on the corner of Cope Ave and Felted Boulevard, buddy.
Yeah.
There ain't no escape for Jer at this point. So we're going to start off as we usually do with some of the comments and some of the stuff in chat. So these were the top comments on his Tuesday Rumble stream. The number one comment is, "Where is Styx?" with a question mark. That has 114 up votes and 7 down votes.
That's a troll, right?
Then we have... Well, it could be a genuine, sincere person wondering what the hell happened to Styx, because Styx hasn't made a new video in like 18 days.
Oh, no.
Like, he's completely disappeared from the earth, and he's doing some sort of fundraiser for cats that are dead. So his cat died, and he doesn't have the money to get it released from the freezer at the vet. So he asked people for $3,000 to get the cat out of the vet's freezer. It's
oh my God.
You know, I don't know. And then we have the next comment. "Stay strong, Jeremy. There's nothing wrong with being a creep, and there's definitely nothing wrong with sharing your wife. To hell with the trolls." And that's got 38 upvotes. So Jer's really making it happen now. "Deranged liberals got his back. Nothing wrong with sharing your wife there, Jer.
Mm-hmm.
No problem at all, buddy."
Okay, that one we saw already.
There we have that one. "Disabled veteran. They finds the quiet moments with no talking so peaceful."
They were bad,
The levels,
weren't they?
No, I think they made it through. I think they made it through. The amount of dead air that Jer, though, did on Tuesday was unprecedented in the history of his program. And that's really saying something. Even Review Tech didn't have the sort of dead air that Jer had on Tuesday. Like, he was done. He was done, dude.
All right.
Yeah, this person, Republican Red 001. "I hope to continue watching the show, although it's a little late for me here. I'm usually in bed for 5:30 p.m. these days, as my thyroid medication makes me tired."
Oh my God.
Boomer alert. Boomer alert. So this was Jeremy's morning show. He had only 398 viewers left at his 12:30 in the afternoon start time. That was supposed to be 9 a.m. So he's promised everybody he's going to start doing shows every day at 9 a.m. So far, in the 2 days that he was supposed to deliver it, he hasn't been able to deliver it either day. On the first day, 3.5 hours late. On the second day, over an hour late. Okay. And his live shows on Tuesday, he did 3 live shows on Tuesday. That's how
Okay.
That's how desperate this bum is, right?
Okay.
3 live streams on
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Do one though. He could barely do one.
I know. Not one of them broke 1,000 live viewers on Tuesday.
Did he
Not
run out of
one
bots?
of them. I don't know if he just stopped paying for the bots because it was bleeding him too dry, or what happened. He realized that he was going to be caught botting eventually or something. Or maybe all of his totally real viewers just gave up on him. But he went from having 70,000 viewers last year to 20,000 viewers by the fall of last year to about 10,000 live viewers a month ago, to then when the scandal happened with him flagging down the channel, he was at 2,000 or 3,000. To now he's struggling to get 1,000 live viewers, and he's averaging anywhere from 400 to 800 viewers. Today he managed to get to 1,100, and that was it. That was his peak on Wednesday.
By the way, you know the thyroid guy? You know who that was? He said I could tell who it was. It's Songs in CWC.
No, don't blow his cover.
No, he said, he DM'd me to announce
man.
he was banned. He was banned.
So AF Streamwatch says, what is that, 3% of a Keno Casino audience? Because we had the night before 17,200 viewers, our all-time record in terms of viewership. Thanks, Jer. And he's just crazy. Like, we're 10xing this guy now. Like, we're Grant Cardoning this guy now, or more. Just total domination on every level. And also, about 90% of the people watching are trolls. So he's totally cooked.
Yeah.
So he got ratioed also on his live stream. This is the one with Melanie Mack that he did in the afternoon. He begged and begged and begged. You guys will see how many times he begged for likes. He still couldn't win. He still got ratioed. Still lost after all of his begging for likes. Sad, pathetic.
Oh my God, this is bad,
So
dude.
here's this clip, okay? So this look at this. He only had 750 viewers here. This was like way into the show. Like, this is grim. This is grim stuff for Jer, dude. Watch what happens here.
Okay.
Okay?
Let me know what you think in the comments.
No, stop. Did you
Let me know
AI
what you'll
this?
think in the comment. No, this is real.
I swear,
This is real.
that's
This
like
is
an
real.
AI, like, no way he said that for real.
Let me know what you think in the comments.
Like, he can't even
Yeah, I
sell it
don't know.
anymore. Like, he's so depressed.
You know, what does this
Let
prove?
me know what you think
Maybe
in the
nothing.
comments. So
Okay,
Sid's
okay, there we
wiki
go.
feed comes in. Sid's wiki feed comes in. Let's have a look.
Okay.
This is one of the most brutal super chats. Like, this broke Jared.
I died.
You're finished. Stop streaming, you perv.
Maybe
Everyone hates you. You're embarrassing yourself at this point. And this was the day after Sydney Watson came out with her allegations against Jeremy. Jeremy sees this super chat, and no word of a lie you're going to see. He just shuts his mouth for about 2 straight minutes. And he just looks like he's about to cry. And then when he finally starts talking again, he's like choking back the tears. And he fakes a super chat here, by the way.
nothing. To me, it seems totally plausible that
Bull. Look at it. He saw it. He saw
that
it.
this could be
Oh,
that he could
his
have,
train
taken
of-
the conversation offline.
You know what he's trying to do?
His train of thoughts completely derailed. Like, he's just rattled, bro.
He's trying to catch that comment to ban the person, but it keeps moving as he's
Yeah.
clicking. So
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah. Did you zoom in and enhance?
yeah. There we go. Let me go. Is he messaging
Yeah.
the mods?
So what he's doing now is he's typing up his own super chat
No.
to make himself feel better.
No. You're right.
That's at least my
No, no,
opinion.
no, you're right.
He's faking a super chat. Look at him. He's just shut down completely. He doesn't know what to do. Look at him. He's done, bro. Look at him there.
Look at this guy.
Oh, no.
No.
Suffragette.
Pulse check.
Sad.
Pulse check.
Pathetic.
Fuck.
Look at him. He's sniffling. He's sniffling.
I mean,
He's
is there
choking
anybody that
back
believes
the
it wasn't
tears.
a cover up?
Like in the pulse?
He's checking his pulse again. He's nervous. He's having a panic attack.
There it is.
And there is Jer's own
Wait.
super chat that he clearly typed out and sent in. Obvious.
Admin, your alt is called admin.
The admin. And then he shouts out the admin multiple times throughout the stream and thanks admin. But it's obviously his alt account. It's obviously his sock puppet.
Admin. Wait, someone has received an anon tip? Well, let us know. Oofty. Oh, here we go.
Just
Yes.
to counter the $2 chat. Jeremy, I appreciate your time and efforts, brother.
And that's
the
whale?
same way he.
No, that's the emoji.
same. Yeah. So the whale emoji, just to clarify for people, the whale emoji you get the moment you donate to anybody on Rumble. Okay, you get the whale emoji. I guess it's to distinguish between people who've ever donated and people who don't, but it doesn't actually mean you've given thousands of dollars.
Okay,
from
fair
what
enough.
I understand.
Yeah.
But just to counter the $2 chat, like, this obviously is Jer seething, bro. And it's like, but you're faking a dono. You can only fake $5. What is he thinking? Look at Phil. At least it's $50. He's checking his pulse.
Hey, it's unpaused, by the way, folks.
Hey, I
Right away.
appreciate you, admin.
I appreciate you, admin.
By the way,
This
admin.
guy, I think
I'm
you
assuming
might have a
Ash.
psychosis episode if you don't stop mixing pills and booze every single day.
No, you would probably know better than me because if you watched it live. But did you see admin in chat at any other point?
I don't think so. I think this was the one and only point where admin was there, to be honest.
Oh. By the way, if you're gonna counter a troll, wouldn't it be like 100 a red dono?
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, if you're gonna be like, we're winning, guys, yeah, like it can't be $5. Like, that's all that you can do to counter the trolls. It's
okay.
$5.
I have it.
Broke
I have it.
in the Jared chat.
I have it. Okay, everyone. Well, let's counter this 5 with a sub. And we'll counter that one sub.
Let's see how many 1 subs we can get.
Yeah.
Ziggy with a packet up says he's logging on to WikiFeet.
All right.
5150 says time for Jared to go on the Level 1 podcast to get that DSP bump. We got DSP Historical Society for 5,000 kicks. Your editor must be sleeping or he hates me more. Okay. Well, hopefully you'll be unblocked there, buddy. I don't know what the
don't worry,
going
he's
on.
sleeping. He's in Ireland.
We got it's like 5 in the morning.
It's 5 in the morning for him.
for 5 subs.
has a
Thornfall
kid.
for 5 subs. Dark Blitz Frenzy for 2 subs. DSP Noodle Arm says, why is it always about smears with this guy? If he's not smearing his pants or the local Walmart, he's smearing someone's name and reputation. And we've got, holy, that's a lot of 1 subs. Welcome to Feltron, Gen Z Dragon, Ba81, Aussie Metal Mate, Kinotech USA, Guncell Gooner, Taco Conspiracy, Anonymous FDA Informant, John Gordon, Senior Drew Peacock, Drizdit, Ralph Emil Extract, Free Hannah Claire, Busted Fuse, Hypnose Gerbil, Ambush Bob, Jerusalem, Laquita, Shrapnel Stars, Tony Panther, Cuck Streisand, Ramsos85 for 10 subs. Huge. A22G, Owl Switch, Slob Man, Quarter Father Don Cuck Leon for a packet up. Admin, more like admin sellers. Spooky Rambler for 10 subs. Kinotech for a sub. Mr. Joe Soda, Wrestler Town, Dirty Coin, Ace King Suited, Chef Noska, Pride Personified, Andy's Middle Boy, Mandarin Mystery, Robman 510, and Pool Boy 710. For 5 subs. But that's like Jer's big moral victory is $5. I feel like we just got 30 of those. Like a whole fill goal, just like that. And then like 2 10 sub packs. Holy shit, the computer's breaking. The stream is burning down.
It's the pop out freezes sometimes when it gets too many subs.
World Changer Real for a sub. Blackhand, Skyrone the Pilot.
Black.
The Kino Grove for 10 subs. Lady Snowblood for 5 subs. Best Buy Bag Truther. Captain Dimitri. Felted Ice Warden. Kalen Carnage. Hammer of God. H3 Girly Gone Rogue. What a name.
Whoa.
And the DPR for a gifted sub. No Baggers Gaming. I just started Raw Quarter Pounder to Raw Log Jer. That's Kino, buddy. One day there will be a Raw Jer, and it's going to be unreal, buddy. When Jer is down to like 100 viewers.
No, wait. Someone has to start Raw Jer on Rumble.
Raw Jer on Rumble.
And the chat's just fully uncensored.
All right, we got Ready Pembroke, insert fake name here. Elf Druid, all for subs. Thornfox says the second shift at my work was going to start putting the Clips channel on some speakers the day Jeremy struck it. Fuck Jer. We got Whiskey Gravy for a sub. All right, let's finish this off and let's get into.
If anyone makes the Raw Jer and streams Jer at 9 a.m., we will shout it out on Twitter and here
That's
as
some
well.
real dedication to
9
wake up for 9 a.m.
It might be a UK person.
Share. Yeah, somebody in the UK.
You know, it's
might
like
be
7 p.m. for them or
a
whatever.
worldwide syndicate of detracting against Jer, buddy.
Raw Jer.
There's
that's
nothing
so funny.
beyond the Jer tractor's reach there, ham planet.
And Historical Society, he has not replied to me. He always texts me back super fast. So obviously he's asleep right now. It's 5 a.m. for him. But he will unban you the second he sees my text. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Love you, buddy. Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for the massive support. And Jer, yeah, $5. Look at that, Jer. How does that
Whoa.
make you feel, bitch?
How does that make you feel, Mr. Hambly?
Oh my gosh, I love the silence.
He finally shut the up.
I don't like the news.
Okay.
Do.
No.
All
right, let's get
buddy.
this. Yep.
He's done, bro. Okay.
Buddy.
So,
That was the best.
so he was supposed to start by 9 a.m. He completely failed because he was drunk. Oh, wait. Before we go into the full stream, here's another little sampler
there's
of
more.
Jer's high-level content. Here's a clip from one of his Jeremy Hambly videos. Let's have a listen.
Officers then transported him to Bellevue Hospital as an emotionally disturbed person for psychiatric evaluation.
That's what you need,
Brad,
Jeremy.
Weeks, Assistant Commissioner of Public Information.
Holy!
Whoa!
Spit it, assistant commissioner. Fuck
The
off,
police
buddy.
commissioner?
Whoa, buddy. He's mush-mouthed.
Evaluation. Brad Weeks Hospital as an emotionally disturbed person for psychiatric evaluation. Brad Weeks, Assistant Commissioner of Public Information at
Conley?
NYPD's.
Whoa,
Burke arrived at the hospital.
man.
Yo, I got anxiety from that.
3:40 p.m. was taken into Bellevue's comprehensive psychiatric emergency program for evaluation, but was released in 60 minutes. They gave him a comprehensive.
Oh my!
A comprehensive? Whoa, man.
Today, Junior.
How does he believe he should make millions a year as a commentator when he can't even read? Like, I don't know how he can believe it.
Edited video?
Yes, this is on the Hambly channel.
Comprehensive. What do you say? Assive? Comprehensive.
Psychiatric
Oh,
evaluation in 60 minutes or less. That's
Let's go,
psychiatric
It's before
evaluation in
psychiatric.
extensive, but was released in 60 minutes.
There you go.
They gave him a comprehensive.
Comprehensive, huh? You'll see in my edit of the 9 a.m. show, it's crazy the amount of because his brain is completely broken. Like, it's an accelerated cognitive decline. Like, he's Biden Max, bro. Like, he's sundowning. Dude, like,
Comprehensive. Oh, I love this. I love watching him just.
oh, well, this next one you're going to love because it's primarily focused on this for like 15 straight minutes.
Yes.
Psychiatric evaluation in 60 minutes or less. That's crazy. I can't even get a pizza that quick.
His pizza day is under attack. Can't even get a pizza. Oh my god!
Did you add that?
No.
Oh, that was
The
like,
person
oh,
I stole the clip from did. Okay, so Jared, so he starts the stream 3.5 hours late, and already it's a disaster. There's no intro timer. And we can see replace URLs of widget overlays. Studio Direct RTMP room is deleted. Create a new room. And you can see in his eyes, bro, all the light has left his eyes. Like, he's like, look at his eyes, man.
Wait. Look.
Raw Jer Live has been made. Do you think Jer will have the balls to stomp it out and take it down, buddy? Or will he just take it like a... Let's find out.
Jer Live.
The dream is here.
Sorry
The
for
dream is
interrupting.
real. Raw Jer Live. Look at Jer's eyes, though. Zoom in on those eyes, man. Like, he just is completely broken, man. Look at him. Oh no! Dead stare, Jer, bro. That's the 1,000-yard felted stare. His life is a living.
He looks like someone
fucking
else
hell.
here.
Yeah. Well, he is somebody else. Like he's been baptized into the
Wow.
Phelps. Before Tino Casino, he was a completely different person. We changed him. We brain damaged this. We traumatized this. You know.
Is that his widget?
It's his widget.
Oh my God.
And he's starting the show and he's just completely muted. He doesn't know. Look at this. This is how the show started. Look at this. Jer,
does he think the timer
wake up.
is on?
You're live. You're live, bro. You're live, bro. I don't know. Like he's biting his lip here. Look at him, man. Look at how gray his beard is. Like he's just completely defeated and disheveled and old and washed. Like
Jeremy,
it's done. It's done.
Did he think that the timer was on or something?
I don't think so.
Okay. This is, oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind.
Hello.
Whoa. That's like when Ralph, remember when he was like, hello. Remember that?
Hello, ladies. This is ridiculous, man. Like, is he on drugs? Bro, look at him there. He actually looks like he's going to cry. Like, look how shiny his eyes are, man. Ooh.
And his eyes are pinned up a little bit, no?
Is it drugs? Question mark. Like, seriously, throughout this segment, this is the first of 3 streams during the day, okay? You are going to question, is it drugs? Is it cognitive decline? Is it the pressure got to him? Because his brain, it was never working too good. But it is a total trash fire right now.
Oh, someone else. I don't know.
He's barely functioning.
Great. We're not doing great indoors today. I don't think, Bud. Sorry, buddy.
I wish.
Oh, someone in the chat named Bud asked me.
Well, I think we'll get to it by Friday because I think this is all blowing over soon enough. I think all the Jer stuff will settle down by Friday. We're going to have a regular show with, great indoors.
I almost said Jer again. I almost said Jer.
iDubbbz, Review Tech will return. Guys, don't worry. We're going to have a normal show soon. I think Jer is done spiraling. I think he's really turned over a new leaf and he's going to give his life to Christ. For sure.
Yeah.
Hello.
Does he know no, he looks like his eyes. He looks like King Dave a little bit in the eyes.
Well, because they're both drunk out of their minds.
Okay,
it's the shiny eyes of a drunk. He may have been crying. He may have actually been crying before the show. He looks just shell-shocked, man. Like he looks like he just watched someone die in front of him.
Yeah.
Like look at him, and he's pale as a ghost. Gray beard, like
that's
looking rough.
That's the eyes I have when I haven't slept that night. Like I slept 2 hours and I'm like, oh, I gotta go do something. Fuck.
He doesn't sleep. Like this is the thing. Like I think a large reason why he's so brain damaged and unable to read is because he's permanently sleep deprived.
Yeah.
And if you're that sleep deprived, it's like worse than being intoxicated. Like you basically are like a brain damaged dementia patient. And he's admitted he hasn't got a good night's sleep in 10 years. So it's all adding on. The pressure, the addictions, the drugs, the alcohol, the lack of sleep, everything. It's all compounding and it's breaking this guy's brain. You guys are going to see that, okay?
By the way, this guy who did Roger Live said he will be there at 9 a.m. every morning streaming Jer.
I want to believe, bro.
All right. I'll set my alarm to retweet you, bro.
You know what Jer said? He says that he admires the trolls' dedication. We'll see. We'll see, Jer. He'll say that during this. He's like, I admire their dedication, but they're losers. Okay.
Get that done. Let's get right into it.
Let's get right into it after 3 minutes of silence.
Their assets and things like that, but they cannot stop people from fleeing the country or the city.
Oh! What a disaster! Cognitive decline alert! Cognitive decline alert! So he's trying to say that, like, because Mom Donnie is mayor of New York, everyone is fleeing the city no one wants to live in New York anymore, et cetera, et cetera. But instead of saying the city, he said then he tried to say the country, and then finally he got to the city. Okay.
Heading for what's funny about this is how Mom Donnie hates the communists.
What do you mean Mom Donnie hates the communists? He is a communist, you moron! Oh man!
Even I know that.
Whoa, buddy! I'm sorry, you're incompetent. Like, you don't deserve to do this job, bro. If you're out there with a hot take like Mom Donnie is anti-communist, buddy, that's your hot take, Chair, is how much he hates the communists? Sounds like he's based to me, buddy. Or did you mean to say capitalist, but you're actually just a buddy? Like, and then he has to, by the way, this is another thing I've noticed with him, is he keeps repeating the same thing over and over again. So he'll be like, yeah, with Mom Donnie, like he'll say it like twice in a row.
You want to know why?
Like,
Because he's reading chat as he's saying it, and he's trying to like, it's like when you're reading something or like you're watching something, but you're reading a tweet, and you're but that's his life.
License to stream should be revoked. Like, this is a certain point with like an old person where they just can't drive anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing here. Like, somebody needs to take away this guy's stream key before he hurts himself. Yeah. Like, the poor guy can't even string a sentence together. Nothing he says makes any sense.
I'm going to link here the Roger Live thing. So on the chat, you'll see in about a minute here.
It's the SSRIs, it's the Xanax, it's the alcohol, it's the lack of sleep, it's the mounting pressure. He's declining, and it's noticeable. It's much worse than it even was last month. And once it's pointed out to you that he repeats the same thing 2 or 3 times before he completes the sentence, you hear it constantly. The moment I realized that on Tuesday, I couldn't stop hearing it. And I just got more and more pissed off.
Yeah, and then he repeats it over and over.
He's like Jacob Tutu, he has to repeat it a second time. That's a real Canadian reference there.
But he always says that. Like, he's always, oh my God, the chat moves so fast. I can't even pin my comment. Oh my God. All right, here.
That's a good problem.
How is
I know it's a grab. I'm like trying to scroll up, like, where did I post it?
everyone doing today?
Did you hear that?
We will still have our while everyone doing.
Did you hear that?
How
sniff?
is everyone doing today?
He's got the dirtiest sniff going. Like, it's constant. Like, I'm not sure if he's snorting pills or if he's just snot-nosed or what.
Cheers.
But it was constant, the sniffling. Constant.
Maybe he's drilling lines, man.
There ain't no way he's on coke, man.
Listen,
if this is him on coke, like,
but listen,
it could be, but
when
like,
you do a lot of coke, at a certain point, you become exhausted.
Maybe
there is like a point where you could do so much coke that by the end,
where his
like,
brain is just completely burned out, and he's just exhausted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We will still have our normal stream today, so we'll still have our normal stream with Melanie Mac today. Just getting ahead a little bit, doing some news, doing some extra time to find some potential new viewers here on Rumble.
So that's
I'm going to do these kind of.
If he actually had the tens of thousands of live viewers that he claims he has it too, and it was such a successful stream, he wouldn't be having to stream at 9 a.m. to try and find new viewers. He's now streaming 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night, and it's not working. There are no viewers. No one watches him. He's
have news streams exclusive to Rumble, and try to continue to grow
so
my audience here.
Streams on YouTube. So I don't know if Rumble told them, look, here's the marching orders, buddy. If you want to still make money from us, which is the only way you're going to make money because your YouTube channels are dying and your SEO is poison, you're going to be completely exclusive to us, beholden to us, only stream here. You're going to read the coffee ads that we tell you to read for your competitors, like a good little, and do the humiliation rituals, or you're fired and you won't see 1% of the $900,000 of your money that we're holding in abeyance.
Or maybe he thinks, oh, because I made the YouTube, it's like saturating my audience.
Well,
so
I think part of it is too, in all honesty, I think his solution to this is to work harder. So he thinks that he can work his way out of this. And he also doesn't want to have to live with himself and live with the consequences of his decisions. So he throws himself into his work because he's a workaholic. And this is how he escapes. But there really is no escape, because every single moment he's doing this, he's being pelted by haters and just completely owned. So I don't know, man. He thinks he can get out of this by doing more garbage content, but it's not going to work.
Yep. Oh my God. Hang on. DSP Historical Society, sure, I just saw your tweet. Are you here? I texted him. He's asleep right now. I promise.
He's just with you.
I'm gonna DM him here. I'm gonna DM him. I promise you'll be unbanned immediately.
And
VLT
that's why I'll be streaming at
stick segment Friday. Say it ain't so. Well, he needs to get back on the internet for there to be a segment. As of right now, it's like 2 JPEGs of a fundraiser that he's scamming people for. Like, I don't know.
Keep the regular time, but I will be adding in additional other times to reach new people. Yeah, we'll be streaming at the regular time too.
Nice
HCB is off for the summer.
She's off for the summer now, guys. Now, mind you, it's not even summer. Like, when will she be back? She's gone, dude. She's posting regularly now on her YouTube channel. And by the way, everybody's being super positive to HCB and telling her how glad they are that she's free and that her takes are amazing. And she's actually flourishing without Jer. She's growing her own little audience over there of news people and casino bros that want to see her succeed so that Jer suffers more.
We actually have
by the way, we got DSP Historical Society shirt for 25 subs.
Thank you so much.
Is it all just a nightmare? Was it all just a dream? And then she looks down and the oranges were there. It was real all along. It wasn't a nightmare. It's our reality. Wake up, HCB.
That is probably what her room looks like, by the way.
Can Jeremy define what summer is for us? You guys all know that summer begins in April and it ends in November, guys. You know, that's the true definition of summer. That's why the views are down. There's only actually 3 months of the year where there's any hope of getting news or viewership, don't you know? News only occurs in the months of February and March, and I guess the first 2 weeks of April, and then there's no more news for the rest of the year. Like, it doesn't really make sense.
By the way, thank you so much, DSP Historical Society, for 25 subs. And yeah, I promise you that's the first thing we're getting sorted for you, buddy. All right? Love you, man. Thank you.
She's
thanks for the big support, everyone. Holy shit. Thank you.
Working on family and her own channels and
working on family. Wait. She had a baby during AmFest, brought the baby to AmFest. Yeah. But now it's too busy?
It's too busy now because it's summertime. So she can't show up for 2 hours 4 times a week because it's summer. It has nothing to do, guys, with the controversy that's going on, all of the scandals that Jeremy's embroiled in, the women that are speaking out against him, his creepy conduct at the Renaissance Fair, getting banned from the Renaissance Fair, the gay op he tried to run over last weekend where he deleted the Salt Mine channel and snaked his best friends of a decade and tried to frame us as flagging him and then was completely exposed and deleted his Twitter. Has nothing to do with that at all, guys. HCB just it's summer and she wants to have fun in the sun. Right.
I have never not believed someone to this level.
We got DSP Historical Society shirt for 25 subs.
Let's go.
Buddy, just 25 subs?
It was 50 technically. Come on.
Wow. He's not doing it all at once.
The SPS for Society share, man. Thank you so much, bro.
This is a robbery. We have a bag here, and you need to fill it up with subs, bud. Figure it out.
Hey, DSP, Circle Society, if you want me to play any games for the locals or whatever, let me know. You get to choose whatever, except for
He's close to 500 for the week. He's only 40 subs away.
Except for Gabe. Do not send Gabe.
By the way, Ziggy fell off. He's only in second now. Only 400 subs from Ziggy this week. What the?
Once midterms heat up, we'll bring her back.
What does that mean? By the way, Jared, like the midterms are starting to heat up now. You know what I mean? Like there's primaries going on for them and stuff like that. There's a lot of news to cover when it comes to the midterms. There's like the fuel crisis, the Iran war to talk about, all sorts of shit. But Jared's just like, there's nothing going on.
No,
like
that makes me sleepy.
The redistricting stuff. You know what I mean?
Man, great content.
The way we got 60 Reese for 25 subs.
Let's go. Look, by the way,
huge support.
I want to say this to everyone. I get it. Your politics are important to you all. I'm so bored of politics, bro. It's like the gas and it's like
because to be honest, it seems like none of it actually matters. It seems like it's like WWE. It's all fake and gay, buddy. Like
I just want to say the N-word, on screen.
It feels like a lot of people have ruined their lives for a bunch of shit that doesn't matter at all, and nothing we do really changes anything. But that's just me. That's just where I'm at on it after like over a decade of ruining my life over it. Yeah, Fuentes is like, man,
like, oh my
please
God,
release me. Release me. It's like, no, bro, this is your life, bro. You're patched in for life. This is it, buddy.
Yo.
Oh.
Did you see that guy donate to him going, you have to stop playing games. That's a goy slop.
And he goes,
you're a faggot. I actually died laughing. He made me laugh really. I was like, it was so funny. He's like,
this is just some extra hangout time.
Hangout time.
He goes, what are you going to do? Build furniture in the garage? You homo?
Frames it this parasocial way that this is extra hangout time with him. But the whole time he's banning everybody in chat, refusing to engage, refusing to even read the super chats. But yeah, we're definitely hanging out with him in the stream. Extra hangout time. Right. Okay.
Oh, there's some extra funsies.
Funsies? Oh my God. Imagine being a grown ass 45-year-old man and the word funsies is in your vocabulary. And then when you promise funsies, you can't even deliver on that promise. You can't even 100% be like, we're going to have fun. You go, hopefully, because you don't have any confidence in your own ability to deliver said funsies. Chair, you're live. You're live. It's unpaused. I can't believe it's paused. This is probably like 3 minutes. Here. It might be.
Oh, I lost the chat.
Drop it.
Okay, there you guys are.
He's lost the chat that he doesn't even read, that he's seething
the
at.
Leftist outrage. I want to get right into the clip. That's what I want to do with these segments. I don't want to jibber jabber for 2 minutes before getting into the story.
So if you really just wanted to get right into the clip, you would get right into the clip and not like, this performative versus, guys, I'm getting right into the clip. So because I'm getting right into the clip, you guys need to like and subscribe. What this is, I'll tell you what this is. This is desperation. For years, the biggest criticism that Jeremy's viewers had of him was that he would drag out the news article, that he would do like a coffee ad read before he'd get into the article, some other sponsor or product placement, or just ramble about nonsense for minutes on end. And then he would finally start reading the article painfully slow to get it over the 10 minutes for monetization.
I think this story, you know what? And he like starts for 3 minutes unsure of what the article even was.
So what this is groveling before his audience. See, guys, I'm finally listening. I'm going to listen to your guys' feedback. I'm going to get right into the news right away. I swear, please. It's too late. You're only doing this because your viewership is collapsing and everybody is dunking on you right now. Look at how depressed he is there to make this announcement. Look at him. He looks like he's at his own parents' funeral, doesn't he? Like, that's the face you make when your family has died.
No, that's him at his own funeral as a ghost.
Do you know what this is?
And he's looking at his body as a ghost.
This is him at the funeral for his own grift and getting to abuse the audience whenever he wants. He's now super upset. This is why he's so sad, because he now actually has to respect the audience's time.
Yeah.
And he can't just do endless coffee ads or people are just going to say
melt down on Twitter either. And by the way, you know him.
Lies Jer's grift.
You know him not being able to see it on Twitter too makes him
it's killing him inside.
Oh, dude.
It's killing him inside because in his mind, he shouldn't have to do any of this. Like, everybody should bow down and lick his ass and tell him how great he is and how he totally owned everybody.
Well, you do remember whenever he would have a comment or a dono about his coffee ad, like, fuck off. You know I have to make money. This is how I feed myself. Like, and he'd be like,
it's bad when even Razor Fist came out against Jer this week. You know that? Razor Fist yesterday made a vague post that's clearly about quartering where he's like, I don't understand why anybody would lock or delete their Twitter account when they're in the midst of a controversy, because all it does is give the mob a W. Why don't you just not use the app? Like, go take a dump and chill out. That's what he said.
When Razor Fist backs our point, that's... And you know that.
Well, it's just common. It's just common fucking sense. Like, just don't log into the app. Why do you need to delete the fucking app? And we all know you're going to be back anyway. So this whole thing is completely pointless. But it's so that he can talk about how he was born again for the 5th time, and we'll see it in the second live stream, the afternoon stream. It's crazy.
Yep.
Seeing your feedback.
Ring it up, Razor. I guess W. Right.
I'm hearing your feedback. Only Democrat that will call out.
Holy, you're becoming John Fetterman. I realized while I was watching Jer talk about John Fetterman here that Jer actually is John Fetterman. Like, he's a brain damaged relic that somehow is propped up. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it's that same style. They both wear the hoodies, like they both dress like total slobs. They're both brain damaged. They both can barely speak. He is John Fetterman.
This is actually painful.
But he sounds like a victim here. Like bring it back and let's watch him try and complete this.
You know what it sounds like? And Mersh, I know we're cool now, but when Mersh had his the what is it called? The Ohio police.
They're calling him Jer Fetterman.
Female cop.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this sounds familiar.
Dayton, Ohio.
Yes,
female cop.
This sounds like that. A shout outs to Mersh.
Jer Biden here. Watch.
Call out.
Look, isn't it? Female cop.
We'll call out.
Female cop. See?
There he repeated it again.
Yeah.
Call out.
Call out. By the way, I watched a bit of his show. Whenever he does stuff like this, people go, "Great point, Jer." And by the way,
he bans them.
He was banning the great points, Jerry.
It's bad.
TDS.
Wait, let's go back. Let's go back and watch that without pausing.
This was
Democrat.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That will call out.
Okay.
Will call out
Yeah.
TDS.
That's.
Fetterman votes with Democrats, 93.
Holy shit.
I'm
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Look at him there. Look at him zoom in. Oh my God. We missed a great pause. Oh my God. Oh, it was great. It was like in the middle of his blink, but it's just bring it back. Let's hear him say, I think he pronounced like Fetterman here. Like let's
Fetterman votes with Democrats, 90.
Democrats.
TDS.
He said Democrats instead
Fetterman
of
votes with
Democrats.
Democrats, 93.
Democrats. It's like, oh my God. It's like crit, like from D&D.
Yeah.
He's a Democrat, but not part of the.
Oh, instead of part, he said. Oh man, he's a Democrat, but he's not of the woke left. Oh,
he did not say fart.
on.
He did not say
He
fart.
really did. It's like, Jer, you're fired. Like, he doesn't deserve this job. Like, I just kept saying to myself over and over again watching this, you don't deserve to be here. It's time to hang it up. You're an untalented hack. You can't even read off of a screen, dude. You're a bum.
Left wing. Well, how's everybody's Tuesday going?
How's everybody's Tuesday? Of all days to ask, Tuesday?
How's everyone's?
How's everybody's Tuesday?
It's probably mid. No one's having a great Tuesday. It's always like, yeah, it's pretty good, right?
These Democrat farters. Holy.
Okay, let's go back.
Dead air, Jer.
we have to go back so we can hear the
This
dead
is
air start.
crazy.
This is my favorite.
Going.
I might start waking up at 9 a.m. to watch this live. With
yeah.
all the raw Jer. What is it called?
I call him out now each morning when he's late. I'm like, you're 40 minutes late.
I
You're
wake up-
46 minutes late.
I wake up to your tweets. It's so funny.
Part of the loon left wing. Well,
You woke up the other day to call him out for being late and then went back to bed. Like
Yes.
Ash sets his alarm to felt Jer and then goes back to bed till
Like,
noon.
oh, he's late. He's late. He's not making it to his job.
Because I messaged you at like 10 or 11. I saw your tweet. And then you messaged an hour later, like, oh, I just woke up to Feltham, and then I just went back to sleep and got
Dead
back.
Dogs for 5 subs, and the Duke of Pearl Diving for a sub.
Oh boy, it's felt o'clock.
Blimpat for 5 subs.
Thanks, 14 dead
Kleinfelter
dogs.
says, can we please talk about how Jer has Kleinfelter syndrome?
Yeah.
Well, he lines up with a lot of the symptoms of it. He really does.
Is that like you're hunched over, like that thing? Or
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Yeah. Remember when it was like
he's
the Ralph?
Kleinfelted.
Remember they were showing like
No,
the
that's
Ralph?
Cushing's.
Oh,
That's Cushing's.
Cushing's. Never mind.
how's everybody's Tuesday going?
Okay. Just so you know, guys, No Beggars Gaming. I suppose this is the raw Jer chat. I have the new OBS profile set up already. 42-minute intro of AI music felting Jer done, all set to go up by live at 8:15 a.m. So the chat opens at 8:15. So if you're a early bird or you want to hang out with chat,
Wait, that stream's gonna be open for like 3.5 hours before he finally goes live. Like, because he's hours late. Maybe he'll figure it out. Maybe third time's the charm, and tomorrow he'll actually be there on time. We can only hope.
The breakfast A-log buffet. You're amazing.
It's still dead air.
No Beggars.
The live stream.
I swear to God, I thought I still had it paused. I was reading a super chat.
No,
That's crazy.
do have a live stream at 2 Eastern. I'm just getting a little bit ahead. I want to try to start trying out some different time slots.
That'll work.
To see how things go today.
Yeah, isn't it always the best for an audience to change your time?
Is he out of touch? Is it that his content is garbage and he's a washed up bum? No, it must be the time slot that is wrong. I'm sure, buddy.
Yeah, so that's how you do it. Okay, no one's here at 2. I know. I'll go live where Most people are still
most
sleeping.
people are still asleep or they're at work. You know,
They start work then.
Like, and there's like maybe some unemployed NEETs, but like they're not even awake. Like the NEETs in England might be awake for this.
Yeah.
That's like what you're relying on. Like,
and wouldn't you start at 7 a.m.? Is that's breakfast and drive and morning drive. I don't know what he's
too
doing.
hungover. Like he can't even make it by 9, let alone by 7. This guy's gonna wake up at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. It's not happening.
Yep. No, there's
a bad day to start because there's the Nick Fuentes, Steven Crowder debate, which basically everybody on the platform was watching.
It's just endless excuses for why he has no viewership. Like it's always something else's fault. Do you know, like if you really are the big star, the big man, the draw, the main event, people would choose to watch you over anything else. But you don't have that connection with people. You couldn't draw flies to you're a bozo and a bum.
Watch that. Watch the debate. Watch the
he could have done his watch party of it, but again, that's beyond him. You know, he doesn't have that. The neurons don't fire quite.
I like how you and I like throw a billion ideas that are amazing.
Well, why does he have no ideas? Like, why does he have no creativity? Like, he has no talent. He has no creativity. All he knows is to show up, and he can't even really do that anymore. Like, he's late.
Yeah,
he's just completely unreliable.
It's wild that like I think we put more thought into his show than our show now. I'm just kidding, by the way.
So
they've kind of become one and the same.
One show
I feel
now.
like our show, it basically is it's like this is the content for our show. They've kind of become symbiotic in nature.
Except he doesn't leech anything off of us except for Feltonings.
It's not, you know.
Yeah, it's the Kino singularity. Exactly.
That's probably not the best day, you know,
you
to
don't
try.
Say, Jared.
So,
maybe you should have used your brain and not scheduled it for this day then, huh, bud? I guess you're too zanned out, though. Okay.
So tomorrow we'll try I'm going to try the 9 a.m. Eastern time slot.
You're going to try. Like, just do or do not. There is no try, says Yoda, buddy.
I'll
try to do my job. How about you just do your job and put the slop in the bag? Look how felted he looks.
He's crying.
That's like you just lost a $10,000 blackjack hand. You lost your kid's college tuition at the blackjack table, and you just cry bitter tears into the felt.
I'll try to make it live. I'll see if I can do it.
This stuff is so sick.
Coke sniff again. Buddy, like, that's great, Jer. Hit us with the Coke sniff face rub combo. Did you see that?
Yeah.
9 a.m. Eastern time slot. This stuff is...
Oh. Holy, buddy. Did you shower? Did you wash your face this one? You got to rub the eye crusties out? Holy
sad, bro.
So sick.
By the way, imagine you work your entire life, become a millionaire off streaming, to wake up at 8 a.m. to stream for 9. For him, it's 8 a.m., right? Because it's like essential, right?
It's got to stop.
So he wakes up at 7:30 to stream. Oh my God, it's a nightmare. But I had to sleep.
Oh, he looked like he was about to cry.
So sick. It's got to stop.
Watch this. Oh, he was sad, man. Oh, no.
Buddy.
Oh, no, Jer.
This nose sniff is not good, huh?
Good. I know. He needs to blow his nose. Speaking of which, I'm going to do that right now.
Fair enough.
I don't even understand what we're doing here with this.
Neither do I.
You know?
You tell us what we're doing. You're the streamer. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Holy, he's checking his pulse again. DSP Historical Society shirt for 23 subs.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Guys, I'll DM it to you.
Do you hear him sniff again?
Read what I sent you.
By the
Look
way,
at this shit.
shout out to
Look at what he's promoting here.
Here, I'm gonna scan it with my phone.
Look at this,
I love
dude.
scanning URs.
Like, he must be getting paid nothing. Like, this is the bottom of the barrel ad read for like $20. North Idaho's 3-day Christian retreat.
faithfamilyfun.com. Look at this ad.
There's no way anyone's signing up. It's in Idaho, for sake.
Oh, okay, here we go. Get tickets. Let's see how much it is.
Someone asked what's wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the concept in general. I'm just saying this can't be a sponsorship that pays a lot of money. A 3-day Christian retreat in North Idaho.
It's honestly not bad price. $115 for the early bird.
Sorry. We're promoting it better than Jared. Honestly, they're getting their money's worth now. This thing, the sponsors might realize, wait a minute, if we do an ad read to Jared, then 10,000 live viewers will see it on Keno Casino later on.
And all the replays and the Rumble and the YouTubes and all that.
So Jared needs to take that into account when he's negotiating. Let's be real, he's not negotiating. He's taking what he can get, the bottom of the barrel scraps.
Like, ooh, it's actually pretty good prices. Like, I'm genuinely like, whoa.
Shiloh Echo. Join us for Shiloh Echo, a 3-day affordable Christian family retreat, September 11th through the 13th at the beautiful 100-plus acre Boulder Creek Resort in Idaho. Yeah, check that out. It sounds kind of fun. It's like it's in northern Idaho.
Kind of fun.
Could be kind of cool.
Sell it. What do you mean it's kind of fun? It's kind of cool. This is going to be an incredible opportunity for edification for you and your family. Meet with like-minded Christians of faith that share your values and become inspired to live your life for Christ today. 3 days of faith, family, and fun in the serene, beautiful wilderness of northern Idaho. Only $150 right now with the early bird special. Like, he's not even trying,
I'm
man.
gonna be real. I actually wish I was at this event, and it looks peaceful and nice, actually. And the price is banging, honestly. And you get to practice your faith. What more could you ask for?
Why does he have no passion for this?
I might actually go to Idaho for this thing.
Should we travel to Idaho? Do they even have an airport in Idaho? Does Boise have an airport? They must, right?
I don't even know. I mean, well, I think we should do it. Honestly.
Raymond, are you going? I see Raymond.
Raymond, would you go with us?
He says, let's go to Idaho. Raymond's excited. He wants to go to the Bible retreat
we should
in Idaho.
I'm thinking of it, for real.
He says, of course, I'm not even convinced Idaho's a real place. Jared just did another sniff. Like, if we did a sniff counter, we'd be at like 9 by now. Look at him, man. He looks like he's going to cry. Like, he's broken. We got, how's your weekend for 10 subs?
Let's go! Thank you for that support, guys. It's really generous of you all. Thank you.
Could be kind of cool.
Remember the locals, I'm streaming tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Kind of cool, guys. Oh, man, that was like a serial killer. Whoa. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel.
If this fucking retard didn't get Flake's channel taken down, I'd actually feel bad.
Oh,
I actually
he's dead inside. Like, he's just hollowed out.
Compassion. It does hurt my heart to see someone like this, but for what he's done to us and how he's reacted, I
love to see him like this. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. And what I love about this too is it just drives him to the bottle more, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to be able to stay off the bottle. He hasn't been able to quit for one day. Not even one day without booze, and he'll never stop until he's in a grave. And I don't give a single him.
Like Jared, did you have to try to ruin our lives and our editor's life?
Could be kind of cool.
Oh, he can't even hold it together. Let's go! We're breaking him. We're breaking him. He's psychologically broken. Let's go. Let's go. Let's never stop. Always on the attack.
Could be kind of cool.
Watch.
I wonder if I'm going to be able to just
no, Jer, no! They're psychologically breaking me again. Miles we walked. That's the way.
I don't want to fuck the YouTube channels who clip us too. So, Jer. Oh man,
Jer.
You
bro,
fucker.
he looks like his family is being tortured to death in front of him. Like he lost it all.
I'm actually like, wow.
Oh man, this is the finding out part of around. Was it worth it, Jer? Was it worth it, buddy?
move right to the normal storefront.
Oh, did you see what I sent you, by the way?
Yeah, I did. It's crazy.
Shit.
I'll have to restart the stream. Okay, let's see.
It's restarting the stream.
Oh, you know what? We'll do that too, guys. We'll see you all in a minute.
See the main slot.
Watch this. This is crazy. What is going on, Jer? You're just typing inside. Look at him. And the whole time, he just looks completely suicidal. Like, he just looks completely just devoid of any sort of hope or joy.
But
he's just like typing and just dead air.
Okay. I don't know, man. Are we allowed to do that? Like, if we're having a boring stream, we're like, oh, actually, we'll just start over, guys. Be right back. And then we just start the intro and then come back.
Look at him. He's got the lone wolf.
Okay.
The cope. He's all alone. Here I am again on my own. Walking down the only road I'll never know. I'm a drifter. I was born to walk alone. Oh, howl at the moon, Jerry. He's gonna werewolf. Oh boy. Like a grifter, I was born to sell my soul.
Yo.
Look at him. Oh, he's crushed in his heart. Look at him. Oh, he's struggling. Oh. He's sad.
Okay, this is actually...
There's no wolf pack. There's no Hannah. There's no Mel. It's pretty bonkers. It's bonkers. Sir, you're a grown-ass man. Stop saying it's bonkers. He's gay. So I guess how much did he make on this stream? This one?
Oh, by the way,
$10.
Jeremy's Heather's concealer is working overtime, isn't it?
I know, right? You can still see those dirty old bags.
That shit's working. OT,
can't
bro.
ever be fixed. Holy
bonkers.
Whoa! Cringe alert! Cringe alert! Cringe alert! Cringe alert! Bonkers! Holy, you think that's how you entertain people, you fucking bozo? What's wrong with this guy? Look at the way he's looked off to the side. Like, is that not a broken man that's lost last shred of hope? He didn't even know he had hope and he just lost it.
This is the most broken man I think I've ever seen. Like, fuck, dude.
I'm going to try to get right into the stories quicker this week.
Okay. Because you know, Ash knows I watch his main channel, right? And the videos. But I thought there was I was gonna text you, like, is there something that happened that I missed? Because he seemed like in panic. All the videos start with him going, "Hey guys, just so you know, I'm going to start without rambling too much. No more jibber jabber. And I'm going to start, okay, guys, everyone thanks for the likes. Anyway, I'm like, something happened? Apparently, Ash said, no, he is just mentally broken. Okay.
My only ask is I'll shut up and get to the story quick. You
Do
smash
that
that
then.
like.
No.
We will like it if we like it.
If we like the video, we'll like it. If we like the video, we'll leave a positive comment, buddy. How about you put the videos in the bag? Like his mind's like, okay, how about I don't waste your time with a bunch of bullshit and then you actually like the video? No, fuck you. How about just give us a good video? Stop trying to haggle with us for likes and comments. Like, it's so pathetic, bro.
By the way, what if he goes, remember to hit like, and I'll get to it. So you hit like, but then it turns out the rest of the video, he's avowing like effing kids and stuff. And you're like, whoa.
Like, wouldn't it be better to just actually get into the news story?
Yeah.
And then people will figure out oh, wow, he's actually made a change. He's getting into the news story right away. Rather than taking a minute or two to give your preamble about how you've changed and how you're going to get into the story right away while not actually getting into the story right away, and then trying to use you doing your job correctly as a bargaining chip to get engagement.
Or what if you hit like, and then later he like puts like a militia, like a, we need to take out and then you've hit like on it. So now the FBI's at your house because he avowed like some terrorism.
But like,
thing.
what if it, like you hit like and then it turns out his take was terrible?
Yeah, he's talking about arting kids. He's like,
bro,
what?
Look at how tired he is there, bro. That's the type of tired that sleep doesn't fix. Like, look at him. He's like, he's got like the double thumbs up, but he's not okay. Like, things aren't good, bro. That's the saddest, most tired man doing a thumbs up. Can you zoom in on that?
That's like
so. Can you zoom in on his face there? Like, it's actually crazy. Look at him,
bro.
Look at him, man.
I don't even know what to
I'm
say.
tired, boss. I'm tired.
By the way, is he using like to pass the paywall like website?
Yes, he is. Because even though he could write it off as a business expense, he's just too cheap to fork out the $1 to get Daily Mail Plus.
That's pretty base, though. That's pretty base.
Yeah,
don't
it
pay
is.
Daily
It
Mail.
is. You know what? He's right. He's right. That's
a Jared dub. No
button and leave a positive comment in the description. I could definitely use some positivity this week, so I'll keep taking your feedback.
Oh my God! Help me!
He's so dead. He's cooked. Oh my God! Oh no! This is full on low cal alert. That's rough, bro, isn't it? Like, come on, guys, I could use some positivity this week. You just know they're roasting me. They're dunking on me. They're dragging me online with mean comments. So if you could just leave a positive comment saying you suck my dick even before you watch the video, that would be great. Like, how about we comment afterwards, buddy, if we feel the need to comment? Like, you. This is him bargaining with what's left of his rapidly dwindling audience. Like, please, guys, I'm doing what you asked for years. Well, I crammed all this slop down your throat. Will you please give me something in exchange? How about no? How about no, Jer?
It just took a month and a half of getting battered by the entire internet.
Now, guys, you asked for this. For years, you've said you don't want coffee ads at the beginning of the video. And now I listened. I changed it. So where's the support? What happened? No, really. What happened? You said that you would like the videos if I did this, and then you didn't. So what's going on?
And if it's good, then any other kind of changes you want me to make to the segments, I will do it. Went dark shortly thereafter. Shortly thereafter. Is it?
Oh my God! Whoa!
Shortly
Whoa, that was crazy.
Did you have
Bring
to fix
it
that,
back.
by the way? It's like shortly after. It's like, but shortly thereafter, it's like, did you have to add the word there?
He had to just completely derail the entire sentence.
It's
like
brutal.
twice.
Went dark shortly after. Shortly thereafter.
It's like you didn't have to even fix that.
It was like 3 different corrections.
Like zoom in. I mean, like zoom in. Like, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I could zoom in at every frame, and there's like a possible stick.
Is it? I used to think Signal was a.
What the f- is that? Wait, did his brain
He's
break?
just crashing out,
it?
bro. Is it? Get ready for his next line after he drops the is it? Is it? Is it?
Is it? I used to think Signal was a secure messaging app. That's not.
Oh my god!
Oh,
my
no!
I can't.
He's Biden maxing, man. He's sundowning. He's got dementia. He used to think Signal was a secure app, but then after the conversation with the editor where he misinterpreted his act, he realizes that Signal can't be trusted. It's the app's fault that the editor deleted the Salt Mine channel. I mean, Jared deleted the Salt Mine channel.
Yeah. Is that why he's saying it?
He's throwing Signal under the bus for his own mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Not. As far as I can tell, it seems like the government can just get into whatever they want.
No.
It seems like they can get in whatever they want.
Wait,
just
why did you need to repeat that?
hang on. Wait, what?
Once was enough.
Secure messaging app. That's not. As far as I can tell, it seems like the.
Wait. You know what he's doing? Okay, this is assuming he has an editor. Is he doing these lines extra to give the editor like extra, like if I f up that
Second
line?
take?
Yeah.
You might be right,
That
but
might
I don't
be it,
think I don't think there's any editing going on at all. Like the editor for Jer has to be like the easiest job ever because whatever he sends you, you just upload. you just put the outro on the end and you just upload it. Like there's no editing.
That's so funny.
Government can just get into whatever they want.
Wow.
It seems like they can
just
get in whatever they
figured this
want.
out now.
Just like
He's saying
I
it
think.
again. Like everything he has to say it twice. It's crazy.
Let me see.
Like it seems like they can get in whatever they want. Just like I think
Go ahead.
Tyler Robinson had
Do you think?
co-conspirators. Leave a like on the video right now if you agree with that.
Leave a like if you think
That's desperate. That's desperate, bro. Leave a like if you think he had co-conspirators. Like, that's sad, man. Like, just on his knees for engagement. Please, won't anyone like the video? I'm being choked out in the SEO by my detractors. Please save me.
I don't even know, like.
I don't.
Yeah, your bell is taking a beating tonight, bro. Like,
It's gonna get
yamming
even
it.
worse.
It's gonna get bad.
I don't. This is one of those things where I feel like, in my opinion,
Yeah.
in my opinion,
Uh-huh.
Oh my god!
it feels like, I don't know. It
Yeah?
just
Oh my
Whoa!
god.
That was legitimately the craziest thing of all time.
That was.
He said so much and in the end said nothing. He just ended with, I don't know. He's like, I think, I think,
in my opinion,
I don't know. Like, please bring that back. You have,
Yes.
you guys have to, have to hear that again.
in my opinion,
okay, I'm rewinding even more. Hang on.
I don't. This is one of those things where I feel like, in my opinion,
Yeah.
in my opinion,
He repeated the same
it
thing again.
feels like,
It feels like
I don't know. It's just Patel and then FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Let me know what you think.
Dan Bongino? You mean Dan Bongino? He called him Bongino.
Bongino? No.
Like, he needs to be fired from this job. Like, he
has
just
to
can't
fire
handle
himself.
it. He needs to resign. Like, how can you not be ashamed of yourself? Seriously.
Yeah, I don't know. You know,
He doesn't know, you know?
I don't know.
What is that? I don't know, you know? Yeah, we know you don't know, you bozo. Like, oh, man. It's never been this over. Look at his eyes, man.
I don't know, you know.
No, you know.
Yeah, we know you bozo.
Your political hot
That's
takes.
actually the funniest shit I've ever heard. I'm actually dying. I don't know, you know. I don't know, you know. Yeah,
To the hard-hitting political takes you can only get from Jer. Tune in to Jer, 9 a.m.
shit.
Wake up early with some coffee brand coffee for these hot takes. We're getting...
Oh my god.
I don't know, you know. Wake me
Let's
up,
go
wake
back.
me up
Let's go
inside.
back.
He just stares off into space like a comatose fucking patient in a psych ward, man.
Yo, I'm gonna rewind that.
It's fucking psychotic.
yeah, I don't know. You know,
It's unpaused. Just for people
checking
who are
his pulse.
listening.
He's
I know
checking
there's
his pulse.
I know there's people who are like listening, like, are they paused?
Wake
no,
me
if you're
up
listening and not
before
watching.
you go, cause I don't know you know. Check my pulse, cope and cry now. Jer's having a bad day.
Oh,
I appreciate you, admin. Trying to find this influencer video
that's
quick.
the one that we saw earlier.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait.
He's
Yeah, I've been
trying to find
trying to
the video and he can't find it.
Find this influencer video quick. All right. Oh my god.
What are you doing?
What is he doing?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Jer! You're live. The sniff
story is
again.
That's crazy.
Is he actually sniffing Zans? Like, that's my only explanation for what I'm witnessing. Look at him there, by the way. Like, would you trust that guy? Look at his eyes. He looks like he's possessed by the devil. Look at him. Look at that.
Oh my god, that's
scary, man. Whoa.
Yo. Actually, that's pretty fucked.
While my promise to you this week is to get into the story faster than ever. And
Well,
if you like
were
that,
getting into the story faster than ever, you wouldn't have to say that, would you? You're not getting into the story as fast as you can, because if you were, you just get into the story. But I repeat myself.
Imagine being so afraid of losing your audience that you got, I promise I'll do what
I promise I'll do what I was supposed to do from the beginning, but I was too much of a grifter to actually deliver good content. And now that I disrespected my audience, I'm on the verge of losing all of you. So please, what do I have to do for you to still love me?
Yep. I was at 20 ums a minute. I mean, it might be more. Andy, check Twitter. Okay, well.
make sure you leave a like on the video and you leave a positive comment down in the bottom. I could definitely use it. A woman wearing a revealing outlet screaming, "I have chimp out," as some people say.
What?
An influencer has been arrested.
What was that, Jer? A chimp out, as some would say? What?
Wait.
What?
Wait.
What?
Wait.
By the way, he didn't say a revealing outfit. He said a revealing outlet. Bring it back.
Wait.
Listen.
No, he didn't.
Listen. No, he really did.
Hang
Leave a
on,
like
hang on. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Watch.
Pay attention.
in the video and you leave a positive comment down in the bottom. I could definitely use it. A woman wearing a revealing outlet screaming, "I have
revealing outlet."
Buddy, the word is right there on the screen in front of you, and it says outfit. And you said outlet.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Jer.
chimp out."
Chimp out.
Oh no!
Oh my my god, dude!
This guy needs to get some help.
His
He needs to
batting
get some
average
sleep.
for words are garbage, and I stutter.
Maybe call it a chip out.
A chip out?
And you leave the story faster than ever. And if you like that, make sure you leave a like on the video and you leave a positive comment down in the bottom. I could definitely use it.
Oh my god! Why did
a woman wearing a revealing outlet screaming, "I have chimp out," as some people say. An influencer has been arrested for aggravated attacking after a.
Okay, here you go. Explain the story.
Clearly, look at this. Like, just go ahead. Like 2 seconds.
An influencer has been arrested for aggravated.
You see it right there. It says right there on the page.
Aggravated
assault. An influencer has been arrested for aggravated assault. He intentionally read it as aggravated attacking.
Why?
Which isn't a real charge.
Oh my god, Jer!
Like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, how could you not just read that? Like, he had to create an entirely different word. Do you really get demonetized for saying the word assault?
No.
You can't possibly. That's the only thing I can think of to excuse this.
I think it's
he's self-censoring.
It's a
His
brain.
His brain is just completely.
That's a .exe.
It's completely melted, man.
My guess is alcohol was involved.
Well, that's the case with you always,
exactly. But yeah, it makes sense, Jerry. Yeah, with you, alcohol's definitely involved for sure.
That's what me and Ashton say about every clip we watch. We think there's alcohol involved.
My guess is maybe other substances were involved. Everything about that is just bad. Bad.
Okay, I couldn't tell if that was my mouth.
Bad. Everything about that.
Is he actually having a mental breakdown?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Everything about it.
Everything he's saying.
But also huge, massive shout out.
So this is freeusabirthday.com.
Stop.
And they're giving out free children's guides to the American Revolution for only $2 shipping and handling. You got to wonder what Jer's cut is of the $2 shipping and handling. You think he's making
$1.
20 cents?
He made
this
$1.
guy is desperate, man. He's got no money coming.
Can we get
freeusabirthday.com, man.
Can we get one sub to Jer?
This is the crazy thing, man, is he doesn't have to do this, you know? Like, he shouldn't have to do this.
Oh my god.
Really? Like, how much money could you possibly be making from this?
He makes a quarter,
you know?
Per ad.
Like, this is the thing, like, I'm sure we could go and get garbage bottom of the barrel ad reads like this and read them for nickels. But then people be like, what the fuck? Like, how much money do you guys need? How fucking greedy?
How poor?
But this is the thing.
Is it tough times?
Always trying to maximize money extraction to just a ridiculous degree to the detriment of the content and his credibility. And he wonders why.
Here we go.
There we go. Blimpat and DPR with gifted subs.
We got a Zenith for a pack it up saying Jared is worse than when Merce stroked out. I said that already. Shout outs to Merce. We got Scrub a 7 for a sub.
Bar for 5 subs. Bosom Baby for a sub. Bad Weather Biker for a sub. 8 o'clock 20 for a rage quit. Says, if I like the video, will he stop the Miller time and crashing out online? That's a change we all want. Honestly, I want him to continue doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's incredibly profitable for us.
Profitable. By the way, we got a lot of stuff today, guys. Thank you for the big support. We really appreciate it. Love you all. And let's continue.
To the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday.
He didn't say the Kids Guide. He said the Kids Guy. Pardon me? What did you say? What do you mean, what Kids Guy?
Whoa, buddy.
It sounds like he's promoting a...
To the Kids Guide.
The Kids Guy? What?
Whoa.
To America's 250th birthday. Absolutely.
Bro, he's
our
reading
parents'
that
real
like he's dead inside.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing behind his eyes. There's no tonality to his voice. Like it's so monotone.
Mhm.
There's no punctuation, by the way, in the way that he reads things. It's like totally dead.
Actually, it's the opposite. It feels like there's punctuation in between every word, a comma. He's got a comma in between every word. Hey, guys, why did you pause?
talk, and
What the fuck? Okay.
Whoa.
Everybody.
Yo,
that's the
haunted
face-
chair, buddy.
The face of your
That's
nightmares?
freaky, bro. Yeah,
Yo.
that's your sleep paralysis demon. Your sleep paralysis demon, sire.
That's what women see when they finally see through
It's
his
demonic.
nice
It's
guy.
his true form.
That's
He's
what-
got 3 heads.
That's what Sydney Sweeney and like Lauren and everyone saw after he revealed
Somehow,
himself.
with his demonic abilities, he's able to multiply his hat, so his bald, weak spot is never exposed. So the thing is, if you give him actually a Smartie on the top of that ball cap, you hit him, it'll actually destroy him. If you manage to make contact with his bald
did I
chrome
say
dome,
Sydney
he
Sweeney? I
just
meant Sydney
dissolves
Watson.
into. Yeah, he wishes he was sexually harassing Sydney Sweeney. He had to settle for Dr.
My
Sydney Watson.
Listen, when you watch Jer for long enough, it actually with your like. I feel like my brain after watching enough Jer, I start to like lose my mind. You want a sticker of demonic Jer? Yeah, we'll make a sticker of this.
Let's
some
get
subs.
10 subs.
Let's get
for
10
this
subs for the
for the demonic Jer sticker, dude. Like, you see how his eyes are closed there? Like,
yeah,
or they almost look like they're white, like the Undertaker's eyes. Look at that.
Yeah,
There's no color to those eyes.
That's actually
Well,
fucking-
we've got Raw Quarter Pounder for a sub, Lamb Beers for a sub, Absolute Cinnamon,
Boom.
Junior Bacon Sneedburger, Anal Lover with a sub. And then
Wow.
we've got Shystein for 10 subs.
Wow.
Pencil
Let's go,
Vester
let's
for
go,
5
let's
subs.
go, Let's go.
Gator for 5 subs. Huge support for the sticker tonight. Sticker gang.
Sticker gang.
Let's go.
Hang on, I'm just opening up Photoshop. Give me 1 second here.
Pre-Dawn Corpse Warski slacking with the sticker game, guys. You're gonna have to send in
I have to
super
do a
chats and
full-
subs right now
Yeah,
to
everyone,
fill the dead air,
fill the
guys.
dead air
Make
with
my
subs with
guys
money.
bail me out of this situation. I just can't talk off the top of my head, so I need to read your super chat. We got how was your weekend for 2,000 kicks? Smash the like button to own the trolls and make Charlie Kirk's corpse dance a happy dance. Charlie's dancing the happy dance because Jared got a like. Like this is like Charlie's smiling in heaven because Ham Planet got a like on his video.
Yeah, no,
I
he
feel
said
like
that. He
he's
said
got-
that.
He really did though. He actually said that.
He
It's
goes,
like I'm pretty sure Charlie has a lot more to deal with in the eternal heavenly habitation. Like these earthly concerns as to whether or not Jared's video has the right like dislike ratio, I feel like are a little bit beneath him.
Imagine,
now that he's
imagine-
transformed forms into his spiritual self, like, but yeah, no,
Imagine
he's
God
definitely concerned. Yeah.
walks into the Charlie's lounge in heaven, right? And goes, "Hey, bad news, Charlie. I gotta send you to hell because Quartering didn't get enough likes on his new video. Sorry, Charlie.
Sorry, Charlie,
Sorry.
buddy.
Sorry,
I'm
Charlie.
sending you to hell
Because-
because Jer got ratioed on his latest video and he
Yeah.
called on my name.
It's
and
like
yours,
Office
so.
Space. Yeah,
Soft
about staying in
Charlie.
heaven.
Softball fish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're gonna be-
Not
we're gonna-
really gonna work out. We got Sunset 90 for 10 subs. Dramatic Discussion for 10 subs. It's a me, him for 10 subs. 14 Dead Dogs. That's a crazy name, bro. I don't like that name for a gifted sub. Raw Quarter Pounder for a sub. Pre-Dawn Corpse
So much
says
support.
Jer
Fuck.
looks like that scene in Star Trek, the motion picture with the transporter
Yo,
accident.
by the way, it's called Quartering Nightmare is the sticker.
And we got Agdamaster says, guys, he could really use a positive comment right now. Guys, really could use a positive comment right now.
No. By the way, bad news for Chrissy Mayer, trending on entertainment. Chrissy Mayer draws backlash for Schindler's List joke amid stream controversy.
That's the last thing I care about. Oh no! Oy vey!
Oy vey!
Oh no! Oh no! How could Chrissy be so anti-Semitic, guys?
During a time
How
like
dare
this.
you, Chrissy? Gabe, get on this, Gabe. Gabe, call the ADL. Chrissy Mayer did a oopsie, Gabe. She made fun of Schindler's List, Gabe. Shut it down, Gabe. Where's H3? H3 to sue this bitch.
Yeah,
for
H3.
degrading Steven Spielberg's great film, Schindler's List. The greatest, most historically accurate movie of all time, bro.
Literally word for word.
This scene with like Ralph Fiennes is like in the guard tower just shooting Jews for fun. Is this really what happened? Like, is that really what happened?
Let's continue the show before Gabe DMs us.
It was just like this comically evil. It was insane, dude. Like, I don't know. Maybe it really was happening. No, it happened, and it was even more. There was even more.
It was way worse than that movie. In fact,
no, it was way worse, bro.
Was a sweep job for the Nazis.
It really was. When you really think about it, Spielberg was actually a secret neo-Nazi that was trying to downplay the truth because it wasn't 6 million. It was actually 12 million that died.
More.
It might have been even more than that.
It's like the number you don't even, it's like pi. You don't even, it continues
We're lucky
forever.
that there's even one left today. And in all seriousness, we acknowledge the Holocaust, however many died. However, I went to the Holocaust Museum, okay? I went to the Holocaust Museum in all seriousness, and it was 6 million. I saw the shoes and everything. Okay, I saw the shoes. Okay.
Didn't you eat at the Holocaust Museum?
I did eat at the Holocaust Museum Cafe, and I feel like they might have served better food in Auschwitz. Like, I really understood the plight of the Jewish people when this black woman served me this miserable sandwich, the saddest sandwich you've ever seen for like $12 at the Holocaust Cafe, and I was like, "Oy vey."
That's crazy. Selling sandwiches for $12 at the Holocaust Museum.
There's a Holocaust Museum gift shop where no word of a lie, they sold a magnet that said Shalom on it, and I bought that. I was buying all the memorabilia at the Holocaust Museum, and I'm not kidding. And there's all these books about genocide, like all the different genocides. I'm like, yeah, give me all the books about genocide. Load me up. I gotta support.
Were the sandwiches like named after like the Supreme or
the Himmler,
the Himmler ham
the Himmler
sandwich.
hoagie, the Himmler hoagie, the Goebbels Grand Slam, like this. No.
Don't tell me there was oven roasted pizza there.
No, we're so felted, bro. The show's so woke, bro. The woke leftist show out here, like in all seriousness, folks,
ashtrays where they're like, guess how many they can.
Okay, sorry. The Holocaust was a tragedy.
Obviously.
That can never be allowed to happen again. Never again means never again. We love Gabe Hoffman. Please, Gabe, don't smite us. We're just playing around with the deaths of 6 million people, which we should never do. Honestly, we should be canceled for this.
Yeah, we should.
Wrong.
You know what? I'll cancel
We're
ourselves.
Sorry.
We'll be off.
We're sorry.
Okay, we'll be off on Friday. We're taking Friday off.
Jews.
We gotta take. Ash, we gotta go on vacation to penalty. To really think of.
I think we lost like 600 viewers during that segment. Those are all of the new
we
fans who were like,
no, I think we
this is
gained
all of the
100
new
viewers.
who were like, there's no way we can tolerate this.
Honestly?
The H3 girly abandoned us. Was like, it is true.
Oh, we actually
They're
did.
hateful.
We lost like 300 viewers.
Yeah, dude.
Stop
No
the
one,
Jews.
nobody
Whoa.
wanted the Holocaust bit. No one
Yeah.
wanted that. I guess it's not a good idea to joke about that, huh?
You-
Suffer Chrissy Mayer.
You
You're
know,
canceled, bitch.
if H3 and Ela are watching that, like, turn it off.
Turn it off.
Turn it off.
They're frustrating us with this. This isn't a laughing matter.
All right. People think buy Jews. Okay. Look, we love the Jews. The Holocaust obviously happened.
Oh, hi,
and-
Jews.
Oh, hi, Jew. All right.
Hello, Jew.
By the way, this is the wokest show. We're a left-wing show. We are totally
I know,
woke.
right? This is a woke cancel mob program. Fuck
One
me.
sub from Vagicarp after that. Thank you so much, Vagicarp.
That was it. One sub. I thought it was honestly a decent little riff.
I
But
loved
we've
it.
done this. We've done the riff about the Holocaust Museum at least 12 times. I'll never get over the Holocaust Museum cafe.
I'm gonna go.
Like that. Bro.
Well, wait, okay. What's better? Holocaust Cafe or IKEA lounge place to eat?
It's the IKEA cafe, buddy.
The IKEA beats Holocaust. Wow. That's crazy.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa. By the way, we got Hoo-Ha for 2,000 kicks. Says, your Ashkenazi Jewish benefactor, and Puppet Master forgives you both. This is a thing that Hoo-Ha has been saying for a while, that he's Jewish. This is the thing. We have so many Jewish fans. We have so many Jewish friends that they let us get away with these jokes because we love Israel. We love the Jews. Israel must take all of the West Bank. All of the Gaza Strip belongs to Israel. Israel will expand its borders. There will be a greater Israel. Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, it all belongs to Israel. It will all be Israeli clay. Thank you. DSP Historical Society, sure, for 5,000 kids. Buddy, I'm not gonna. That's crazy, bro. He's saying he has a picture of him at Dachau pretending to go into the oven.
Yeah,
No,
that's
you
funny.
don't. That's bro.
That's
Can
good
you
comedy.
imagine? Remember when these people were posting selfies at the gate of Auschwitz, like smiling, and everybody
Yeah.
was like, they're like, haha, like this at the gates of
Yay,
Auschwitz.
TikTok?
And like they're at any other tourist place. And it was like,
They're doing
whoa,
twerking for TikTok.
buddy. We lost another 700 viewers. Holy shit. We
Yeah.
gotta move on.
Yeah. By the way, is there a Holocaust bakery? Kidding. All right.
We're purging the normies. The normies are getting purged.
Bye, normies. Okay, all right. Let's go. It's unpaused, by the way.
Help spread some positivity by making sure you leave a like on the video
Oh my god.
and leave a
That was the normie cost. Okay, sorry.
positive
It
comment
was.
down in the comments. I could definitely use some positive vibes this week, and so I'm going to take your feedback.
That's hard. Look at him, bro. He does look like he needs some positive vibes.
By the way,
man.
he said feedback. That's the first time he's had the word feed when it wasn't about food.
We got
Yeah.
evac for 5 subs.
Feedback. Yeah, feed in your mouth.
Right into the story. Over the weekend, there was a roast. I think jokes are jokes.
Yeah, there was a roast. Oh, against you.
Hear this. No, hear
Okay.
this. Yeah, there was a ham roast. There was. Okay. Hear this. This is some real delicious irony from Jer. Get ready for this.
All right.
Feedback. Get right into the story. Over the weekend, there was a roast. I think jokes are jokes. You should be able to make whatever jokes you want. You should be able to,
Really?
do whatever you want, joke related. Even if it makes
Then why
even
can't
if it
we
makes people
joke
feel
about
uncomfortable.
you?
Oh,
The deal-
He said, by the way, he said even if it makes people uncomfortable. So even though our jokes about you being a cuck made you uncomfortable, you believe we should have the right to make those jokes, right? Then why did you take down our channel, Jer? Why did you do that? Like, what the is wrong with this guy? Like, the lack of self-awareness is crazy.
Beast has reached out to the White House and representative for Hinchcliffe for comment, but the biggest backlash is coming for.
Go ahead.
I'm going to.
Whoa.
We're gonna move over to. I've got to end the stream for like 5 minutes, and then we'll be right back.
What? Diarrhea.
I can't just bring Mel into this stream, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back in 4 minutes. The countdown will start. So head on. It'll be a new stream. So 4 minutes. The countdown will start, and we'll see you over there.
Okay.
What?
All right. So now we get into the stream where Melanie Mac arrives, and this is where the real madness begins.
Wait, that wasn't the madness?
No, that was only the first stream of 3 streams that he did yesterday. So this is he maxed out here around 600 live viewers. It's grim. It's grim, Jer. And he banned Meme Copium.
Meme Copium? Okay. No, I don't know. Why don't you give me an opinion as a live streamer? That's what he got fucking.
And that's what he got banned for.
That's actually fucking wild. All right.
Okay. Here we go.
Site for Brie Larson.
Yeah.
How about a handshake?
Wait, you're gone. I don't see you.
Oh no! I
mean, you had one job, Jer. You had one job. How is it that every single day you f it up like this? You have a live stream every day, bro. And every single live stream is a disaster to start. Why? Look at him here, dude.
What is it? His camera look. Did he like move it? Why is it low quality? Where's the saturation? Why does he look like
messed up?
Oh my god, that eye looks brutal. There's like a straight up like a slot here, isn't there?
You're gone. I don't see you.
Oh no! I'm here.
Oh god.
Oh, we wish you weren't.
Lower that.
That voice is awful.
Oh man.
You're here. There you are.
Oh god.
All right, there. I had to set
He's
up a
fucking
new
with
one.
his camera again. He's
I
showing his cut
my
corner.
head's completely chopped off. And
what are you doing?
Does she dye her hair every day?
I know. It's every day of the week. It's a new dye job.
No, this is just part and parcel for high quality stream that people definitely love and care.
Stop.
It was at this moment that I knew we had won completely. Look at his face there. Zoom in. Look how broken he is. A stream that people definitely like and enjoy.
Oh my god. Look at this.
Oh, that's a sticker. Isn't it just zoomed in on those eyes?
I'm actually like.
Look at that, man. He's like, he becomes a full-blown lol cow in this stream. Like, he was trying to hold it together on the previous stream. You could tell on his face, and by the way he was talking, or lack of talking rather, that it was a disaster and he was broken. But now that Mel's here, he feels comfortable just letting out his crying and just whining and bitching and moaning. It's amazing.
Oh my god, I love it. Everyone loves this stream, right?
Or in every conceivable way. The
let's go back.
The fake Mel smile.
I lowered it a bit, folks. Tell me if it's fine. It's just that Mel voice. It's like I can imagine if you wear earbuds.
Just bring it up a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Are you sure?
Yeah.
People, definitely love and care for in every conceivable way. So I hope everyone's doing good.
That was a struggle. I hope
everyone's doing good.
If you're enjoying the stream, definitely make sure you leave a like on it. And every like of the stream makes a hater cry just a little bit.
Ooh, it's a lol cow alert! Lol cow alert! Lol cow alert! The transformation is complete. seething and malding about the negativity. Yeah, I'm sure everyone really likes and enjoys this stream. And then being like, please like the stream. Every like is another tear from a troll's eye.
I can't.
So it just reveals, by the way, that the dislikes are getting to him, that it's breaking his spirit, that he's getting dislikes on his videos. So you know what's going to happen, Jared? People are going to keep disliking the video, buddy. And he's like making that the win condition now is the like dislike. So people are just going to dislike it even more. What was he thinking?
Oh, wait, a buddy added me, Roger Live. We'll be opening up the lobby at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. All right?
I don't know what he's thinking with that because Jer won't be there by 9. I guarantee. But you know what? Good on you. I hope it happens. I hope it happens.
I'm going to actually set my alarm and see if it's good and go back right to sleep because I'm going to be dead.
Wars where it's like, I thought the likes and dislikes didn't matter, Jer. Well, he forgot about that cope, but he'll bring it up later and say that even though it doesn't matter, we have to take this away from the trolls. It's like, but I thought you didn't even think about the trolls. It didn't affect you. You were smiley face. You made you laugh and you were happy. Yes, Nana.
There's a few interesting stories.
Interesting story.
I kind of pussy out.
He said story instead of stories and then tried to correct it to store eyes.
What?
That's
store cry just a little bit more. There's a few interesting stories.
You mean stories?
That's so funny.
Forgot the plural.
That's the funniest. There's a few interesting stories.
What he actually meant was sore eyes. That's why his eyes look like that.
More. There's a few interesting stories. We've got.
Wait.
He's got a store of eyes.
I kind of
eyes now to Dicker's daughter.
Dickers. Yeah, that's Dickers.
Look at what we're looking at here. Like, what are we looking at?
What are these? Are those zins?
I don't know. They're seashells.
Yeah, seashells. I thought they were zins because I was looking at Jer. Like, is Jer searching zins?
The morning stream this morning got delayed. I was actually live.
The morning stream this morning.
It's superfluous, isn't it, there, Jared? Well, because it wasn't a morning stream, because it happened in the afternoon, because it was afternoon when he started it. But
I've for an hour before this. Tomorrow, it's a big switch for me to be able to get up by 7 a.m.
Look at Mel. Zoom in on Mel.
Okay.
Pause.
Yeah.
Look at Mel. Look at her. Like any of these frames, dude. She is not happy, dude.
Oh,
she looks miserable and haggard and weathered.
Ew, yeah.
She's like a wicked witch. The foundation is cracking, bro.
Well,
she's caked on that makeup.
Literally, like it's not a figurative.
It's
statement.
not enough. It's not enough. Like she's gonna have to put on another 2 inches of makeup.
You know who has 2 inches?
It gets to the point.
Johnny
It gets
Junkers.
to the point. It gets to the point with her sometimes. She puts on so makeup that there are no distinguishing features to her face at all.
Yeah.
You remember that a couple months ago? Like it was just all gone. Like it was just a blob.
There's no like marks on your forehead when you're angry. There's no like expression.
Down here when I'm used to streaming by 1, but now today I flipped everything. I got my videos done already. And so
everybody loves the schedule stream.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite
guys
part.
Let me tell you about the schedule, guys. Here's your business meeting.
9 Eastern on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. And Melanie and I will stay at this time slot Tuesday, Thursdays, I think. But we might try a later time slot too.
They're trying everything, anything and everything, just throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks, hoping to God that magically the time slot is going to change things. It's real. The time slot doesn't mean like in all seriousness. If you have an audience, they're going to watch. Okay. And it's a bad idea once you've established a certain time slot to f around and move it all over the place.
That's the worst
just
thing
be
you
consistent.
could do. It's like literally the worst thing you could do. This is a board
is the DSP.
meeting.
early, late stream, Cope. I put it on the night stream and it didn't work. But what if we put it on during the daytime?
This is a board meeting, but it's spelled BORED.
I'm not totally
They're
sure.
shuffling the deck chairs here on the Titanic.
Yeah, where's the pizza party?
Look at Mel. Look at Mel. Look how fake this smile is, dude. You can just tell. Like her eyes are crying, dude. Look at that.
Oh, oh man.
You know, more of our viewers are definitely on later in the day.
Yeah.
Wait, like okay.
No,
We're
right?
gonna go early. Okay.
So that's a thing, and like,
Uh-huh.
I'm probably not going to stay beholden to the 2:00 Eastern time slot. I'm going to try to move it around. But whatever we do,
Yeah, that's always a great thing to do on your show. Change the schedule every day.
I love it's like you just have no clear communication as to what's going on. Like you haven't actually made up your mind, and then you go on and try and negotiate with the audience as to when they want to watch it. Well, they probably want to watch it when they have free time, which is the time slot you're in when they're watching it. So it's not like they're going to tell you, oh yeah, give it to me at 9. Well, they're watching you at 2. Like, it's just desperation, man. Like, he knows these. Like, this isn't the behavior of somebody that's in a solid, strong position. This is further proof that we're right about this whole thing and that it's always been a sham. It's always been a fraud. They've never had any legitimate viewership. And the House of Cards has collapsed.
it'll lock in. So you won't have to like guess, what's going on. Maybe we do a morning show Monday, Wednesday, Fridays.
Guess what's going on. Like, we're going to experiment for I don't know how long, but then we'll lock it in and it'll be like, okay.
We do an evening show Tuesday, Thursdays.
He's drowning.
That way the morning people can get a show 3 days a week, and then the evening people can get a show.
Listen, there's replays.
I really think they're different people.
No, but there's replays. He acts like, oh, I missed Jared's show. It's gone forever. It's like, it's right there. It's like when people miss our show, they can't watch the full 11-hour streams we do. They watch it the next day.
Well, how about you stream longer? Like, I'm sorry to say, but as a live streamer, an hour is not enough.
No, it's not.
2 hours is not enough.
No.
3 hours minimum. I really think, you have to do at least 4 hours. Like, if you're serious about this, you have to put in the time. And these people just don't want to put in the time. They don't want to prep their streams. They don't want to do their streams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mel is literally there to just collect his money and then off. She doesn't care if it's an entertaining show. She just wants to clock out as quick as she can.
2 days a week. That might actually not be so bad either. But did you not want to be on Quartering Live right now? Oh, I must have forgot to. There was a problem yesterday
right. So
with
now he's saying
Rumble
he forgot. So he's forgot to go live on YouTube. Now, coincidentally, he forgot to go live on YouTube today as well. And then he revealed that he'll be only streaming on Rumble from now on. So I don't even know why he lied like this. I think what happened is Rumble's like, we got you over a barrel, buddy. You're going to be streaming exclusively for us now because you're in such a bad position. We have altered the deal. Pray we do not alter it any further. Like, that's what I think happened.
Where I was trying to get Studio Works, I had to delete the studio stream and then reset it up right before. And I must
What
not
do you think we care?
To put YouTube.
I don't even know
on
what that means. It's like a bunch of techno babble jargon about and he didn't click the box. Like, how incompetent are you that you didn't click the fucking box? Like,
in fact, I can just do that right now, I think. Let's see. Maybe it'll come on. Just don't go between 11 Central and 1. I'm busy watching Handy News. I don't know what that is.
That's so insulting to tell. Like, listen, dude, if you go in that time slot, I'm watching Handy News. I'm watching Handicap News. When I heard that last night, I died laughing. I don't know if anyone else thinks that's as funny as I find it. But But
just
the
don't go
viewer
between
tells
11.
him don't go between 11 and 1 because I'm watching Handy News. Why Jer read that out loud, I don't know, because it's so insulting to him. Like, listen, dude, you're no Handy News. Like, if it comes down to it, I'm choosing Handy News over you, the news for the handicap. It's one thing is to say, oh, Mr. Mediker's live. I got to watch Jim. I got to watch, Josh Moon's live. I'm going to watch Doc. It's a whole other thing to be told, yeah, I'm good. Handy News is live, so I'm out. Suck it. That's brutal, buddy. That's tough.
Central and 1.
Was that real?
Handy
Was that
hand
real?
job news.
Was that real?
I don't know.
It
I
can't
don't
be.
think it's even real. Like, I don't even think it's real. Look at Jared's reaction. Look at both of them.
I
Are
don't
just
think-
fucking
I don't
dumbstruck.
think any of the boomers are real.
Oh!
There's no way. There's no way.
Don't put it on at 3. That's when I'm scheduled to take a dump, dude. That's more important. Like,
Fuck.
I'm busy watching Handy News. I don't know what that is, but shout out. I'm probably robbing myself of a few people who would see the video later.
So he's concerned
Oh
now
my God. No.
about
People watching live and not being able to get
Yes.
views on the actual.
and then yes. So he's scrounging for viewership at this point. If you're that stressed that the handful of people watching you live won't watch the video later for you to get AdSense, maybe it's time to stop doing live streams then, eh, bud?
Oh,
Like, he's
man.
absolutely poor. He's broke.
Ouch.
Do you know that if you already watched the stream earlier, you saw
By
the
the way,
story, but like
He already covered this an hour ago.
And he's covering
on the
it
live
again?
stream. So you got to figure, like, if you were actually an invested fan, you've already heard him cover this story an hour ago, but he's going to cover it again because he has
Oof.
nothing.
Oof. So you're saying, wait, Ash, you're telling me tomorrow we could just go live and just do the entire, like, what we just did again?
Show again. Oh, you guys missed it.
You missed it.
yesterday.
Trust me. We were here, but we're going
Trust
to do
me.
it.
Here you go. We're gonna perform it live for you again.
It's not bad. And then we'll have, like, more, like, in hindsight, we'll know even better jokes because, we've had
It's going to be even better. We've
Yeah.
thought about it more.
We thought about the
let it
jokes
age
better.
and mature.
there was a woman. Let me just pull this up.
Yeah.
Chat. If you were here for the story for the first time, like, I'll keep it a little bit quicker. By the way, if you're watching
we
the
need
stream,
a little bit quicker. If you were here the first time, I'll try and get through this a little bit
I'll
quicker.
do it. Don't worry. I'll do this one faster. What?
I'm gonna rush through it and half-ass it, so then no one's happy. People had to sit through it a second time half-assed, and then the people who are here for the first time got like a truncated garbage version. Just don't do it.
I'll keep
But
it a
I
little
love
bit
the
quicker.
show is
By the way, if
literally
you're
just reading stuff off Twitter when he supposedly quit Twitter, but we can clearly see he's logged into Twitter.
But it's actually my alt, and I don't even have a display picture on it, so therefore it's not really Twitter.
Right. But it's actually the bumper stickers for Trump or tailgates for Trump
is it?
account. Like it is.
I thought it was the egg.
No, it's not an egg account. It's the tailgates for Trump account. They actually like definitively proved it, I'm pretty sure today.
Okay.
It was neither here nor there for me as to whether it's a new account or an old account. Like, I don't think it really matters that much, but yeah, it is the old account.
watching the stream right now, make sure you leave a like on the video. One like is one sad troll.
It doesn't make us sad.
He keeps addressing the trolls. This is so good. The trolls are feasting, bro.
But here's the thing.
There's a bountiful banquet for the trolls, buddy.
Say he had a million.
Oh my god.
Say he had a million likes. With his tone, his tonality right now, it doesn't matter if you have a billion likes. It's like you're still sad.
Yeah, you're
That's
buck-broken,
what
buddy.
makes
You
me
may
happy,
as well
not
just
the like.
listen. Go to VIP likes
And
like
buy
Ralph
a bunch
does.
of
and
likes, yeah.
Just buy your likes, but then other people will start doing it to felt you with dislikes. Like it's over, bro. It's over. Just let it go. And if it didn't really matter to you, you wouldn't say that. Obviously, it does matter, and it's getting to you that there are more people that don't like your content than like your content.
I don't know who dedicates their life to making that a part of their day every day, but
Our viewers,
yeah, the brave heroes, the
badass
greatest
people.
the greatest people that walk the earth, the salt of the earth, are the people who make felting you a part-time job for
Mhm.
themselves. They're dedicated. We have a crack team of meme war veterans, Chair, as you'd like to call it. So cringe, bro. I'm a meme war veteran. Holy. They're here for you, Jer. The detractors are coming for you, Jer.
I bless them. I wish them the best in life.
He's
And,
blessing us.
But yeah, I love them.
He loves the trolls, guys. He's praying for the trolls to get better, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god.
How does he say that with a straight?
I love that for them. I love that for their
He
lives.
loves that.
I
for
love
us.
that for you. Blessing those who curse you. This is the Christian way.
Oh, fuck
Oh,
you,
this is the
whore.
Christian
You fucking
way,
bitch.
guys.
Fuck this.
Here
I
we
fucking
go.
hate her so much. I hate Melanie
fucking
more than I
funny.
hate Jer.
Oh, he's turning his
Honestly.
other ass cheek and blasting
Yeah.
a dirty shart in his shorts, buddy.
Buddy, you know
I don't
he
think
sloshes
that's
his
what the
pants.
Lord. Listen, when the Lord said turn the other cheek, he didn't have that in mind, Jer. Okay? Holy. By the way,
Hey,
like,
it's-
was that the Christian thing to do? Was to destroy our livelihood because he was getting made fun of, Mel?
Yeah, what a fucking...
Or should he have blessed us for felting him, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, God will take care of everything. God takes care of us. And
Oh,
No,
he'll take
God
care of
doesn't-
you.
God doesn't hear the prayers of the wicked. Those who have turned from him, he doesn't hear their prayers. He doesn't take care of them. Like,
Mhm.
turn to Christ, like, actually repent, and then he'll bless you. Like, God's not going to bless the wicked. Why would he do that? This is ridiculous.
Yep.
yeah, so
Yeah. So yeah.
you don't
leave-
have to turn into that. Yeah.
yeah. If we can get up to 1,000 likes. Yeah. Like the stream, make a troll cry.
Oh my god.
That's the best. That's the best way to go. I don't
He
actually.
keeps doing
It's
it.
like paying
He
the
keeps
bills.
saying it over and over and over again that you have to hit the like button to make the trolls cry.
Someone just goes, okay, brand new viewers going, did he get you banned or something? I'm missing lore. How this all started was we're making fun of him, some jokes and stuff. He's a right-wing guy who's anti-woke or whatever. We
Imagine
got mad
praying
and
to
then got
God.
us banned off of
Yeah.
YouTube. our clip
Imagine
channel,
praying
so.
to God to bless your time slot, you know? Like, do you think God has better things to do than your like-dislike ratio on Rumble or what? That's the most important thing to our Lord and Savior is your like-dislike ratio there, Jer.
really think it does anything. Like, but it is like it'll be funny to take that away from them. You know, like
What?
I'm pretty sure it
But
doesn't
it's
really.
so funny. You're definitely laughing. It doesn't look like both of you are seething and miserable as we're going to take that away from them.
You fucking good one.
Oh,
Oh, man, we're
man.
going to cry. We're going to cry.
Oh, I'm sure, bro. I'm
We're-
sure it's
we
us that are
we're
crying
so
and not you.
sad. It's all
It's
bad.
the trolls have completely taken over your show and your life and your mind, and you're lashing out and crying.
That felt it.
change how your videos like rank.
It makes me smile.
Yeah. Will
Oh
Anthony, I'm
my.
rooting for you guys. Those gay trolls need to touch some grass. Hey, I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, all the
Will.
extra kind
This
words.
is so DSP
You know, when you watch the
coded,
videos,
isn't
taking
it?
It's actually
Like the-
cringe.
These dang dirty trolls, and they need to touch grass. And it's like, you're the most terminally online people there are. Stop trying to tell people to touch grass. Jer said that a tank of gas lasts him 2 months. And he's going to tell other people to touch grass?
May I say this about these people who go, you're terminally online. It's our job to be terminally online. If you're not, you're missing out. And by the way, we have fun doing this. We like online. We like this.
A little extra time to make sure you leave a like on it.
By the way, who's to say that they're not in the backyard sitting in the grass tweeting out,
Isn't it crazy for internet creators, people who literally their whole lives and livelihood is dependent on the internet, to accuse other people of being terminally online?
Exactly.
It just doesn't make any sense. Does anyone really believe these people have active social lives and they're Chads and Stacys respectively going out and they're pillars of the community? Like, no one believes that. These people have nothing better to do than sit on the internet and bitch all day, just like us, right? But they pretend like they're better than everyone else. You're not better than anyone else.
By the way, terminally online. Anyway, I got 3 live streams today and 22 videos to make. Okay.
You're live streaming 3 times a day, 22 videos. Yeah. You're really touching grass. This guy, by the way, has admitted to taking sometimes as few as 300 steps in a day. I'm not kidding. Like, everybody else has no life.
Yeah.
That goes a long way. This too shall pass. I have been praying a lot every single day now.
He's been
sometimes
praying
twice
a lot every single day, twice a day. Good. On your knees before God and pray for mercy, dog. But none will be granted to you because you're an unrepentant swine. I love to bring you to your knees praying to a God that you don't believe in, that won't hear your prayers. Suffer, Jer. Suffer, bitch, but he's lying. He doesn't pray to God. He doesn't believe in God. This is all performative virtue signaling to use Jesus Christ as a shield because he got caught acting like a piece of. And now it's like, oh, I pray. No, you don't. The Lord said, if you pray, pray in secret. Don't beat your chest and boast like a Pharisee about how much you're praying. Like, stop it. Stop it, Jer. You pray that men might see you pray and give you money. That's what this is.
Because, as people know, I left social media, which has been, it's only been a couple of days. Media. But
Sir, you're live streaming right now. Sir, you're logged into Twitter
Does
right
he know
now.
what social media means? Look, social media.
She doesn't even believe this.
But social media doesn't mean that you quit drunken tirading. Like, it means the full spectrum of Twitter, Insta, all that stuff, right? You better be on social media if your job. Look at him.
Jer looks manic. Like, he actually looks insane.
Remember those rubber things that you'd squeeze, like those dolls, the guys?
And the eyes would pop out?
And the eyes pop out. That's what he looks like right there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Already feel like,
what was that called?
I feel way less pull to be checking
That's good.
it.
And don't let anybody
it's been like 3
make
days,
you feel bad
man.
about leaving social media. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do for your own, just for yourself. And because
maybe if you stayed off social media before this all happened, he'd be fine.
How about let's give it a few months before we see each other's about it and pat each other on the back?
Yeah.
It's been like 3 days.
A minute.
Man. And you're still crashing out on live stream. It's just you're no longer crashing out on Twitter. Now you're crashing out on live stream about the trolls. It's not really any better. In fact, it's probably worse. Because at least with those tweets, they're just text on a screen and you could delete them. Whereas this is a full-blown live stream meltdown, man.
But yeah, this is like the equivalent of quitting hard liquor, but still drinking beer.
Well, that's what he's going to say he's doing, basically.
hey, if this is getting to you, it's good to flee from it. So what you need to do until
she still can't figure out her mic.
Feel like you're ready otherwise. I think that's great.
Yeah. So you guys, you can still find me in Discord though, guys. So
Whoa! Oh, so he's still on Discord. Buddy, get off Discord. That's probably worse than Twitter, but I guess it's a hug box where he gets ass pats from the couple dozen simps at best that he has left. So he needs those enablers to tell him that every decision he makes is so wise.
Still in Discord. But yeah, I've been saying for a long time that X was just not a good thing for me. And then just at this time in my life, it was
quit it many
causing me to
times
spiral.
before.
It's just
I
not
took
good.
a 7-month break from it.
By the way, he says that X is causing him to spiral. No, X didn't cause you to spiral. You caused yourself to spiral by being a thin-skinned alcoholic bitch. Like, don't put the responsibility on Elon Musk or on Twitter. Don't try and put the responsibility on Budweiser for making the beer. You chose to drink the beer. You chose to go on social media. And more importantly, you chose to act like a drunken on social media and threaten people's livelihoods and act like a mafia don. This is nobody else's fault but your own. But it's constant deflection. No, the blame lies with somebody else. No, it's your fault that you were spiraling.
And I have no regret from doing that. That was honestly a much needed break. I was just like, I just needed a break from it all. It was putting me in a bad headspace.
That's what it was for me. And then like,
the soy father, the Boulder King, has remanifested. History repeats itself. Time is a flat circle. Jeremy Hambly was in a bad headspace. It's a bad headspace alert. Bad headspace alert. He didn't give Jarbo any grace with that excuse.
He told him to leave the internet for 6 months.
Yes.
Right?
And he told Jarbo to apologize. That was his advice to Jarbo, is admit that he did wrong and actually apologize. Mm-hmm. But he won't follow that same advice for himself. It's the Solomon's paradox. He just thinks he's above that and that he did nothing wrong. It's like, buddy, you can't say you were in a bad headspace as like a strong, conservative, badass, mental illness isn't real, I'm alpha. Like, you can't. It's so pathetic.
Okay, Camelot has messaged me back about the Chrissy thing, and this is what he said to me, okay? He goes, hey, brother, Chrissy didn't technically say that. When I said that on D-Day Cobra, what I meant to say was that was the interpretation of our DMs. I worded it in a dumb way.
Well, then post the DMs. Has he felt it then?
I'm sorry. You supported me too much. I'm not trying to lie. I own it. I apologize to you.
Oh, he's a clown.
No. I like
He's a clown. He's a clown. No.
It's okay.
Ring it up. Camelot clown out.
It's an L, but he meant that's how he felt. How he read it. Camelot's been based this whole time, felting Jer on the daily.
Buddy.
Who cares?
Bad. I think he should just leak his DMs at this point and let's figure out why he feels that way. Like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out what the truth is in the coming days and weeks. I'm sure all the truths will come out.
It doesn't even really technically matter. Doesn't technically matter.
It's a big fumble.
It's a fumble.
Oh,
but he's admitted it.
Oh my God,
and he apologizes
buddy.
for wording it that way. And you know what? He felt Jer on the daily, morning, afternoon, and night. So yeah, I am sweeping for him. Yes, I am. Okay?
Oh my God, what a disaster!
People make mistakes. People make mistakes.
All right, let's continue.
Let's kill him. You know, like, what do you want me to say? Like,
put him on the cross.
No, I like him. He's cool.
He may have to go up on the cross if he doesn't figure it out soon, folks. I don't know.
We got
Queen Courtney for a gifted sub.
He felt.
Let's continue.
For 7, I needed that break very badly, and I'm really glad that I took it.
Yeah, my thing is just having.
I'll sweep for him and I'll sweep for duty every day of the week.
More time to I'm also
I like
so I'm like
Duty.
doing a triple detox.
Buddy, he's killing it. You see Duty
All right,
on Twitter. Okay.
Let's bring it
Just
back.
having more time to. I'm also so I'm like doing a triple detox. Like so,
Yeah.
no X, no liquor, no nicotine. So
That's not going to happen. There's no way that he's actually going to be able to do that. And in fact, I doubt that he even began that. No, he's going to quit booze, vaping, or Zins, like massive amounts of nicotine through Zins, and screen time and
No.
social media all
No.
at the same time.
No.
That's not happening
screen
for somebody
time?
that has an addictive personality. He has no willpower.
That's his job.
Even for somebody, even for somebody who's super disciplined and on point, that would be a difficult thing to do, to quit 3 vices like that at the same time, let alone for somebody with this little self-control that's a 400-pound gluttonous alcoholic pill popping degenerate Coomer, okay? Let alone be able to do that under the immense stress and scandal that he's currently going through. That's not happening. Why are you insulting our intelligence and pretending like this time you're going to be able to do it under the most difficult circumstances to do it, when under all the ideal scenarios that you've had of being a multimillionaire for the last 10 years, you haven't been able to kick these habits, man? Like, stop insulting people's intelligence. If you want to prove you're serious about this, check yourself into a legitimate rehab facility, man, and let it go. Maybe find somebody to fill in for you. Maybe Mel will read the news, give her your login, and have her film videos while you're gone. Or maybe Luke or Hannah or whoever the fuck. I don't know, man. But this ain't it. Like, this is ridiculous.
What of you?
yeah, well, we'll see. You know, it's been like 4 days. Like you
Well,
know,
that's
it's-
great.
It's been
That's
four
great.
days. It's not,
Yeah.
guys, it's not even been 4 hours
This is the guy
since he
who
last
heads to
did
the
one of
gym
these
for the
things.
first day on New Year's, like January
Yes.
2nd. Oh, new year, new me. I'm working out. Everyone's like, congrats. January 10th. He doesn't head to the gym anymore. It's the same. Or the friend you had, "Oh, I'm quitting smoking." Everyone's like, "Oh, congrats, man." The next day, you see them with a cigarette. "Oh, I'm just having like 2 a day now." And you're like, okay.
Andy, he's literally on Twitter right now. This is like a guy with the
No, he's
cigarette in
not.
his